Now I can actually, brief. Somehow my alt tab broke.
I really like this strategy from
And restarting Windows Explorer didn't
play
fix it.
together as a duo on the pillar. Consecration down like
It was
you
kind of
said,
hard to
you
set everything
remove
up, but
snares, so
everything's
they're
good now.
free from that mobility limitation from the Frost Mage, and they kind of just poke damage. They bait somebody in, they catch them with a stun, they do a bunch of damage, and they just rinse and repeat. And then in dampening, that's when they leave that pillar and they make a big push. So they definitely have a good strategy on the side of nap time, and so far it's banking them another cooldown. They get Guardian Spirit from JT, switching some damage over onto Oscar. But for TJ and Oscar, it's all about Incarnation and Icy Veins. And those are coming up in about 17 and 30 seconds. When those cooldowns
So I got to
are
get my
full,
bearings now. Mana's pretty,
giant wave
well,
of damage,
HPO's
and
very
now
ahead on
they have to
mana.
get ready for that moment.
Yeah, really important note.
We do have
See how
the
they
big
can deal with
Incarn
those
push coming up
cooldowns.
in
Right
15.
now they have good pressure even without that.
Mage's
So
Veins coming up
I
right
do
now
think we're
too.
gonna see that Icy
So.
Veins pretty much ripped out immediately. Yeah, the millisecond that it's up.
Gonna go in with
Oscar's gonna be
Veins.
pulling the trigger with that one,
Maybe
but
they get a sheep on
TJ's
Pally here, no
absolutely
trinket.
smoked Cookie with a beautiful
No, they're not going
lightning
for
lasso,
CC.
keeping TJ locked
Done
in
from the
place.
priest.
Andre doing a great job on that warrior. Hatsuki goes for the Hammer of Justice. Great pressure here.
Oh, big swap.
For the side of nap time. Beautiful swap as well. JT trading out the
With the
power
Angel.
infusion onto Oscar.
There's
really
the
trying
big
to set him up
AoE
for some
him.
wins. Cookie just going to be line of sighting here. Let's see what she can do. Still just utilizing this pillar the best she can.
Used to be going a lot better with FMP than it was
Once
RMP.
again, the Paladin Shaman pillar combo have been reunited.
Because the Feral's actually top on damage, whereas the Outlaw was last on damage by a significant margin. He was like 190 when everyone was in the mid 200s. Yeah, now Feral is kind of 10, 20 million ahead of everyone. So
on mana like this on the side of Overload, I think they're actually likely going to lose.
and somehow their MMR, their mana's doing worse.
Focus
But
on their Icy Veins and their Incarnation timings. They do catch Andre in a stun here. Big pressure. Atsuki's not crowd controlled though, and lay on hands actually. Okay,
surprising.
He's definitely pressured. They get another swap on Holy Priest. So every Hammer of Justice, they're trying to go Holy Priest, and he's not playing Divine Ascension this time. They can actually reliably swap to JT. I wonder if
shoots for cross. He tries to Bladestorm to reshape.
So
There was a gap.
Pharaoh Druid and the Holy Priest. They're just completely ignoring the mage. Trying
Third
to find
poly
some
into a
ground,
clone.
or ground or something. Oh, now they actually blast a bit
Big
of
Prim
damage.
Wave kind of soloing Oscar to like
Towards
half.
Oscar, but barrier from Oscar is soaking these hits. Blessing of Protection was committed here too before Incarnation. Oh, but this damage is
Well,
quite
just
high
stuck
at the
in bear
moment.
form.
He's topping the meter. If she can stay at the top of the meter, they're going to win on mana like this. Look at this pressure. Stormkeeper, another hit, but a Ring of Frost. Andre, nice heroic leap out of there defensively. Right when the Paladin gets hit by a Ring of Frost. Oscar's getting pressured heavily. Andre's
Barrier should be okay.
Snared by the Frozen Orb. Feels Warrior Man. Charges back to the Feral Druid and gives up on chasing the mage. I don't blame him.
DB doesn't even go for anything out of it.
About that one.
Because
Oh,
they can't really. You know, Shaman's really disruptive. Shaman isn't crossed.
Andre trying to connect. Cookie going for a lightning lasso.
Doesn't even try to
Platforms it,
fake
so
the share or
really
anything.
annoying for
Because
Overload. They have to somehow make a push, but it seems like they need dampening to actually close out the game.
he knows it's a waste of time if the guy like
Napzok is
waits
positioning in this
and just
match,
only
really
kicks
looking
99.
for just all-out damage, all-out pressure, and potentially getting a mana lead there. I think JT actually sat down for a little bit of a drink, so recovered some mana in the middle stage of this match. So I think that's really important as dampening's ramping up, as it's unlikely JT will be able to
goes for the
really
Ore
have
Mastery
enough time to
Hex
afford a drink later
onto
in
the
match.
mage.
All right, Hex on Mage, Ice Wall. Andre's able to get away by charging the Feral Druid. Wall's not getting really any value here. I think JT must have got a drink at some point because the mana was looking really bad. And now it's looking not so bad here as we're getting closer to the 5-minute mark where things.
Another game was 10 minutes as RMP, so maybe it'll be a little quicker with the Feral, but
oh, but nice grip from JT to pull Oscar out of range and cancel.
it's just even the next Incarn in like a minute and a half. Pally still has Trinket, Pally still has Bubble. Warrior still has Enrage Regen, Shaman still has Wall. Like no one on their team's anywhere near dying, unless they just get randomly soloed.
TJ gets blinded behind the pillar.
But
nice catch from Hetsuki. They're trying to pressure Mage. They just can't connect. Dragon's Breath. Hetsuki
both teams
back to
just
the
pretty much
pillar,
have almost every
reposition.
defensive.
Damage is high on both sides. Cookie may need to trade, but here comes a big primordial wave. Oscar's the target.
Warrior kind of might solo a block here. Yeah.
Ice block number 1 will be forced out of the way here. Sacrifice preemptively from Hetsuki, trying to keep them on target. They catch Oscar in a Stormbolt on hypothermia.
Feral desperately trying to go for clones. Doesn't get it.
Ray of Hope comes through. JT likely to recover.
Look for a stun healer maybe into clone. No.
Massive hit on Oscar. It's a void shift.
I did life swap
Into
there.
the Ray. This is crazy pressure from nap time. They're in a great position moving into dampening.
I don't think this is really the switch from RMP to FMP. It's just this map is easier for Thunder to hit stuff. Because it's a small map.
The pressure from nap time is high. This map is working out great.
Because the Warrior is doing much more damage.
Again, though, they need to be careful. In the last game, it looked like they had
Somehow
so much
Oscar is
pressure
last place
Getting
down
a
80 million.
bit of a
So the
trap
Ellie's just doing a much
to
better
happen
job shutting
here.
him
TJ
down.
putting pressure onto Cookie right
Or
now.
it's just the
Oscar
pressure
still
the
getting
Warrior has on him
on
because
that
it's harder
Mage.
to kite
Andre
on this map,
going
but
after the Mage a lot more in this match, but I
Mage
don't
definitely
know
should
if
not
it's
be
a
last
good
on dam.
long-term strategy. We'll have to wait and see. Good vortex there by TJ, limiting the uptime by Andre. And once again, I feel like Naptime, they need to get reunited. Like, just use this pillar to their advantage. However, Hatsuki right now has a lot of healing available, and it looks like Naptime is still feeling confident for
The
a
Rogue's
push.
still the best spec. Outlaw is the best for tournaments.
He gets caught in a polymorph. He trinkets out. Cookie's in trouble.
But yeah, Sub Rogue is almost tournament viable right now. Like, it's been played in tournaments.
Icy Veins is up in about a 50-second window. So if TJ doesn't win right here with the swap on Warrior, that
I don't know if it's like Ellie Shaman, Outlaw, Frost Mage, Feral tier, but you definitely could get like, you know,
50% HP just permanently.
pretty high in a tournament with it.
Costing so much mana
So,
just to stay
it's
at
like
this
the most
point
viable sub's
the
been in a
game.
long
They're
time.
trying to get pressure on TJ,
Because
but
it
JT
does
is once again
comparable
there to block
PvE
it.
damage.
And now TJ's trying to find an angle here. He's going from
New
left
Outlaws
to
make? What do you
gold
mean?
and get a stun and then get out. Meteor comes in onto Cookie. Hatsuki trades out Divine Shield and Sacrifice. He doesn't want to rot down too much from the damage. They get a fear. They go for the kill. Almost goes down with no block. They're trying to put up a fight, but they are fighting with nothing. Hammer of Justice from
That was
Hatsuki,
second block,
but they
so
can't connect onto
his
TJ.
mage just wall in 30. Feral is skin in 1. Yeah, just
Good. Naptime have done it. They've tied the series up 1-1. Right
fail
now,
at?
it's
Okay,
looking
that makes more
dicey.
sense. I was like, are you talking about like their income, like what to gear, like?
Naptime looking really good in this one, but that was very scary at the end.
They just don't micro CC on DR.
That burst out, Cookie putting out
Like the whole point of it is the mobility and the tankiness and the CC.
Great game.
Like it has
And
no
you gotta
burst.
hand it to Hatsuki as well, just on this Paladin. We're not seeing anybody.
Yeah,
play
they've
the
they've
Holy
called
Paladin
Cookie
right
She
now,
multiple
but
times.
it
I'm
seems
not
to
sure.
work
I don't
well
know
with
who
this
they are.
composition. You have good defense from the Warrior and the Elemental Shaman. You can see here this explosive amount of damage on Oscar, and I believe it's around here where TJ gets caught into the stun. So they look at this damage on TJ. He just gets completely smoked. Like 50% to 0 in
I'm
like
not gonna lie.
a fraction of a second.
It looked like he kind of walked into it. Like, what was he expecting? Like, the mage is in a block, his healer's in a stun, right? Like, watch what TJ does. He
Yeah,
kinda
just,
walks
you know,
in the middle.
grapple over, get your kidneys and gouges like on
This
DR.
is like solo shuffle. He
Like
gripped
get
him
multi
up,
stuns.
TJ's like,
Don't
"I'm
try to stun all
effective, dude."
3 so you can
And then
swap
just
2 different
dies
people.
instantly.
Make sure you're always pairing
If I
Vanish and
solo
melds
shuffle
with
both, if I
Adrenaline
could
Rush.
see, like, I'd be so mad. I'm like,
Like
bro,
if you can
gripped me up,
basically
why-
do Adrenaline Rush
why
into
back
another
in?
Adrenaline Rush
Why
before it even
back
ends.
in?
Yeah, that's a tough one, especially when you have no
And just, you
cooldown.
know, cross CC so that you don't get peeled.
But I mean,
like the whole
to be
point.
fair, he got
It's just like the
destroyed. Like
less counterplay of the mobility of like, oh, the healer's perma-lining, grapple through LOS, kidney, grapple back.
And these lightning bolts are just insanely devastating.
Oh, you're taking damage, just
Zap,
double
zap.
grapple away. You know,
And
like
the
it's
win.
just,
I mean, beautifully
it doesn't have
done.
any
Like,
burst and it's
it's
boring and it
just
has
a
high
tough
amounts of
series. Like,
RNG,
this
but
is the day of upsets.
it's just
It's
more like
absolutely
tournament
phenomenal.
damp,
Naptime,
consistent.
kind of a new team coming out of nowhere and looking good, getting a win off, you know, the highest point earners so far.
All right, 1 win, big map now, and small pillars. So that strategy of just consecration on the pillar and run around and try and pounce on opportunities that are presented is going to be really difficult to do. But do you think Overload take the Feral Druid out and go back on Rogue?
I think so. I really think the Feral Druid's kind of a vulnerability here. Like, Feral's great and all, but it seems like...
I don't think that was really on
like I
the
said, there's
Feral diff. I
multiple
think that's
times
just
in
the map.
one where Brunhilde just gets low, and if he didn't have Vanish, he was just outright dead. And I feel like one of the problems with the Feral Druid is you can kite, but Hatsuki, if he actually lands like a really good freedom on Andre during that pressure, becomes a lot more difficult to get away from the Fury.
I would say the
One,
LA does make it
two,
harder to get clones though.
really is difficult to get
But
those
it
slots
probably
on
takes a lot of
back
pressure off the
you,
mage if
later
they
in the
stop
game.
clones.
You can't just go completely invisible. So I'm not sure totally what they decide to do. Because both, I get the feeling that Naptime can win either one of those compositions. I'm not sure which one is better here for Overload, but I kind of feel like I like the Rogue more.
I think I like the Rogue more too. Just the disarm was a big thing. Like,
yeah,
if the Warrior, it's just an extra 6 seconds of crowd control you don't get with the Feral Druid. And it didn't seem like Clone did anything. I actually don't even know if he got a Clone. I'm trying to remember if it had any, not like he really could, right? The Shaman's just on the pillar the whole game. Warrior's kind of just on you, and there's...
We just cooldown trading properly into Warriors, like, already what you need with disarm.
Advantage. So I think the Rogue,
It's just literally that the Feral's going to do 100 million more damage than what a Rogue will do
anything is guaranteed. So
in a really long game.
Maybe they wanted to consider, like, you know, if there is some sort of composition change that they could do, but I would think it's unlikely. It would come as a big surprise, I think, at some point in this cup. But Overload, #1 seed, they want to defend that position. They want to be #1 seed going into the
Who would say
finals.
Outlaws tankier though?
Get a huge advantage.
And JT did
Moving forward
die,
in this
so.
cup, also just going in with confidence, knowing
But it's
that
not really about
teams
the
will do it.
disarm. It's just about,
It
like,
could be a confidence shaker if you lose to
grappling
the
away
newcomers,
defensively
you lose to
whenever
the
you're even
newcomers
looked
here
at.
Halftime, like, all hell might break loose, and we've seen a lot of morale break on teams. Like, a lot of players are starting to have their morale broken this season because the normal top dogs are not coming out on top as regularly, and you can start to see them break a bit because it's a lot of pressure at this competitive level. So Overload likely thinking through their options here and giving Naptime the respect that they're going to deserve in this series, because they're not just a pushover. They're not just going to get walked on in this upper side, and they are likely debating, I would think, between the Rogue and the Feral Druid for Empyrean Domain.
All right, let's see what happens. I do think the small map definitely played into the favor of Naptime. So winning that game number 1, even though it was a really close game number 1, Overload securing that grand win, going to be good for them in this series. If we keep just going large into small maps, back and forth, Overload eventually will get that map advantage in game number 5. So we're going to need Naptime to win a swing match. If you're a Naptime fan, they need to win a swing match if they want to win this series. This could be that game. I'm really curious to see what Overload does, though. Do they bring in the Dismantle with the Rogue? Do they bring in an entirely different composition, too? Because that is an option. Maybe they bring in an Elemental Shaman of their own instead of the Mage. But I don't know about that.
I don't know if
I actually feel... Yeah, I was going to say, like, we're seeing a lot of melee paired up with an Ellie Shaman. I actually
I got 3
think it might be
seconds.
one of the best, if not the best. So
They are going back to
RMP.
RMP.
Okay.
Okay.
Like an Ellie Feral into a Fury Ellie, you know?
But I don't think it's just the map of Hook Point.
I see them. I feel like Mage has got to have like a bit of an edge into Warrior. It's historically had an edge into Paladin, right? And Rogue has an edge into Warrior. Like, on paper, you would expect Overload to be able to win this matchup, but then their game 1 was 10 minutes long, and they almost died. Like, if Naptime just had a couple of cooldowns align like 2 seconds differently, Overload could have lost the first game, and maybe we.
Well, they don't even have a fourth.
Naptime are in the lead, type of
It says,
situation.
like,
So
hidden.
Overload definitely want to consider everything here, but they are going to be locking.
That's
in
crazy.
Hitty. And with this map, they can fall back on drinking, because the thing is with Naptime, they're playing so defensively, right? Like if we were playing
On the bench right here.
they're basically playing on one base and they're not expanding. So Overload can drink. They can take advantage of the entire map, while Naptime are
That's
drinking
crazy.
on that pillar.
More
So
prize money
Overload
for them.
realize that and just play a bit
I
more
wish they would go to
defensively,
3-player
keep it
rosters.
on,
I
don't
think
play
that would be
full
so fun.
meter, don't fall for their
There'd be
trap or
like
their
8
bait,
good teams instead of like
give
4
that
on each
lead
region,
stat
and like
early
there'd be
in
so
the
much more
game.
drama
But I do think in the
between
late
like
game,
4 more teammates,
Overload should have an advantage.
and everyone would get more prize money.
Yeah, I am really curious to see what ends up happening for Overload. Maybe they can just take it really slow. Play
And it's
really
not like
passive, wait for
the,
anything,
you
but
know, counter
there are
compingness of the
times
game would
where
stop.
Naptime
Like a
does
lot of
have
the people that are in
confidence
the
match. So
those like
they're
top
using
4
that pillar
spots,
when they
they already
don't
play
have
like
cooldowns
10
on
comps on their own,
Sword,
even with a
so when
three-man
Rogue doesn't
roster.
have Divine Shield, doesn't have the
Like Nick the
medallions,
Rogue and them are gonna have
very
5
fast
billion
to
comps
save
even with 3
Shaman
players.
alive.
You know,
When
Calvish is
those
gonna have
cooldowns
5 billion
come
comps
full,
even with
take
3
more
players.
defensive
Like,
posture. So I think it's going to be difficult. I don't think Overload can
it
rely on
rewards
only
people
play
more.
defensive in this match, because if they're not getting the cooldowns from Hetsuki,
it just adds
then
more
I feel
competition
like
and
Naptime
adds
is
more prize money.
able
Or,
to
you know,
make a
I think
push,
it's
especially coming off that
it'd be so
win.
much better for
Seems
the
like they're
team.
just getting more and more confident as the games go on. So I'm curious to see what kind of line that they do take, but it's crazy to see. We keep seeing these teams just kind of rise up kind of out of nowhere and have these great performances. Overload was looking like they were unbeatable. Now we have Naptime. Hetsuki, Andre, Cookie just coming out of nowhere for this win.
I mean, I think it was in an earlier season of Dragonflight. JT comes in on Hula Bang with Arios, and I think it was Houghton, and they played Windwalker Rogue. Nobody thinks they're going to win. They're just playing the one trick. They made their team from Solo Shuffle. They kind of just signed up for fun. They win the first cup. They beat Echo. Naptime in a very similar position at the moment, coming together, got their first rank 1 last season on Hetsuki, picks up Andre, picks up Cookie, and then they're able to get in here and do some crazy things, some crazy work here, getting this win, taking Overload to a 10-minute game on a grand arena. So we might start seeing some resemblance there. But Brunhilde, he has been playing for so long. He has so much experience on that Rogue. Like, he can go toe for toe easily with Waz.
Almost everyone's predicted 3-1.
Oscar,
3-0.
toe for toe, toe for toe. That's something you'd have to do in a like.
I don't know. Thunder is pretty hard to fight.
Classic, but toe to toe with Raikou here in tournament setting, easily top level player. So if Overload are challenged this much, that's just a credit and a testament to Naptime's capabilities here in this series. But I think this is likely going to be their hardest round in the series. This is the biggest map, and look how tiny those pillars with those angels. They're really small. Smallest pillars, I think, of any map in the pool. A lot of open space. And as a paladin against a mage, you hate that. You just absolutely hate that. There's nowhere for you to really hide. So if Naptime
They're playing Outlaw and Shuffle.
they can win the whole series.
Yeah, Outlaw's really weird in Shuffle.
Like, let's be honest, if they win this on this map, they win this series. I mean,
Because you just have no burst. So like the agency to like solo carry a game is really low.
Right away, going for roll the bones, getting
Because a lot of low rating games, someone just dies in the first like 30 seconds instead of having a deep dampening 2-minute round.
No, looks like they are going to.
But you just gotta be really aggro with your
I do
CC.
wonder if they could just go after the warrior more though.
Get good blade flurry pad.
On the shaman and the paladin. Beautiful ring of frost. Nice knock there by Oscar. Really setting up crowd control for the team. Armor totem comes down. Hitsuki gets free from the crowd control, and now it's going to be up to Naptime to try to reverse the pressure here onto Brunhilde.
Have an alt, leapfrog.
Ascendance is still rolling.
Play your alt till it passes your main till it passes your alt, etc.
Holy Priest, and JT is not playing Divine Ascension.
And then just get really good at your micro CC and peels.
He's peeling cheap shots on the entire team. Sets up for the polymorph. Oscar is playing really confident. They're playing super aggressive here in game number 3, looking to just run down Cookie. JT charges in for a psychic scream. Looks like they either sniped off the tremor. Or actually, no, it was the tremor really early on.
I can see the DRs, but
so they got Paladin
gets disarmed on AR.
Astral Shift. Now they're pulling away from that. They need to survive as JT's in a Hammer of Justice. Brunhilde's running away from the Rogue. Nice jump from Cookie to get out of the Meteor. Brunhilde grapples over. But now there's an elemental stun on the mage during the stun lock there. They got Brunhilde.
Goes over for 3. There's the intervene because he blade stormed.
Looks like an intervene is coming through from Andre onto Cookie.
I mean, even if your healer doesn't press, you should still live a while.
Stone bulwark. Can they stop the reshape? They can't. Polymorph slips through as Oscar fakes the interrupt. Now into a full blind, still with no trinket.
Probably some combination of just how you're peeling and how you're using defensives. And just feint. Like feint is really important.
It looked like he couldn't keep up the chase there. Big burst on Oscar. Just
That's
out
terrifying.
of nowhere. Another smack of damage from the lava burst and earth shocks. And now
How much of the health bar just goes down, up, down, up.
They've got their trinkets coming up. They can make a trade here. As Oscar's going to look for a polymorph. Pre-sacrifice. Nice play from Hitsuki between those cheap shots. Now, and he runs into the Ring of Frost to break it. That was really good from Hitsuki. He's on diminishing return. Now they can play aggressive. Cookie is jumping in. Lightning lasso. Brunhilde grapples over to kick it, but Andre is there. And
Maybe he's going to grapple over for kidney in a second.
Guardian Spirit. If they catch a good stun here on Rogue, they could definitely take him down.
Maybe you're going to gouge the LE for pre while he goes to stun Pally. Nah, he gets hodged.
Oscar's health is either going to be... Oh, Brunhilde
He's
might
going
just get
back.
one shot. I mean, oh, goodness gracious. Hitsuki and Cookie just one-shotting Brunhilde behind the pillar. In the meantime, Andre just keeping Oscar at bay. I was trying to talk
There's the
about
kidney.
Oscar's health can just erase very
There's the
quickly
deep
here.
shot for
If
cross,
Andre has
stops the
uptime,
grounding or anything.
Mage can just
Pally
evaporate.
triggered
The
it.
problem is the uptime. If you're getting mind controlled like this, you're getting polyed, things are not looking too good, but
Have a blind at 20.
He's going to go down. Like, I
Doesn't
don't
really
think
matter though,
Brunhilde's
because
gonna
Pally
be
could bop it
solo
or
Cookie
bubble
here.
it.
Oscar's going to have to be there for some damage, and I think Andre's done a really good job keeping.
I'm surprised that Pally's playing Dwarf.
This game.
I guess maybe since they won, they thought they were going to get Feral again. And they want to just be safe blind. But I think 1 minute trinket on Pally is so broken as human.
No trinket. Can they smack him down? JT gets in there, grips him out to safety. Cookie swaps her attention over to Oscar. Lightning bolts in the sky.
I guess the crit or whatever is nice, but
good teamwork from Naptime. I will say that they're playing, you know, an unconventional composition for the meta, but they have really good teamwork, really good strategy, and really good execution when it comes to this. And this is how they're overcoming these odds at the moment. Cookie jumping away once again, trying to get out of range of the road, but a meteor comes in. Looks like Andre's got to intervene. Oscar takes a huge hit, going in for the polymorph. Nice wind shear from Cookie into the blinding light, but the polymorph again, off of a cheap shot. Cheap shot comes through. Cookie in trouble. Trinket. Oh, overlapped with the divine shield. Oh, and the intimidation.
Oh no!
Oh no, that's a triple overlap.
There's all the meatballs everywhere.
If you're overload, you just peel out right now. You just reset. Brunhilde just needs to get some distance here. He's still going in. He might regret this.
It sucks that they wanted to reset there because he's on adrenaline rush right now. And he's like 2 or 3 finishers away from vanish. And now his adrenaline rush ended because he got peeled. He doesn't get to keep it going. So now he has, you know, by the time he has AR, he'll kind of have 2 vanishes for it and meld, but gonna have a lot of downtime here, even though this is where the veins is. He doesn't get a sheep with it, but Warrior solos his block in the vein sheep on their go.
Cookie could be in danger. Hitsuki seems to have the heals available. They get the Hammer of Justice, and this is not looking too bad for Naptime. If they can weather the storm just a little bit longer, cooldowns are going to rotate.
Veins now ends.
Another meteor. They soak it as a team to reduce the damage, but they're going to get cleaved a bit here. by some of those ice lances and frostfire bolts. Nice hex on the mage.
Is Brunhilde going to press AR as soon as he gets it, even though he has no vanish or melt? Yep, he does. And I guess he'll farm the vanish by the time it matters. He's like one finisher away. He gets the vanish. There it is.
Nice play here. Cookie reposition.
There's the double stun, triple stun.
She's trying to hold on to it. Hitsuki has medallion. They should be okay. Hammer Justice. JT trinkets. Big damage on Oscar. Andre, when he gets his hands on Oscar, man, it is not comfortable at all.
He's going to meld his AR before it ends.
Trying to get in
Does.
position to break Hitsuki out of polymorph with cleave damage, and they do manage to actually. It looks like medallion was pulled from Hitsuki.
He got disarmed there.
At least.
He didn't have stun DR for Warrior to cross him because he'd already stunned Warrior because he did the triple stun for that go.
They're going to have another astral shift. They've got their medallion in 20.
Angel form's ending. JT still has swap. His benediction in 3.
They're engaging. Andre intervenes.
Tally still has pretty much everything but bubble and lay. Well, no, he only has bop. I wouldn't say everything.
Ramping over here as well with Hitsuki. It looks like
And Warrior has no rally or, but he does have Enrage Regen, so they still have Enrage Regen and wall.
It looks like, oh, they got the polymorph. Oh no, this could be dangerous for Cookie.
Surprised they haven't walled here. They're being really greedy. But I guess they're going to stop the repoly and be fine. That's crazy that he... But I guess they did wall, so...
Looking for damage, looking for a stun, I think. Did JT fade it?
Crazy that they don't wall sooner, but I guess they just waited out if they try to pre.
Big swap on JT possibly, but he pre-Ray of Hope. Now they swap over on Brunhilde.
The Ray of Hope's positive. Brunhilde has a vanish and one finisher. They're going to get it off. He has vanish available. There's the vanish.
Cookie with limited defense. Hitsuki pre-sacrifices, but it breaks.
Triple stuns on everything. Well, not the pally. Goes for the hex.
Cookie is isolated.
Hexes Oscar. He trinkets it.
Not going to have to trade. Meteor comes through, breaks the crowd control. Mind control on the Warrior is just so dire. He just can't do anything at the moment. Intervening back.
Well, he just spanned some instants on Brunhilde. No cloak, no evasion.
Cookie at least recovers. They've got
Warrior disarmed into a kidney.
They can still try and get this going. There's no trinket on Rogue.
He just grapples back to the pillar to reset. He needs to get a re-stealth here. Nope, he gets Earthquake. Warrior finally getting over there. He's going to grapple back to the other pillar probably now. Keep running.
At the pillar and
nope, he's kind of staying in. Warrior leaps in.
The mage, reckless abandon. Andre, this is smart though for the Warrior. Just play recklessly right now. You have enraged regen. Bait them to go on you. Trade the enraged regen, and then you're.
Seemed like he fainted that. He didn't take that much damage. He's just grappling away.
Bait them to attack him.
Warrior just sitting triple sheeps.
Making a push right now. The divine shield is available, and this
Cookie jumping in to spam some instant cast. Maybe he's gonna prim wave solo something.
35% dampening. Andre gets uptime here on the.
There's the lasso on mage.
Lights out. I mean, this damage is absolutely insane. Cookie going for a lightning lasso.
There's the Stormkeeper.
Trying to slow him down just a little bit here, but a full kitty shot lands on Andre.
Warrior taking some damage.
Follow it up. Do they have the damage? Beautiful mass.
Full sheep gets trinketed.
From the side of Oscar. He lands it onto Hitsuki. Hitsuki will trade out the trinket immediately to keep
blind off.
Rolling. He wants to keep the aggression up for his.
Maybe a stun out of that.
I like that they're able to make the trade. Big damage here onto Brunhilde. Big blade storm coming in.
There's the Warrior Fear. Doesn't really break on damage. Brunhilde trying to grapple run away. Now they're back onto JT. He has life swap and Guardian. He's greeting his Guardian right now. Doesn't need to use Guardian.
They will, but now I'm feeling very confident in the
Send some kidney onto the Warrior.
Warrior now. Cookie gets dispelled to the Ring of Frost. Hitsuki has sacrifice up. They can stay on target, but he's going to have evasion and vanish, so a lot of deflection. Andre just can't connect. They're just putting this Warrior in prison. Polymorph prison. Frost Nova Central. Andre just can't get on a target. Cheap shots are coming through. He Stormbolts Brunhilde. Brunhilde trinkets to go for the
desperately stunning all three. Getting peeled by the Warrior, though.
He's not in crowd control. Nice lasso on Brunhilde.
The long disarm.
Slowing down him a bit. Andre trying to get on back on Oscar. He can't. He's going to have to come back onto the Rogue. Brunhilde sees that he's just out. He's not going to give them a target to poke damage. Lava Burst in on JT, trying to find any opportunities here deep into dampening. At that 10-minute mark, man, this game, it's just, you can't recover at that point. Dampening is so high. It's going to come to an inevitable end here. Who's going to be able to take advantage of it? This is such an important game in the series. It's a swing match. Number 1 seed versus the newcomers. Andre gets caught in another cheap shot, but Hitsuki's in a good position, recovering him throughout it. Andre's going to come out of this dismantle, and he needs to get some work done. He's got Reckless's up. Big swap. They catch JT. He trinkets out of the Stormbolt. They have a DR.
I think the Thunder's ahead. Might win the swing match. We're almost at the 9-minute, 10-minute power spike of dampening starting the game. Huge mana lead for the H-Pal.
Chastises him behind the pillar. Cookie's still just lobbing out lava bursts. They're getting ready for the next attempt. But they've got so many. Oh no, Andre, he got
why is the weak aura going off?
Can they drop him? Hitsuki gets to the
even with game sound off.
In time. I mean, if you're nap time, you should be feeling really good. You've got Divine Shield, Lay on Hands, Enrage Regen comes up in 6 seconds. You still got Shaman Astral Shift. You got a big mana lead. I feel like this is your moment. This is when you've got to start putting.
Brunhilde might die here.
You got to close.
He is cloaked, but he gets it off.
Brunhilde holds on by a thread. Full Hammer of Justice. Hitsuki making
There's a vanish.
deep into dampening, but the cheap shots are denying the kill. Ray of Hope is up. JT is clutching out big heals. Andre's dismantling.
He might lose his Adrenaline Rush. It's almost over, I think. He bans there.
Full health. The dampening is making that Ray difficult to recover. And Brunhilde might regret staying in this deep. He gets this. He's out of there, bro. He's grappling. He is out.
Yeah,
Getting
Mike
away from the
pulled
weak
out
aura
on
noise.
Andre. JT just trying to do
From my own
what he can,
OCD.
but
Justice?
Full hammer of justice could land. Can they drop?
I think JT might die
He has
right here.
nothing left.
Yeah.
Huge
Here's
explosion.
meatballs on everything. There's block.
Triple kill. Could be incoming. Brunhilde
They have swap, but yeah, it doesn't do anything. They're all 3 dead.
They do it. Nap
There's
time
that 10-minute
wins the
game
swing
starting.
match. Unbelievable.
2-1.
Oh my god.
Match point, best of 5.
Triple kill. The number 1 seed.
Generally the default is
Number
like
1 seed
faint,
triple kill
disarm,
on the
smoke
best
bomb.
map.
And then you can drop like disarm for
Honestly,
like
we should
tricks
take a
or
moment
something
of
if you need it.
silence for Overload in this at this moment in time, because like they're playing Rogue Mage Priest. Brunhilde has been leveling up as a player for so many years. Oscar is just
It's just crazy to see that many
my
meatballs
God,
fly out at
this
once.
Huge explosion of damage from Cookie, just absolutely icing out the entire team. Like if they were all in line of sight there for that final hit, I think they would have died. That's
Ellie needed
you know,
buffs.
they died within like 3 seconds of each other. That
yes.
is a qualified triple kill
Fireworks.
on Rogue Mage Priest. The number
Slam
1
dunk.
Rogue
Right
Mage
there.
Priest in the region. Just triple killing the number 1 Rogue Mage Priest in the region on their best map.
Yeah, she literally slam dunked on the entire team there with that Ascendance. As soon as that Ascendance was up, it was GG. So nap time, they're proving they can go the distance. And Sid, I have to say, like, what do we think about this Paladin? Because
I would say that LEDH and LA Warrior are pretty hard, I guess, for mage teams, but
we talked about it. It's like, oh, maybe for
Ellie might
Hatsuki,
just
it's
be
like
the best wizard
not
now.
comfortable with the other healers, but I feel like Holy Paladins aren't looking too bad.
After the second wave of Ellie buffs and like the second wave of mage
He's
nerfs.
got a good setup, right? Like he's got a shaman that's gonna, shore up the weak.
Just has less counterplay.
Protects him from the polymorphs with Wind Shear and Grounding Totem, and then the warrior helps out the shaman with things like intervene and stuns to deal with the rogue. So it's a good synergy for this composition. The warrior, like the Thundercleave, whenever I'm making videos recommending comps to people, I often will say Thundercleave is a good ladder comp. I think it's really well rounded, can just focus on surviving, doing damage, and come out on top. So I think this is like a great composition for any type of beginner team. I didn't expect it to have the potential though to beat the best Rogue Mage Priest. I thought that those compositions with their potential and level of finesse that you can have with them, it would be difficult at that level of play. But Naptime are actually doing that. They're taking like what I would consider a more beginner comp and beating the advanced comps and the best teams at those advanced comps. Overload beat Echo. They beat Echo in the mirror at their own game on Rogue Mage Priest. Like they've already asserted that they are the best Rogue Mage Priest currently until Echo gets a rematch with them to be able to take that title back. So this is crazy that we're on match point. They took the swing match. They won on the worst possible map with the smallest pillars. And they just absolutely owned them in the last couple seconds of the game. Like, this is the strongest team in the region, okay? So
look at this damage at the end. Damage contributed. Like,
shock.
Andre and Hatsuki just doing what they can. They're doing their best, but Cookie just completely slamming Overload there at the end. That was insane. So I feel like for nap time, it's the same comp, right? There's no way they're going to make a change. Honestly, all 3 games looked winnable for them. Even the first game that Naptime lost, it seemed like they actually were going to win. If that Vanish didn't come up, that was GG, I swear.
All right. They're doing the impossible. Every other elemental shaman has fallen. So many teams have given up. They're like, we can't beat Rogue Mage. Cookie's like, I got this. Hatsuki's like, I got this. I'm going to play Paladin, man. I'm going to play a warrior. Nobody else is winning with these things, but I'm going to manage to find a way to do it. So battling against the odds, they're taking their time with the lock-in. So I wonder what they want to talk about from that last game, because they did a lot of really creative things, I want to say, towards the middle end of the game, where Paladin actually was CCing Mage. They'd like charge in and Hammer Justice blind the Mage, and that way the Warrior wouldn't get polymorphed, so that they could run down the Priest in some of those situations. So they had some very good like flex playstyles. I feel like a lot of teams, they get locked in on one strat. It's like, okay, Paladin stuns healer, Warrior stuns this, and then they just only do that the whole game. But Naptime were flexible, and they switched it when it was more like the Paladin couldn't get to the target that he'd normally want to get to stun. So I was like, I'll stun the Mage instead, you switch, you stun this target. And they were able to kind of switch that strategy on the fly. Took a little bit of time there. Maybe they just want to take a breather also. It's a 10-minute game, right? Like, you're playing against an RMP that's just like putting the pressure on you, getting CC. So they probably want to take a little bit of time just to like reset after a 10-minute game like that. And fatigue is definitely something to take into account. But now you've lost as the Feral, which I don't think is better than the Rogue. I don't know why the Pharaoh would be better. It's just like, it's a very similar spec, except you don't have disarm. To me, that's like the big trade-off. You don't have disarm. I guess it's a little bit more damage, but maybe Overload are actually going to seriously consider something different. I can't imagine with Tolvaron. But like, what can they do better? Is it a targeting thing? Are they training the Shaman too much? Should they be going Warrior? Is it a Paladin angle?
I used to swap arena
I don't
targets
think
in
there was
arena.
a
I use
lot that
scroll up as
obvious
target
get
1,
taken, right? Like, was there a
scroll
point
down as
out
target
that
2, and then
might have
clicking in the scroll wheel as
been
target
putting
3.
rogue
And then I do
Paladin in?
ZX and C for focus 1, 2, 3.
Maybe a subtlety rogue if Brunhilde has it. We've seen a lot of outlaw rogues switching to subtlety, especially in North America, but I think even a little bit.
Yeah, my whole keybind list and stuff like that is all on the Discord as well.
For the Shaman or the Warrior, because they're taking their time.
Yeah, I don't think
This
sub rogue is the
seed.
answer into
This is the best
Thunder.
RP in Europe until Echo gets a rematch for them. In my book,
I think FMP was fine.
Number one
It's just
RP in Europe,
hook
number
point
one
was
seed in
AIDS.
the region.
I think they should have just had faith in
Match point here
FMP,
for the
but
newcomers on nap time. They gotta get real serious about this series, because lower bracket.
Feral was doing
there's
top
a lot of
damage.
volatility down there, and they're gonna bring in a Windwalker monk. So they're running the gauntlet on the melee. They're like, okay, Rogue didn't work, Feral didn't work. What's the next best melee? Okay,
Windwalker
let's
might
try
be a solid
Windwalker,
option too.
And let's see if this works out for us. How are you feeling about
NA
this?
tech.
Yeah, is this N8? Are you feeling good about it though? Do you think it's a good pick in this matchup?
I think the Windwalker Monk is like a bruiser in the true sense of the word. Like they can play very in your face, having Fist of Fury parry, and a lot of different low cooldown defensives that you can rotate through. I think it makes a very durable specialization. Trill has been actually playing, so if we're talking about North America, Trill's been playing some different tech as well, playing the Shadow Pan Windwalker Monk, so I'm curious to see if Brunhilde goes for that and just gets massive, like 2 million ticks of Fist of Fury, or what they're going to decide to do. But I don't think nap time's out of this. Like, I don't think this is a free win for Overload at all, or they would have already locked it in. I feel like Overload is just like, okay, we can't win with the Feral, that didn't feel good, we're not winning with the Rogue, what do we do? This is kind of like a last-ditch effort, but I think it might actually work for Overload.
Nap time. Who would have thought the Paladin Warrior team would make the best team in Europe right now sweat off of Feral Mage Priest and Rogue Mage Priest? I think for a lot of teams, they consider those like the top. Maybe like Feral Ellie was taking over for a little bit as well, but I'd say like Feral Mage Priest and Rogue Mage Priest were like the predominant compositions. Like everybody's like, man, this is what we need to be playing. Like nobody can figure out how to beat it, and they just force them off of it. So Brunhilde's going to be coming in on Windwalker Monk. These games have been really long, like brutally long, like 10 minutes. So stamina is an issue now for the teams. Can nap time manage to hold out in this series, actually clutch it, get the championship Sunday in a top 4 possible finishing position, maybe mix up the entire bracket, because who knows with that top 3, right? Like Echo is currently tied. If they lose the whole tournament out, I think there could be a tiebreaker, but there could be other teams that steal their spot. There's a lot on the line with this cup. Like every single series is very important.
I mean, we've mentioned it before, but I'm going to mention it again. Hetsuki got his first rank 1 title last season. So first rank 1 title ever last season. Now in the AWC, beating the #1 seed in the upper bracket. I mean, the sky is the limit for this team. Let's see what they can do, though. Brunhilde going
the Karma aggro
might mix things up. Already trading out the touch of Karma, and we'll have to see. It looks like Brunhilde's going to be playing just the regular Conduit of Celestials. A little bit of a setup here onto JT, and I kind of feel
yeah,
like,
let me look at this.
I don't know if this is going to work. Like, being limited on stuns, I think is really going to make it difficult to slow down the offense of nap time.
And they're going on Brunhilde. They were playing a bit aggressive there from nap time. A little bit, abnormal. Oh my God, Brunhilde!
Jesus.
Oh, the ice wall comes down.
I was looking at his talents.
Sacrifice comes
Yeah, he's
down,
playing
Prince,
Conduit.
The warrior is still low. They're getting cleaved. That is the advantage. If they can stack the
Not
warrior
playing
and
the troll
shaman,
build.
they're going to get cleaved really heavily by that area of effect damage from the Windwalker monk. So if Brunhilde can keep the warrior and shaman stacked like this, it should be good. But there's so much pressure. He has to pour it out. That's the other advantage of the monk. Whenever he's pushing in, he can just put a port on the other side of the pillar and escape on these swaps. So it does make sense, but it's still scary even despite that.
Yeah, Brunhilde still low. No defensive cooldowns whatsoever. JT in the backline throwing in the heels. Looks like Brunhilde should be able to survive. This is the Fist of Fear, the double leg sweep, but it's on diminishing return. We'll see. Oscar is going for a polymorph. Actually does find it. He gets the trinket there from Hetsuki. So Hetsuki just immediately trades out the trinket. Ring of Peace going to be traded out there from Brunhilde, but I am a little bit afraid. Brunhilde is now on the run, and it seems like they are just going to be going mostly after the Windwalker in this game.
Fist of Fury parrying some attacks here, but still he's getting behind him. Andre catches him. I can't believe it.
Has to grip him
Andre
back.
just
His
sneaks
karma in
behind
4.
Brunhitti's Fist of Fury, gets a couple of hits
Keep in mind they can
almost
bop
takes
it,
him down,
but do you have an
JT has
H
been having
pal?
clutch life grips throughout this entire series.
It's a little
Even
scary for
despite it
Windwalker.
deeper into dampening,
Not sure if that
seems like they
slicing
just
winds
can't
hit.
recover. They can't stabilize. They get a
Flashes him
polymorph, but
in.
They don't get anything out of it. Hetsuki's free now. Avenging Crusader.
There's a double
to
leg
deal with
sweep
the
in
monk and the
8.
mage cooldowns. Kind of struggling a bit.
This was his
Nice roots
cooldowns.
here
He didn't really get to hit.
Brunhitti's Zwens. They catch him in a Hammer of Justice. Out of line of sight, it looks of a Dispel. Or maybe they're tracking the Dispel and punishing the Flame Shock Dispels with Hammer of Justice. That could definitely be an opening. Brunhitti has to roll away. He can't stay on target here for much longer. Ring a piece to
Defensive
bounce them
fist.
together, but a Shockwave comes through. Pressure on Brunhitti. Oscar's got Icy Veins. He's ramping up with these Frostfire bolts, getting a lot of cleave. But Brunhitti,
I think the Warrior
not
Blades
looking
from
too
that,
comfortable.
but
He's gonna roll out of
at
there.
least the Shaman
Stun
triggered the leg
Andre,
sweep.
Big Meteor, slicing wins.
It's
he got
rooted on
the
slice.
Slicing wins by Cookie. Nice
I
earth
canceled
grab
it
thrown
out.
by her.
Loses a couple
As
million
Brunhitti
damage for
ramp
that.
and pressure Brunhitti. Oscar is sneaking in. They need to punish Oscar. He's right on top of their paladin. He gets a polymorph. This could be trouble. Andre charges over to
Big
stun the
fist.
ice wall. They have to stop the repolymorph at all costs here. They get a win share. Nice knockback.
About Bush
from
and
Oscar, but the
Blitz.
crowd control
I
is
kind of did
broken.
early
And
last
JT might
season,
need to think about drinking.
but then it was
His
just, it was
mana
too
is
many
burning
games.
rapidly right now.
I was like,
Yeah, we'll
top
see
end
what
MMR
happens.
when that
Maybe
was
not
like
looking
32,
too good, and I
33.
really think it's important to stop those Fists of
Before
Fury.
people got
So
like
far,
4K and
Napcom's
shit,
done
like
an
early in the
excellent job.
season.
Brunhitti goes for Fists of Fury.
And I was like
Brunhitti
up to
just shut it
2.8
down.
CR, but then I was just like getting plus 20s. And I was like, this is going to take hundreds of games,
Not
and I just
looking
didn't do
good,
it.
But this seems a lot more volatile of a matchup. Brunhitti going to be more vulnerable to being trained down, but at the same time putting out a lot of that damage on the Windwalker Monk. Overpowered barrier going to be traded out here by Oscar for the team. That team barrier slowing down some of the incoming damage, but Cookie just making the push. Ascendance, we saw what happened in the last game. Can they do it? Can they send Overload down to that lower bracket? The double stun comes in. Brunhitti. Oh, at the same time, Oscar's getting incredibly low, not making it easy to push in. Great job.
Feel a
by
little
Andre,
kind
but
of
his
like
pressure on
pre-sick.
Cookie is
I have like a
quite immense right
bad
now.
headache
This
and
is a
like kind of
hectic
stomach.
Game number 4. It's
but-
match point. Naptime look to advance to championship Sunday. The underdogs, the newcomers, the dark horse of the tournament, the only paladin
It'll be fine.
in the entire AWC right now, trying to make a
I just
run
didn't get
for
as
it.
much
Get the
sleep as
spirit
I
of
wanted, I
Love
think.
Get the spirit of brain inside of him on this paladin. Everybody's abandoned it.
Only on like
This
4
guy
hours of sleep.
re-rolled to Holy
Gonna play
Priest
Mop,
and
yeah,
Red
for a
Desert.
couple months.
Hitsuki's
Hopefully
making
it doesn't
work.
die.
Andre on that Fury Warrior. We've not seen a lot of Warriors either. Seeing
But
a lot of success.
I don't know if they'll
Dragon Ball
support
GT
it.
got a huge
They
amount of
might
mana.
just repeat
It's
the
gonna be
mistakes they
great
did
to
with
see
every other
Brunhitti,
version of
but even
Classic.
Still, I feel like this monk could just die at any moment. They catch him in a stun. Nice chastise on Andre, stopping him during the Storm Bolt. Now they get a grapple weapon, but big Ascendance procs are coming through for Cookie. Celestial Conduit. Nice knock on the Conduit. Pushing him away. Oscar's trying to get in here
It's
aggressively.
CS.
Cookie gets counterspelled. Brunhitti's on target. Nice leg sweep here. Comet Storm comes
Windwalker
in.
cooldowns in 20.
The wind
Did
shear
you
misses.
burst?
It's overlapped a bit with the fear. And it looks like Oscar.
No veins or
gonna
anything to
get
go
caught
with it,
flying
but
here pretty soon. Cookie goes for Hex again.
damage-wise,
Break that
Windwalker is
immediately.
not paying off like
Polymorph.
Brunhitti wanted
Oh,
because
they
he's
overlap here.
still
Paladin
kind of,
trinket, Shaman
you know,
trinket within a couple of seconds of each other. That's
Ellie
the
is still
opening.
top damage by a
They're
lot.
still just trying to pressure Hammer of Justice. Brunhitti needs to be careful. He trades. They pop the karma. Pop the karma. They're not gonna. They just swap mage. They just kill him in one global. Swap to the mage. He's down at 20% instantly. And that bop on a karma could be threatening.
Oh,
he might
whoa.
just die anyways. It's a crazy pressure at the moment. Cookie looking to try and not topple. As she kites back to the pillar with Hetsuki, but Andre got left behind in a chastise. He's got wall, though. He can play aggressive here. He can bait himself as the target. He's charging in. Bladestorm, Fist of Fury parries that Bladestorm nicely. Shockwave comes in. Hetsuki's in a polymorph. Oh, no. Oh, is he going to die through Divine Shield? There's no way he dies through Divine Shield. Big heals come in. Recklessness up. They have to grip the monk away, but the Lava Burst's already in the sky. Andre's going to stun up the mage. He's leaping in, looking to dunk. Nice. Life
They're just having to play so
These life
defensive,
grips,
but
if they win these series, it's easily off of JT's
play on hands in 2 minutes.
Yeah, really nicely done, making it more difficult for that Fury Warrior to connect. That's going to be the grapple weapon there
Double
as
leg
well.
sweep.
Brunhitti gets the double
Big
stun,
slice.
big slicing wins, and Cookie is in trouble. Hetsuki
Anything off the repolys? There's the Dragon's Breath.
Out. They might be able to win the game and tie up this series, but at the same time, Brunhitti is getting low. Maybe overstaying is welcome.
Running back, moving his port probably. Yep, moves his port right there.
Unafraid, trying to push in, but realizing got to top off the team first. It's a lot of pressure here from Overload, but if Naptime can stabilize, that Ascendance is rolling up in about 15 seconds.
All right, lined up with the Icy Veins here, though, but Brunhitti's caught in a Storm Bolt. Do they get a proc? No, he
Rolls
lines
away.
with the Ray of Hope. Should be able to recover. Polymorphs on the Warrior, stalling the game, and Hetsuki's mana is now not looking great. Lay on hands available. Last line of defense here, likely. They've got pressure on Oscar. Maybe they can get him into a block here. They really need to. They can't. They're trying to go for it. They're leaping on top of the mage. Barrier denies it. He gets blasted.
might just start
back in.
got full in cap in the healer more
Get back
instead
here,
of just
but
going
he's
for
disarmed
sheeps,
at the
but
moment. He lands a shockwave at least, but they pre-karma it. Nice pre-karma from Brunhitti. I'm really just staring at that Blessing of Protection and when they're going to use it.
or at least just crossing Ellie with it when he goes for DP.
Kill. They catch Oscar in a Storm Bolt. All right, into a hex. Brunhilde
Still a lot of
back
instant
off.
damage here.
Where's his port right now?
No
He's
karma.
getting chopped.
There's his
Where's
images
port?
when
He's got legs. Wall comes
Warrior
down.
might take it
JT
here.
takes to the skies,
Gets
throws
lassoed
hammer
defensively.
justice. Hatsuki has to pull away.
There's the defensive
Paulus
fist.
looks like it's going to break there, but massive damage crashing in on Cookie.
Gets top with
He's
instant
gone
cast.
forward to trade. Ring
Big
piece
slice.
bounces her for a moment. Slicing Winds comes in. JT and the Hammer of Justice. Hatsuki was patient, looking maybe for a blind. Blinding
Ports
light.
away
Oh,
kind of from
Brunhilde
the healer,
ports
but
away, Oscar's left behind. They could swap Holy Priest as
yeah,
well.
they're just going to
Massive
kill all
damage
three again.
crashing in. I cannot believe it. They forced the block from Oscar. Brunhilde is still being pressured. Are they, as Naptime actually doing this?
There's the
Are they
Ascendants.
doing it? Ascendance proc. Everyone is
Here's the
getting
3-1.
pressured. JT has so much work at the moment. He's got Guardian.
Looks like
Spirit.
jinxed it,
He's stabilizing Brunhilde. He's pulling Oscar back from the brink. I don't even think Overload can believe the position they're in right now. They're trying to get a kill here with the Comet Storm on Cookie. With the Ring of Frost.
XP buff coming Tuesday. I think that might be the 0.5 corruption patch, which I think is like the 25 or something.
Lasso comes through and they are pushing Overload back right now.
Yeah, Brunhilde's in a lot of trouble. All three members
I'm not sure,
are low
though.
nap time. Looking to send them.
Yeah, I think
down
it's
to
just
the
another
low
triple
bracket.
kill.
They do it at the same time, though. This is the Icy Veins. They need to be a little bit careful. Hatsuki doesn't have much, but Brunhilde is low. Finally gets topped off there. JT's going to be flying in the sky, throwing in massive amounts of heals. Oscar has an ice block. Might have to trade.
JT
Andre
almost zoomed, so is the
all
Pally.
over him at this point of the game. Cookie
They're both like
continuing to make a
5%
push.
mana.
Big explosion of damage.
40%
Oscar
damp.
down.
Oh my
Ice
Second
box
block.
raised. Brunhilde has bought enough
Karma
time to
available.
Karma, but
No
at the
bop
same
for it.
time, Cookie's in a lot of trouble. I feel like they're going to have to play defensive here.
Oh, lay on hands available. No mana left in the tank. They get around the ice wall. Brunhilde, when's he going to make the push? Andre's just going for a kill on the healer by himself. Andre is just reckless abandon going after JT. Is that the right maneuver? He's going to have to get back onto the mage here. No blocks. Hammer Justice on Brunhilde.
Leg sweep in 10.
Oscar's getting soloed. Oscar's getting soloed by the warrior. Dragon's Breath.
His wall in 5 on the mage.
Swap back to JT. He's like, nah, bro. Angel time. I'm immune. They got baited. They got baited. Angel form baited.
I think Ellie's dead here. 2-2.
Divine Shield comes up in 1 second.
There's the lasso. Gets CS on it.
Done
by the priest.
Damage, but it's a triple.
Pally has to bubble. He has no real mana to do much with it. He has the melee wings up, though. I guess he can do a lot of healing. I think Oscar's dead, actually. There's no healing coming in.
Here in the next couple of seconds, they disarm the warrior. Andre can't get on target. Cookie's got wall coming up in 1 second here, and if she trades it effectively, they should be able to win. They catch a stun on Andre.
Got a mass barrier in 3, maybe.
Big damage incoming. If Andre gets there, Oscar's likely going to go down. He gets a Dragon's Breath with a millimeter of space away from Andre.
A real barrier into a mass barrier. There's both. Brunhilde just gets tabbed solo. There's the life swap. Warrior kind of getting railed.
He lands on the ground. JT, he ramp ups. I think it's gonna be a negative ray.
Bladestorm went over to JT. Yeah.
Bladestorm comes through. Triple.
Drummond did die. So.
They're trying to 2v3.
I think they might have the 2v3. Brunhilde's dead. Yeah.
Goes down, but it's warrior versus mage.
Mage.
Here, man. And
Yeah.
Andre,
2-2. This is a good series.
but cannot ultimately pull it off. But they are putting on a show in game 4, and we are going to game 5.
Oh my goodness. I mean, Overload, both of their wins were at that 10-minute mark. Just a little
Yeah, almost
bit
all
of
these
a
rounds are
mark.
going to 10 minutes. Just waiting for that
Unbelievable.
50% dampening
Overload
power
wins
spike.
that game, and they played it really impressively. I have to say, Overload, they did a great job creating space, getting crowd control on Andre to finally pull off the win, but you still can't help but cheer for nap time in this one. Just that underdog team. And unfortunately, Cookie goes down at this mark, but somehow Andre, as well as Hatsuki, they keep pushing forward, but there's just no gas left in the tank. And when dampening is so high, you've got no mana, you're fighting Oscar with the Icy Veins. I mean, there's really nothing you can do once that 2v2 does happen. But the fact that they equalized it, a little bit of a statement there, right? Like, they really are here to play. And because Naptime won the swing match on Empyrean Domain, they get a small map. Like, where do you think we're going?
I'm trying to think with a bet because
A double swing match.
They have to consider monk though.
Both
Like,
teams
that
are
looks
losing on
like
their map pick.
A good
Or on their,
map. Like, what's a map you get as a monk and you just hate it? Is it runes maybe because your port's not that useful?
I don't think yeah, maybe ruins. I think ruins or potentially my brain is lagging right now. I'm lagging. Blackrock Hold. Blackrock Hold could also be a good one.
Isn't that
I don't
insanely
like
good
fighting
for monk
elemental
though?
stone.
Isn't that insanely good for monk with port in the room?
Yeah, but the good thing
They
is
need
like
they need the Z-Pie map. They need Tiger's Peak. They need the balconies. They need the balconies for the monk.
What
They
about
need
Carnage?
the Z-Pie strat. Oh, Carnage.
Carnage.
It could backfire, but I like where you're going. I like where your head is at. I think that would be the most enjoyable one. I really do. I would love if they go to Cage. Please go to Cage. Please make Cage like the anti. You know what I mean? Because like Dobob used it to beat Echo, #1 seed. It's like the anti-meta players map. Like I want them to pick Cage because I think it could be good. Could backfire a little bit. but with the knockbacks and with the shaman mobility, maybe it actually is a good pick for them. And it's just a crazy map. Like this series looks this wild on Tolvaron Arena. Like I do want to see it. Please pick Cage. I don't know if they're listening to me. I mean, it's obviously their competition on the line, so if they don't think it's the best, they shouldn't do it. But like, I would love to see the Cage. Everybody wants to see this series play out on the Cage.
Yeah, we got an opportunity to interview the teams too, and Cookie was saying that she's been playing with Andre for the past 2 years. Hetsuki has kind of became their main healer, and they're going to continue to play with Hetsuki, even though Paladin is not the best right now. A solid team with friends.
I'm just in queue right now, or not in queue yet.
With random players.
I was gonna play Europe
Yeah,
after though,
gotta be cheering for that, right?
but it might be too late by then.
The power of teamwork and friendship.
Because it's like what 10 p.m. over on Europe.
Your staple? Isn't that your trademark?
I like that. Yeah.
I feel like you don't follow that trademark anymore, though.
What are you talking about?
I feel like you're pretty quick to re-roll nowadays.
Dude, I'm still just an arcane mage, just trying to make it in a crazy world, you know? Like
Is
dabble
it really
with
that
different
crazy as an arcane mage right now? Is it? You having a hard
It's
time
pretty
with
crazy,
arcane?
man.
You
You
know,
saw
a
Z-Pie
boomkin,
play the
okay?
arcane mage. It looked
He won a game.
difficult.
Look
Yeah,
at
we'll see.
Boomkin. No,
I wanted to
Boomkin.
play some Europe today. I just kind of forgot that EU AWC is Friday, and I just wanted to watch it anyway.
We're not gonna.
Yeah, they are
gonna-
blinding and
we're not gonna
Windwalker
compete
again.
for
Okay,
which is the
I mean, it
worst
did get him a
guy.
win, so
Okay, like we don't have to do that. Look at you. You got your Ruins of Lordaeron map. You should be happy.
Yep. I mean, I guess I win no matter what. They pick Cage, I'm happy. They pick Runes, I'm happy. Like, either one of those two is good. And they're keeping Brunhilde in. So, I feel like it didn't, like, that win was not guaranteed for them. So, like, locking in the Monk after how wild that game ended, it's pretty scary. Like, Brunhilde got a lot of really good ports with those giant pillars where he just goes completely out of the game. I don't think he's going to get that luxury on Runes of Lordaeron, so they might get slapped around here. We're going to game 5. This is a series where you're kind of expecting, like, maybe Nap Time fluked out a little bit, you know, in the upper bracket or something to get to this position because they got the Paladin, the Warrior, they're newcomers, but they're definitely showing us that it was not a fluke to get to this position if they're taking the #1 seed to game 5 here. Runes of Lordaeron making them sweat the entire way with this composition. Just really good strategy, really good execution on their side. Power of teamwork and friendship as well is holding them afloat here, and it's a battle of the underdogs. David versus Goliath here, and Naptime are looking to make a statement. I mean, I don't know if we have like the point standings to look at exactly like the deficit at the moment between Overload and Naptime as far as the cups are concerned, but if you were just looking, if you're just observing this on paper, you didn't see any of these games, you would not expect the series to be as close as it is. And this one is likely going the distance.
definitely close since every game is 10 minutes long. Crazy dampening, but
every game is like 10 minutes. Like, so this is
yeah.
like 10 to, I can't do math. This is almost an hour long just on gameplay series. Like, and you make any mistakes, they can end instantly. This isn't like it's 10 minutes of just not really a lot is happening. Like, it's 10 minutes of if you stay in too long, you're dead. If you disarm too early, you're dead. If you're not catching out sheeps at the right time, you're probably dead. So very close calls for both teams. Intensity is at its highest. Overload, their #1 seed, is in jeopardy if they get knocked down this early, because you better.
I don't have an
believe
opener
that
command,
Nobab
but
and Echo in the next series are just like, please knock Overload down. Please knock Overload down, so that we can start climbing that ladder and take that #1 spot for ourselves. This is easily the most competitive season I think we've seen for Europe. It's usually top heavy, right? Like Echo at this point, usually like double or triple the points. You're just like, we're not even talking about their team anymore at that point. It's like, who's getting second? That's what we're really debating with Europe. But this time, that is not the case. That is absolutely not the case with Europe. Anybody, I legitimately think anybody at this point could take #1 in Europe. It is that seriously competitive.
I tend to tech first since the modifiers are just worth less now. So you don't really need to pad deeper daggers or Danse Macabre.
On that last game,
It's also just about the cooldown reduction. Like how likely you're going to get peeled rushing it. And if they're going to trinket, you know, and then avoid your secret tech entirely.
But somehow Naptime once again equalized it. Like both.
It is nice when the delayed damage of secret tech lines up with the Abyss crit, but I think I usually just rush the secret because you get more cooldown reduction to make sure you have it for the next go.
So I feel like this game is not looking bad. Brunhilde as well. I mean, maybe needs to
Yeah, it's usually like Shadow Strike Rupture, see if they peel you,
play the Windwalker,
then dance, pop everything,
you know, mix it,
secret into Abyss, into re-cheap Abyss.
it could be one of those things too where Overload starts getting better in this matchup and they get more pressure. But yeah, I don't know. It's been exciting. Like you said, it's been a great season. It's been very back and forth. Even sitting down and having an opportunity.
All good.
Sitting down. I sat down.
Dub's fun.
Was a stream. He was saying that like when the teams are wargaming right now, there's no team that really comes out ahead. Like even though certain teams are winning cups, in war games, it's just so back and forth, 50-50. Anyone can win any matchup and makes it really fun to spectate.
All right, here we go. Overload versus nap time. It's game number 5. David versus Goliath. The newcomers versus an insanely strong team. Best RMP in Europe right now in my books until Echo beats them in a mirror head-to-head. Once again later on, and we are jumping into Ruins of Lordaeron. It would be a final fitting resting place as it is a cemetery, and it's guaranteed to be a final resting place for one of these teams. There is no second chances. It's been a marathon of a series, 10-minute game after 10-minute game of raw intensity. Either side could go down at any moment, and this is a cutthroat map. There's almost nowhere to hide. Brunhilde's trying to take to the side here and get whatever position he can with his portal.
He's
to
mounting
line
up
of
after
sight,
put his
which
port
is-
down.
That's probably the best position he's going to get. Cookie's just
Waiting on the
immediately
blade storm.
blasting
No, he
with
just
arrows
leg sweeps
they
into it.
intercept with a double leg sweep.
I'm a Trinket's
Onto a
leg sweep
storm,
first
big combo
global.
burst, big combo onto Brunhilde. Cookie is ripping him apart.
Defensively
Almost peaking
fisting.
2 million DPS in the first 20 seconds.
He didn't actually pop the images yet, but
Massive cooldowns committed there by the side of Nap, and I like it.
He
Trying
did
to
now,
get
though, but-
Overload on the back foot in the early stages of the match. Oscar taking quite a bit of damage. And this map, it's going to be a lot more difficult for him to pull away and make space. And I think that's one of the reasons why I like this map so much is Oscar's not going to be able to create that kind of distance. Brunhilde getting really low. Right now, Overload's health is just looking like a yo-yo. It's up, it's down, it's up, it's down. But JT has managed to stabilize his team.
Oh, nice stun on Oscar. Big lava burst. Ray of Hope comes in. Should likely recover. They swap back on Brunhilde. Huge swap.
Oh,
Brunhilde's getting
no!
destroyed to the bop to Karma. I really want to see them use a bop on a Karma at some point in this game. I think they could clutch it out by removing one of those Karmas aggressively. The bop's not going to provide too much advantage defensively against the mage, so just bopping a leg sweeper, bopping a Karma. I'm really waiting to see if Hetsuki makes a play like that. He's line of sight. No, he gets caught in a polymorph. Nice catch from Oscar. Cookie's going to
Playing Snowdrift.
cutting through it. Blink mass poly. Insane catch from Oscar, but
Triple
into the
Snowdrift.
triple leg sweep.
Well, that was
Nice
like
catch, but
actually.
just take no damage. There's not even a dent there. Now Oscar's caught in a stormbolt. Cookie is
Like,
loading
that stacked up
Big
quick on the
primordial
blink
wave
end for the
after
mass volley.
HP, gone to
Oscar
the
getting
global,
soloed,
another
having to
half is gone.
block.
Ice block,
Terrified
number
of getting
one
like 3
out
mil
of
execute from the
way
warrior there.
Oscar, and they're going to switch back probably on Brunhilde. It looks like they're hitting JT.
He just flies in the air.
Overload.
Brunhilde dying in a lasso.
Brunhilde with no trinket and a lightning lasso. Andre is chopping.
Tab get blocked, Tab get
Yeah.
fly in the air, Tab get Windwalker
He's able to
stuff.
escape, get back onto Cookie, start ramping
Angel
up,
form in
still in the
20.
wall for 10 seconds.
Play
Can
swap
they
and
stay on
Guardian
target
still
here?
available though.
Oscar staying aggressive. Dragon's Breath on the warrior, but now Hetsuki can avoid the polymorphs without that Dragon's Breath.
Almost
available.
no
They go for
defensives forced from
paralyze
the
instead.
Thunder
Into a
because he has
polymorph.
wall back in
Stun the
3.
polymorph. Great defense for Hetsuki. Oscar is in trouble. Hetsuki's charging in. Brunhilde is rotting down, and Overload are getting kind of rocked right now, Vinruki.
Warriors just have an uptime on
Yeah,
both of them.
Hetsuki is always in
It's a little
position
bit
to land
smaller
that
of a
hammer
map,
of
but
justice onto JT, and this game is just really
Free stun onto the
unstable.
warrior.
Oscar just cannot kite the same way on this map we saw on other maps. There's just not that much space. This tomb is really paying dividends here for Hetsuki and Cookie, just working together as a unit right now, pulling Brunhilde out of line of sight and just forcing them into the clutches of Andre on that Fear War. At the same time, though, Cookie taking some damage. The polymorph does land. Cookie needs to be
What about the
very
auto ad
careful.
shit? I should have hit snooze.
Doesn't have to trade out the trinket. And it looks like Cookie will easily survive, but that was a trinket at the same
I only
time.
had one,
Oh,
actually.
he is getting low.
I triple
Needs to
snooze
cut away.
last time
Not a
because it was a
ton of
10-minute
karma
game.
available, but now
Should've ran it at the
Nahj is
downtime, though.
really putting on some solid pressure. I mean, look at the damage meters right now.
Look at Andre is top of the meter. He hasn't been top of the meter the entire series. He
let
wants
me
this
see.
so badly right now against a mage Windwalker. Topping the meter is so impressive. Trying to get some uptime here. Celestial Conduit. Big push on the Cookie.
It's kind of a
Psychic Screen
defensive
gets tremored by
plus
Cookie.
shield. Didn't do that
Brunhilde
much.
gets knocked away. Oscar gets a polymorph. Hetsuki trinkets it to stay aggressive.
That's like getting knocked
This is
away on
the
it though.
bop I'm talking about. Brunhilde's last line of defense.
Leg
is
sweep
Karma.
available in
So
like
Hetsuki
12.
gets a critically timed bop.
Actually
He doesn't
10.
want to risk it. Then he can't use Lay on Hands. It's a really difficult decision to make for Hetsuki. He's dodging the snowdrift of Oscar right now. Cookie's getting blasted though. A lot of
Meatballs
damage
everywhere.
at the moment.
A lot of instant
incoming.
cast damage.
She jumps over to safety.
Thunder's
Brunhilde
still
gets
ahead on
the
damage for
Oscar gets
the
a
like
counterspell. Nice blink
5th game in a row.
counterspell. Triple leg sweep from Brunhilde. Oscar blinking in. Triple Comet Storm. Massive.
Really
clean
good
damage
AoE
for
pressure
Hex
there,
off that
but
fear. Nice Hex. Stun on JT. Beautiful.
JT ahead on mana this time around.
Onto Brunhilde, but he recovers from JT. And now the Paladins in a
Brunhilde a little scared here. Has karma, but they do have a bop for it.
Second chances. It's game 5.
Yeah, this is dangerous. Hetsuki uses the Divine Shield as well as the Lay on Hands. Brunhilde getting absolutely
It's a full
smoked,
sheep on
but
Pally. He doesn't have to
gets
worry
the
about the
raise.
bop
Not
now.
positive very fully. Cookie's still getting low.
They
though
just
on
ran
Hetsuki
instead
and
here.
Cookie. This is such an unstable game here on Ruins of Lordaeron. The loser of this game goes to the lower bracket. The winner in a great position. So we'll see what they can end up doing here. Cookie still getting the damage out. Lava Burst flying in onto Brunhilde's got the Touch of Karma available, but he's afraid to make a push. At the same time, Oscar is getting absolutely
Might be second block.
destroyed.
Yeah.
Hammer of Justice lands once again, and these close quarter combat is really favoring the Paladin, but finally gets caught into a full polymorph. Cookie could be in danger.
Nice
The
hex.
full hex lands.
Full
Once again,
hex,
a beautiful
nice.
hex there by Cookie.
Tremor Totem on the Fear. Brunhilde's isolated. No Karma. Andre has got cooldowns up. Recklessness is coming up pretty soon. He's getting a reset on that Rage.
5 more minutes till deep dampening. Warrior might just die here. His veins in the wall.
He trades out the Enrage regen. It looks like he'll recover. He's charging in. Andre doesn't care. He's
It wasn't even his
throwing
rally.
He's charging in at 30%. Will he regret
Big
it?
wreck
It's
from the
match
Warrior.
point, trying to close out the game. But he's running out of cooldowns. Polymorph on Hetsuki. Andre's going toe-to-toe with Brunhilde. Andre gets stunned up. Oscar
Trying to
is
just
stunning
Snowdrift
Hetsuki.
Pally for
Freedom
more
to
micro
avoid it.
CC.
Oscar
Doesn't
being
get
in
it.
trouble. He's playing aggressive. Andre's looking to
Might be
punch,
block
charging
here.
in.
Warrior's gonna
Once
solo
again,
here.
Hammers are down onto JT. I think this is the
Yeah,
second
he has to-
block. Second block is out of the way. Big swap back onto Brunhilde with the lightning lasso. Oscar has to cancel it to counterspell it. And
Not much
Oscar is
available
still
for the
pretty close
Windwalker,
to the end of
but
that block.
they
And
still have
Big
swap
I
from
can't believe
JT.
it. Andre gets knocked
There's the
away.
Angel, him.
Cookie is firing on all cylinders. Lava burst after lava burst to take down Oscar, but Oscar is not going down. JT recovers the team. They're totally top. They're making their push. Here comes the Storm, Earth, and Fire. It's Hetsuki ready to deal with this Windwalker damage. Brunhilde is ramped up to max. Andre managed to escape. Cookie is escaping off to the side as well. Ring of Frost comes through. Cookie's going to walk into that one, unfortunately. Nice Dragon's Breath. Polymorph, does it get stopped? Oscar fakes the wind shear. Grounding Totem comes down. If Oscar gets a Polymorph, Andre's
for the
probably
third time's
gonna
the
die
charm.
pretty soon. Polymorph lands. He trinkets into another one, possibly. Hammer of Justice on the
Gets
mage.
hodged.
Brunhilde is rotting. It's rock and roll time for nap time. They are so
Right for a
close
hodge on
to a
GT.
win right now. Hetsuki
He just
charges
blinds
in,
him.
blinding light onto the healer. Brunhilde's the target. He diffuses right away. Andre
He has
in
a
trouble.
karma, but it'll
Hetsuki's
just get
crowd
bopped.
controlled. Is Andre going to survive? Can Cookie do anything? There's not really anything. Sacrifice comes through on their last leg. JT is into the skies. It just gets crazier and crazier. Andre gets behind the wall just in time. He's running for his life at the moment. Oscar's firing.
Still does have the karma. I think he needs probably has sack, so he can't really. Oh, the sack just
I
ended.
think a bop on the karma has to happen. It has to happen. I think if they want
Just say maybe he can like deny
Yeah, so
Pally
you
from
get
getting the
push, and
bop
they'll
with
be
like a
able to
good
do it
ink
at the
cap
same
or
time,
something,
though.
but
Oscar is getting low.
doesn't even have to worry about it as he
Taking
gets
down both
topped.
ways. Got the cold snap. Doesn't want to throw the game. Using the
So,
greater
Oscar has
invisibility.
second block.
Looking
That
for
was
the
his
polymorph.
wall.
Can he find
There's a
it?
barrier.
JT's getting low as well. Andre is just all over JT. The polymorph lands. Good defensive peels. Brunhilde comes back.
All
Makes
JT
the
has is
star
that
as
swap.
well onto Andre. Nap time has been
He has like
slowed
angel
down
form and
a
stuff in
little
like
here, but they're
38,
continuing to make the
but
push. Nap time
and
has the
Guardian in
pressure.
like 40.
Oscar is
but-
looking for something, but he gets caught into a full hammer of justice, immediately dispelled. Beautifully done there by JT. Cookie and Oscar just firing on all cylinders. The polymorph lands, but I think it's going to be Brunhilde that could fall. The lightning
He has
lasso
karma,
comes,
but
Brunhilde's still
gonna get
not running
bopped.
out. The karma finally does. They've got the blessing of
Doesn't.
protection, but opting not to trade.
Lay on hands, lay on hands, lay on hands. Lay on hands comes in on Cookie. Brunhilde's in trouble. He can't bop the karma. He's on forbearance. He's trying to run away. Brunhilde is scared. They're scared. How are Overload scared right now versus Nap Time, the lowest seed I think in the tournament right here, taking #1 seed for a run for their money. Game 5. I can't
That's
believe it. They're
crazy.
so
I think
close to
Brunhilde
a
is
win right
dead.
now. They disarm.
I'm waiting on like the
Trying to
3
slow down
million
the damage.
execute.
Cookie and Andre are just monsters at the
That's the
moment on the
Fishberry.
damage meter. JT's in angel form, and he's so happy he's in it. He's dead through angel form.
Dead through
Brunhilde is
angel
dying
freak
through
ass. He has
everything
swap
that
too,
JT
but
is throwing onto him at the moment. I can't believe it. Hetsuki, he's caught into a polymorph. Might have to bubble just a
stops
DR
him with the
polymorph.
angel. There's nice. Well, they actually kill here. They kill here.
Oh, touch of death comes in. Brunhilde will
I
close
actually
the
thought Thunder was gonna
series
take that.
out,
The way
and
they were so
Nap Time
behind for a
are
bit.
going to the lower bracket.
They're behind on mana. They were behind on
Oh
CDs.
my goodness gracious! I mean, what
That's a crazy
insane
series.
series. The ice wall comes down, gets a surprise. I mean, Hetsuki had that.
I'm gonna go
shield.
like splash myself with water or something. I'm so tired because I only got like 3 hours of sleep.
This could have looked a little bit different here, but ultimately Overload will secure the win. But I have to say, I mean, if you're one of these teams in the tournament, watching what Nap Time is able to do here against Overload, you got to be horrified. I mean, this is a real threat in that lower bracket now for any of these teams. These are these final moments to get the polymorph onto Hetsuki, and here comes the wall, and unfortunately, there's just really not too much. Hetsuki really didn't even have a response. Honestly, it had to be like a trinket or a divine shield a little bit sooner. Maybe Andre could have played a little bit more defensive during those moments, because if they held on there, I think this game was theirs.
I think running into that ring, I don't know if we're going to watch the replay back again, but Hetsuki, I don't know if that, sometimes the rings are invisible, so I don't know if that was invisible for him or not in that position, but he actually just ran into a ring. He was on the top of the tomb, and then he ran into the ring. What, right here? He fakes kick, and then he puts a ring down on the tomb, and then Hetsuki runs into it. So, like, that all the momentum was just grabbed right there. Like, if he doesn't run it into the ring or he just bubbles instantly. I feel like if he just bubble instantly there, he might have just killed Brunhilde through everything. But it's, like I said, it's a marathon of a series, man. This is 7 minutes into game 5. 10 minutes every game. And, like, you make the call to bubble there, and then maybe you lose the game later on. So, like, you don't really want to risk it. But it seems like, that's why I said, like, the games are long, but it's like any little minor mistake, little tiny detail can lose you the game.
That's my favorite series of the day.
Same.
Is it the same as the whole cup stage, maybe?
Maybe it's my favorite of the whole cups of any of the games. There's been a lot of good series. That's hard to say. I'd have to think, but
I mean,
it's
I think
definitely my
today
favorite.
That helped.
has been good. Like, all 3 series have been insane to watch.
I'm not saying they haven't all been insane. I just think this has been the most insane.
Oh,
You know?
Okay. I got you. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, no.
I also had to just like pop my ears from
This is
allergies.
a team that was such an underdog. Like, if you looked at our predictions, if you looked at chat predictions, and that was not safe at all from Overload. They did not make that easy on them for sure. I mean, 3 1s and 3 0s all across the board. So they basically said, "Hold my drink, watch this."
We ate today? Yeah, I had
Didn't quite
breakfast.
Make it happen in the end, but that was the upper bracket. Also,
I had some
so
like
they
meal
could
prepped chili.
have a potential to make a comeback. They're going to be facing off against Super Duper Gamers, but that's going to be another challenge for them for sure. That's the team that sent Chewbacca Tensei out of the bracket. So if we do see that matchup, or well we are going to see that matchup later on today, well, how do you feel like that is going to go, Super T's, based on what we just saw? Yeah, take a breath.
I mean,
take a breath.
nap time, like Cookie was taking Zeepai in games in Elemental Shaman Mirrors in Cup number 1.
Yeah.
So I definitely think that they have a fair shot, but at the same time, SQ on Resto Druid, he was really good. Like that was, you know, considering that we don't really know him as like a streamer or personality or something like that. Like he was really making big plays on that Druid. So I don't like, and Super Duper Gamers need this, right? I don't think they're in the top 8. I don't know if we have the points. They were like 11th or something. I don't know where their standing is.
They're
after
really
that
close.
win. But like, I feel like they need to. Okay, so they're in 9th. So, oh my God, wait, do they knock nap time out if they win? Right?
They're 1 game away.
Oh my
from...
God, that. Oh my God, that is.
That's some drama right there.
Of the day for the gauntlet. You're. I mean, you could climb up further in the gauntlet, but at least you're guaranteed the 8th spot if you win this series. Oh, well, maybe not guaranteed. You'd be tied for it, right? It would be a three. What happens in a 3-way?
Crazy that Echo's in 3rd. That blows my mind. Well, tied for 3rd. That's like potentially 4th even.
Against who, and then there'll be a tiebreaker. It sounds like.
Okay, we got a tiebreaker for that. We've never had a tiebreaker like that. I mean, we might even have a tiebreaker in the top 3 too, with how things are running at the moment. So, Naptime and Super Duper Gamers, they both need that series. And if looking at how much energy Naptime just put in that series, I'm a bit worried they might be fatigued, honestly.
Oh, you think from Naptime?
Like, I mean, that was long. That was like, I don't know if you've played like 10-minute game, 10-minute game, 10-minute game, 10-minute game, 10-minute game against like just imagine you're like an MMA fighter and you get in the ring with like the toughest fighter ever, for like, and you just finished an entire round with them, like, and now you got to go into a team to qualify for top 8. I am a bit worried that Naptime might definitely need to take some nap time, like you said.
For sure. Well, I mean, luckily they do have a. For what could be a pretty extensive series in between the next time that they have to play. They've got Dobob versus Echo, this next series coming up here, to take a little bit of a break before we do get to that lower bracket round. But that is another one that I am very excited for. Echo, of course, they are the team that has been the top dog in EU for so long, but they are in trouble of getting knocked out of the top 3 to make it to the grand finals, and Dobob definitely clawing their way to that top spot if they can get there. This is a team that kind of newly formed this season, but has really been impressing everyone so far. So we can talk about that series a little bit once we come back from the break before we get into it. But that is kind of it for that series. So we're going to take a break ourselves. So we're going to head off, and when we come back, it is the upper bracket match. It is Dobob versus Echo coming up next. You definitely don't want to miss this one. We'll be right back.
I'm not gonna lie, I thought the Thunder actually had that somehow. I was very surprised. How you doing, Ensway? Yeah, I did. Yeah, I've been watching this series the whole way through. A lot of 10-minute dampeners. Is this the last series of the day? Let me see. I mean, sub's been played a lot this AWC. This is the best sub's been for a hot minute. Palu played some sub. Aiden played some sub in like top 4. Calvish has played some sub. 1 or 2 EU teams attempted it, but I do think RMP FMP is starting to fall off though. Some of the Ellie Strumans being a little after the second round of mage nerfs and the second round of Ellie buffs. Like Ellie might be the best caster again. I'm not sure. How you doing, Knife? I think I have a lot of my transmogs on the Discord. Yeah, most of the ones I kind of do are like rare stuff you can't get anymore though, but
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. Chan is currently in the process of raising his desk. Good?
Yeah.
All right, cool. Hello, everybody. Welcome.
I think it was
back.
the first time
Here
I've
is
gotten
the
to hear
upper bracket.
Chan
It is
commentate,
Bob
'cause,
versus
I missed
Echo.
Cup 2.
Very, very excited for this.
I had a bunch
series.
of IRL
Chan,
stuff
I'm gonna
going
hand
on.
it off to you first. What's your take on
And I
this
didn't go
series?
back
Do
to
you
it yet.
think Echo can defeat Dobob, given that this is a rematch as well.
My heart says yes, and my heart says it's gonna be a 3-1. You know, 1 loss to Dobob because Raiku's gonna die pre-block, so I am gonna put that cast the curse on Raikou. I'm sorry,
Ooh.
but my head says it's a 3-0 for Dobob.
Yeah, that's how a lot of
It's-
comps work.
It's a three-peat for them. They face them every single cup. First match on Friday, and honestly, there is a massive mental block. It seems like for Echo with Ezia.
Yeah.
Ezia alone, not to take away from Relza or Flappers, but this guy has been single-handedly causing Echo problems. Last season, this season, he is, fully CC.
Belly threat? Nah.
Ice walling, just getting cheese kills all the time, and Echo just hasn't found a way around it yet. So today we'll see if anything is different. But I am looking forward to a Raikou death pre-block, and
That's
I need
horrible.
to see this at least once in my life.
Does he know
He's-
that you're just rooting for his downfall?
Absolutely.
Like, he does know.
Hopefully I don't make him choke. Hopefully I do.
I don't know. I
he-
think
I'm not gonna worry. He's probably gonna be more concerned about if I picked his team to win or not, as far as getting cursed, because my predictions have not been good throughout this. But Tessia has been an MVP for a long time, just like Chan said. Moving from last season, we just had highlight reels, best play of the year. I think Chan was the victim of the best play of the
Oh,
year,
horrible.
actually.
Oh, no.
So he knows firsthand what Tessia is capable of.
Yeah.
And I want to add on to that.
Go ahead.
Sorry, Aya.
No, it's okay.
Thesia is perhaps the only player in the world in 12 years I competed that has made me felt like that, where I'm just getting completely outplayed in a tournament. I'm speechless. My team is raging around me. I have no idea what's going on. So the highest praise for him. I think he's probably the best mage right now. He's just the player.
3-0.
Wow.
Goddamn.
Poor Reiki, man. You're just taking all kinds of.
Slamming
That's
him.
not to take away from Raikou. That's
got it.
praise for Thesia.
For sure. No, I mean that was gonna be my question to you, Chan, is like your take on Dobob. So it sounds like
Video
you
sound
have
higher?
it
Yeah.
in high regard, especially considering your prediction is 3-0 in favor of Dobob. Subtees, what is your prediction for the series?
Past performance is not indicative of future results, but based on Echo's performance in previous season cups, they might drop a first cup, they start speeding up in second cup, but they usually start winning by the last cup. So I'm just basing off of history and going with Echo with this one.
That should be better,
Although
I think.
I do think it's a very close
Hopefully I'm
race.
still louder than
It's
it.
gonna
Yeah,
be
I am.
3-2 for Echo, but Echo is a team where I
Hey,
feel like
Lucas.
I'm seeing it kind of repeat a little bit, where they kind of drop the ball. They're not sure exactly what's going on with the meta, choke a little bit on some of the earlier cups, but then by the last cup and the finals, then they're just max power.
Okay. I'm kind of on the same boat you are, Subtees. I feel like Echo is one of those teams that tends to bounce back really, really well. And oof, okay. All right, Chan is going against the grain here. I
Yeah.
like it. The only that is so funny. That is so funny. Okay. No, I'm with you. I just feel like Echo, they tend to bounce back. They tend to adapt really quickly. Dobob, they've been such a fun team to watch and to see develop over the course of these last 3 cups. And I think the opposite of Chan is that like my heart tells me Dobob can win, but my brain is telling me that it'll be Echo. But I'm happy to be proven wrong. Every year, every cup, I feel like I'm rooting for
Wow.
Dobob just because they've been such a fun roster to see grow and develop. But Chan, I love that you're sticking with it. You don't even. It seems like you don't even think Echo can get a single game. You're a 3-0. I mean, that's the only 0 on the screen, and it's yours.
Yeah, I mean, I feel bad, putting them on blast like this. I love the guys, but you can't beat the brick wall with Thesia right now. This is his meta. This is a mage playmaking meta, and he is the best playmaker in WoW right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, we're gonna get started soon. I do wonder if we have time. We have a predictions leaderboard that we can show real fast. Don't
Am I
look
the
nervous.
bottom? Am I
Subtees.
on the
No,
bottom?
you've been
Am I on
doing.
the
I feel like
bottom?
you've been doing well. I
It
think
got
I'm on the
reset,
bottom.
right? It got reset,
yes,
right? Because
It
Chan's
did.
here.
I think I'm on the bottom. Yeah, see, you're fine. You're
Oh.
fine.
But the coin!
I'm on the bottom.
I'm not
dude.
even. We're all tied with the coin. Wait, we're all 666%. That's a bad omen.
That is a
That's
bad.
a bad.
omen.
That is
That's
a
not
bad.
good.
That's funny that there's
this
a
is a
coin.
bad omen. The coin is 666. Wait, how is the coin 666? I thought the coin is 50%.
So okay, so for that, so
Or no,
production
they're
has
flipping
been-
a coin now.
They're flipping an actual coin.
Oh
yeah,
my
they're doing
God.
that. So
We're no better than a coin. None of us.
dude, I'm at the very bottom. You could at least be there with me. So we can lock it in. We can lock it in. All right, let's lock in for this game though. It's game number 1. Ooh, they use like the inky black potion or something. The observers here love that. Dobob versus Echo, game number 1. Chan, we've got a mirror on our hands.
FMP mirror, the WAS form coming out.
WAS
to play.
form ready.
Now we haven't seen this one, and I don't think I'm happy to see them adapt and not stick to the RMP. We'll see what happens this game, but this is a big change from Echo. Echo is used to playing their mains, sticking to the.
I mean, they did play
RMP
WAS form in
full
like
on,
Cup
and it's
2
not
that they
normal
won.
for them to go on the alts. What do you think
There is
that's
precedent.
I think Waz is just tilted on Rogue. I think he's been tweeting about how he's not playing Rogue ever again or something like that. I heard him talking about it on his stream, and he's just kind of giving it up and re-rolling, I thought. But we saw a nice life grip there from the Priest, pulling the mage behind the wall just in time. I like this Vortex on Raikou.
That
It's
shows
holding him
already
down
like
while he's
20
putting
million
the
damage
stun.
ahead.
He's
Well,
gonna
15.
trigger that Vortex before considering Shimmer. Raiku's playing really aggressive here. Double Shimmer, gets a Polymorph. Tessia is isolated. He barriers. He's pulling back to the pillar.
Flopper's
Flapper's
18
getting
million
pressure
above
up on
Waz already.
Raikou fakes an interrupt. Really trying to prove himself here. Raiku's trying to reclaim that throne as #1 Frost Mage in Europe.
Right now, I mean, Thesia sniping actually a poly on Waz earlier in the game, and right now, Dobob has all the momentum. You look at the damage meter, Echo is very, very far behind. And that's kind of been the same story as when they played RMP, is they were unable to get setups going, they were always playing from behind, and now they're playing the mirror, but they're behind in momentum, and that's not a good sign of things to come.
No, it's definitely not. And like going toe to toe with Flappers is also a statement because he came off of out of retirement this season, but he has been absolutely tearing it up on this roster. And look at the pressure from that damage that's mounting. We're not even a minute and a half into the game. We've seen some of these games go 10
for
minutes,
some clones.
and players are getting
Good
so
CS.
critically low in these early stages. A big swap on Waz. Good recovery,
Maybe
but now
Flapper's
Raikou
there
is
too.
low. Mez trying to
Just for
stabilize him at the
cross CC.
pillar with shifting power from both mages. Counterspell on Tessier. He's not going to be able to shimmer. Raikou's trying to get into an aggressive position. Wall
There's a
comes
wall.
down, isolating him. Nice play here. Mez tries to
Going for
reposition,
clone.
but he walks into a Dragon's Breath, and oh no. Oh, thank God they didn't overlap right there. It was a trinket from Mez. No panic, ice block. But
Flapper's
momentum,
also
as you're
going for
saying,
clones
is
now on
continuing
Raikou
to
on the
build for
Guardian.
Dobob.
Yep, and a lovely ice wall from Thezia.
He's stun onto Waz and do a clone on Waz.
Full sheep on Med now. What he did was he ice walled off Med, forcing him to go the other way, and then he played goalie, DBing him, forcing that trinket, and also applying so much pressure. Look at Thezia's positioning. He's always walking towards Med, but he actually has to go into the block first.
Oh, that is a big trade, and he gets Mass Dispelled. They're both at half, but Flappers is popping Incarnation, but Tessia is getting crit. Big hits there. Relza recovers. Close call, but Echo easily put themselves back in the game. Raikou gets gripped out of there by Meh. Tells him he can't play around with that Incarnation. He cannot pet the cat right now. It's massive damage. Flappers gets a bash. Tessia is in position. He can't fake the Skull Bash, but he's still got a Dragon's Breath, but now he's in a Maim Stun. Waz is getting good crowd control.
Damage
on
numbers
Tessia here,
are
shutting
a
him
little
down on his
behind,
push,
for sure.
preventing their attack. He's got to be a bit concerned, though. He gets caught in a stun for a moment. Big swap on Waz. He trades out the survival instincts. Now they're swapping back on Flappers, possibly, cleaving him
Waz
down.
like 20
Waz
million
looking for
behind.
Cyclones,
Raikou
trying
like
to find
30,
some peels.
35
He
million
finds a
behind.
now Flappers actually
Like
finds a
overall,
Cyclone
like
on
over
Raikou
50
at low
million
health.
behind as a team.
Can they manage to chain that? Tessia
So that
gets
is
feared
kinda
away by
giving
Matt. Another
Relza
polymorph
more of a
attack. They actually
mana
guessed the
lead.
polymorph with no death.
Like
Was it on
80
cooldown
to like
there? Raikou
70
could be
on
in
mana.
trouble. So Waz is in a Cyclone. I think this is going to be a block, easily a block. Is there a Mass Dispel?
First
Looks
blood
like
of
they're
ice
not really going
blocks.
to go for it, but there's still crowd control on Meh. They swap on Waz. This is a crazy setup from Dobob.
Ice wall.
So close to a kill.
Waz might just
with
die
the
here,
wall down,
Guardian.
and Waz almost falling there. We're only 3 minutes into this game. Now a big setup on the Tessia. Echo need to bounce
Trying to
back.
fake
if they wanna
CS
take this.
doesn't get CS on like the second clone.
And like I said earlier, I'm loving Thezia's positioning. Just always
least they get
staying close
CS
to
out of the
Med,
way for
trying to
Raikou.
pressure. And Raikou and Waz, they're feeling
Big
like
bite
they're
onto
dying,
Thesha, he
feeling
gets
like they're
guardianed by the
back
healer.
Sometimes. And the end result of that is because Thezia is so much closer to the enemy.
Some
healer,
Incarn
they're
action is going to
so much
happen
easier.
kind of soon.
As I say that though, Raikou was able to snipe.
We got Incarn for Waz and Flappers both at the same time at 40.
Ooh, big push on Tessia. Raikou getting
And
pressured.
the mages are about
Waz
to
gets
play the
knocked
game
away.
with
Ring of
Veins
Frost
in
defensively.
like 10.
Nice Cyclones from Flappers. Big bite on Raikou.
There's
That's a
some
nice
Veins
chomp.
action from
It
both
looks like Mez
mages
in a
and
good
just some
position to
Incarn
recover.
action
Tessia's
in
getting
like
aggressive.
after the
As you've
Veins.
been highlighting, Tessia is just constantly pushing the pace. Rel's has been getting way more breathing room for most of this game because Tessia's playing so aggressive. Waz getting bleeds up on Flappers.
There's
Maybe
Veins
a
from
swap
both
there,
mages.
Bleeds up onto Tessia, swapping back over.
Raikou getting
Raikou's playing
CS'd.
defensive, and it's not normal that we see Echo play so defensive. They just can't maneuver away from this
It's
position.
stun
Nice
cloned on
Dragon's
it.
Breath on the clone from Tessia. Waz getting shut down. Big damage incoming. Now, is this the moment of opportunity? When are they going to get in on top of Meh? It's such a dangerous game. Look at the damage they're exchanging back and forth. They're critically low. Raikou has to get gripped out. Flappers get swapped on.
Yeah,
Meh's
Flappers
into
and
Angel form.
Waz
Relza's
have
into
pretty
Angel form,
similar
mirroring
damage,
each
though.
other
It's
so
really just
effectively at this point, but there is still an ice
Thesha
block
being
lead for
60 million
Dobob.
above Raikou.
That is the Incarn and the Veins from both teams though, so things are going to slow down quite a lot now. But overall, the game.
Because both teams are just kind of
in terms
Pving.
cooldowns,
It's really hard to
quite
go for
equal, but
CC.
It's clear that Dobob has all the momentum. Waz dying as well at the same time.
Another ice
Big
wall.
catch on Raikou. Oh, the vortex.
That's just
oh
emptying
my
it.
God, sick plays from Flappers.
I mean,
That
to
forces
overlap the
second
block and the
just when
Guardian
you
there is
think
unfortunate.
The damage is going to slow down.
Uh,
Incarn's on
no, the
cooldown. Icy
semifinals
Veins
is Sunday.
cooldown. Flappers and Tessia find
It's
an
like
opportunity
top
to
six
force that
and,
last
like,
major
bottom of
ice
top
block.
8.
And the Guardian
So, like,
Spirit
top
from
4.
Mess is a big opening. Mana is
I don't know if
tied.
this
Waz
is winner's
sitting through a
bracket, though.
Cyclone at the moment, but he's catching Flappers on
I'd
damage.
imagine
It's
so,
really
'cause it's
important
Thesha's
that
team.
Raikou gets his damage picked up. He's almost getting doubled on damage now at the 5-minute mark. He's getting totally destroyed. It could be a void shift at any moment if Mez not careful here. If he gets counterspelled possibly. Looks like they're committing the counterspell
the
on
full
Waz. He's
shifting off.
looking for another Cyclone. Nice stun into Cyclone on Flappers. Take the Druid out of the game for a little bit. Raiku's trying to reposition. He's getting aggressive. He blinks on top of Relza. He gets feared, though. He couldn't find the polymorph. Nice fear on Raikou.
Raikou just doesn't have any opportunities this game to get aggressive, and he's just playing to live, and it's just a constant problem. Look at Thezia, he's
Didn't
got
they already
peak
match
right
him?
now.
I'm not
He's
sure. Like
threatening
maybe in a
Meh,
previous week.
walking
This is
forward
Cup
and just
3.
constantly threatening. And the game is just so unplayable from Meh's point of view.
Well, there's like
because the
3 little
team's
tournaments that
collapsed
feed
on
into
top
a
of
big
him. He's
tournament.
too close to him.
And that's where the
There's no
gauntlet and
way
everything
about
is.
PCCs. Whereas on Dope, amazing grip from Relza on the ice ball. Foresight of that.
Like a little
Oh,
circuit.
big catch on Waz
Used to be
now.
4 cups,
Barsky
but
looks
now
like it
it's
should
3.
be enough here, but it's a lot of mana if Meh has to spam flash heals for these couple of seconds. Tessia getting pressured. Maybe Echo aren't out of it. Raiku's finally getting into the middle of the map and a little bit further away from Meh, but Flappers fakes an interrupt. I think he's going to be looking for Cyclones. He gets Maim stunned. Big pressure still on Raikou. No blocks remaining. Tessia is getting low as well. A massive exchange of Titans here in the upper bracket of Europe, Chan.
Incarn's coming up in just a few seconds for both Ferals right now. Ice Wall coming down from Thezia. Waz
Well,
in
it's
big
time to
trouble.
pop his
He gets a
Incarn
swap from
defensively.
Meh, so he'll be fine for now, but Incarn's going to get popped by
He's going for
Flappers.
some clones
Waz is
first.
going to counter
Clones
pressure right now.
Feral.
Landing a clone on
There's his
Flappers'
Incarn. Gets a
Lovely
block.
play,
Now he's
forces
swapping
Thezia's
Feral with
block.
Incarn.
And now
Never
he
mind,
gets-
the block gets
it's
emptied.
anybody's game.
It's anybody's game. 6.5 minutes in here.
Both
Tessia is
Ferals
getting
still
pressure, but
incarning on
nice
each
stun
other's
Raikou.
mages.
Waz is soloing
Relza
Tessia
and
at the
Raikou
moment. Dragon's
were
Breath gets dispelled.
back to being
Still going
tied
for
on
it.
mana.
Flappers is going for it, but Flappers is low health as well. Massive
Even though
buy-in on
Thesha's
Tessia.
like
Relza has the
80
void
million
shift.
ahead on
It comes
damage.
through, but Raikou blinks in. He's finally getting to make a play. Can he get the
Well,
polymorph
70.
out in time? Tessia is so
Thesha
low,
might just
and
die here.
somehow, some way, Echo managed
That's
to
crazy.
pull it off. They've been on defense for 6 minutes straight. Like you're saying, Met is screaming that his team can't get anything going, but in the last second, they managed to clutch it out.
This game was a bit tough to look at. I think, you know, the overall momentum was in Dobob's favor. Echo having signs of life at some moments, but overall, I feel like Dobob was ahead and had way more opportunities to close out the game. At the end here, obviously,
That's crazy, though.
it was just too much for Relza to deal with, but I can see it going either way. But I will say, great performance by Echo, playing Waz form, bringing out the ult Feral, playing it in the mirror against Dezia.
Yeah.
And actually pulling it off.
I mean, that is a big statement here, and Raikou really wants that crown of #1 mage again. I mean, he's self-proclaimed god if he could give himself an IRL title, so he's got to be holding up to that level of reputation here, and winning a mirror like this is impressive. Dobob have been playing this comp the entire season, right? Flappers and Relza have a long history together of that Feral Druid Priest synergy from their Jungle Cleave days as well when they were competing at LAN events, and Tessia is one of the MVPs, all-star Frost Mage players as a pickup for this roster. They are looking like a real strong contender, but even despite their early advantage that they had built throughout this, looking evenly matched on mana, when it came down to just that final play, Echo were the ones who were able to clutch it out, close out the game, get the kill, and take a game 1 victory. Now, do you think there's any possibility of any type of counterplay? Because Dobob, they're probably not going to change their comp. So this is probably a mirror all the way through, no?
No, this is game 3 or game 5 of the same comp, I think, the entire way through. I think it's obvious.
Yeah, I think they stay in
based on
FMP the
last
whole
2
way through.
weeks, they're not queuing RMP into FMP. I watch Waz's stream, he's constantly talking about how RMP can't beat FMP, and he's fully convinced himself that Feral is the way forwards. And you can see why. Feral has Incarn, Outlaw Rogue doesn't have.
I mean, if you watch RMP versus
Feral
FMP,
Druid is just gonna do
even though
much more
every
damage
Feral is
than
like a
Rogue.
massive
And
gaslighter,
when
it's
you
like
look at
really
the early game,
obvious
it's just
that the Feral
such a
just does
difference
100
between
million
Nahj
more
and
damage than an Outlaw Rook.
Okay, so deep into dampening, Feral's going to be favored here. Echo have their chance to lock in. We're going to be going to Ash.
So like the PV war is like really
Interesting
skewed.
that Dobob don't pick.
Yeah,
Cage
the Outlaw
Carnage,
can kind of
'cause they
control
have been
more,
picking
kind
that,
of.
Maybe it's their fallback, their last
but-
game map, but they've been using Cage to beat Echo almost every time.
I love seeing them pick.
Just in
Cage
terms of
Carnage,
more
to be
reliable
honest.
stuns on
There's
healer
the
because of how
Axis
good
factor in
grapple is,
there,
but
Flappers, there's making plays, knocking people around. It is his kind of map. Maybe they just want something a bit more neutral, which is what Ashermane's fall is. Echo taking the time to pick now, but in the end, I think it's just going to be an FMP pick. They just want to use that time to talk through strategies, what went wrong that game, what they want to do better.
What does it look like? You've been on this team, right? So like, what does Echo look like after they win a game like that, as far as communication?
Well, it depends on how the game went. I can tell you for sure, Raiku's second block,
Hey.
Met was not happy. He was probably crashing out a little bit at Raikou there. Had the GS in there as well. They did have a little bit of an overlap, but it just depends on how the game went, really. The comms can get extremely heated.
Do you think it's a good thing to be like almost like a perfectionist in that sense? Do you think it ever holds Echo back, or do you think that's actually like the secret ingredient of their success?
Well, I think it's because everyone cares. There's so much passion. It's why they've had, you know, the results they've had. They're very competitive, very, very passionate, and it bleeds through. They get emotional, but people forget it 2 minutes later. They work through it, and they're about to lock in here. FMP, I'm calling it.
That's one of the things where you can't take anything personal. Everybody's on the same page, is in alignment with one goal, which is just victory at all costs. I feel like Waz, he wants to be known at like down in the history books as like the greatest arena player of all time. He wants to be the greatest arena team of all time, and I know that he prides that on himself and his team a lot. So that's going to be a lot of pressure, a lot of stress. They've been holding that title for a long time consecutively, but it feels like this season is a season where they've been incredibly challenged, and now they're going to be forced out of their comfort zone. And we saw that in North America last season, right, with Peekaboo, when he had to pick up the Feral Druid in order to take on Welcome to the Zhang. Waz is now following a very similar parallel healer.
that's what confuses me. Is Waz form came out and won a cup in season 1, like cup 2 or whatever.
Thinking that was going to be where the difference was
And then they
Flappers
just
would be
like
able
went
to
back
get
to just
significantly
playing
more
rogue.
damage than him.
And they were like the only
Overall,
rogue in
FMP
both
did
regions
ridiculous
making it
damage,
work.
but I
Almost
think,
every other
you know,
rogue was playing
average
Feral
out
at that
towards the
point.
game, the start of
You
it,
could
it
like
was
every
really
NA rogue,
more
some of the
momentum.
EU
Can
rogues.
you
Like,
go first and just Echo losing for the
His
first
Feral
game
was a
since
lot more
they
dominant last season than it is
back.
this season. It's a little more
The
close
thing is,
now,
when it
but
hits dampening, Icy Veins, Incarn, it's anybody's game. It's whoever makes the least
the Mortal Strike
mistakes
nerf
in
and
those
1
crucial
second off
moments of the
Cyclone
game.
didn't really change
But it's gotta
anything.
come
Like
ahead.
Feral just has too much quality of
Let's see
life
if they can
in
pull
that
off.
you can't root it,
I
volley
did
it, or
save my
disarm it.
heart. It was 3-1 for Echo.
And it just does
Let's see what happens here.
infinitely more damage than Outlaw.
All right.
And that's not even
Dobob
tied to the
3-0 here.
uptime.
You were really firing on Tessia's ability.
It's just,
but
it
Waz
has
was gonna
actual
prove you
burst.
wrong with that Feral Druid pickup, I think. He's like,
It still has 20 second kidney.
The team. I got to really show him up here, I
It
think.
has actual like
I
Acid
wonder
Rook
what they're
AoE.
thinking of this, knowing that I'm watching and how they're feeling
The
about
only thing it's
that,
missing
hearing
is, like,
what
a
I said
smoke
about
bomb.
Raikou. Hopefully he proves me wrong.
But
here.
Outlaw usually doesn't even play
Fantastic
smoke bomb
player.
anyway.
I always thought of Raikou as like a fantastic, consistently good player, an efficiency player, whereas Thezia's more of a playmaker. In that last game, he wasn't really able to create any windows, but we'll see as the series progresses. If they slow the game down a lot, I honestly think Raikou can edge ahead.
All right, a game of efficiency for Raikou. Tessia, a game of style and finesse. Is finesse going to be able to beat that type of conservative play here in game number 2, as both druids just jumping in, immediate Ice Wall gets mass dispelled. Incarnation ripped earlier, I think, for Flappers, so his damage should likely scale a little bit
There's
further
a precog. He's getting a wall on the angel form. Waz MDing the Ice Wall to keep healing with his
on
angel.
both sides. Barkskin trades for Waz. No
Yeah, back
trinket
to
from
the
Waz, so no trinket, no Barkskin.
Both
I
Ferals
do
trying to
believe
clone.
that he
Flapper's
could
clone
be a
goes off a
target
little
in
faster.
this type of situation in the future.
It's Heart of the
Absolutely.
Wild versus
And
New
one
Heart of
thing
the
I
Wild.
want to critique actually from both teams is they get the angel from the enemy priest, but then they trade Ice Wall just to deny the massive spell. I actually think if you're Thesia, you don't trade that Ice Wall for MD in angel form. You wait for an opportunity to catch someone who has no trinket and get a cheese kill, because that's Thesia's strength, right? I don't like seeing that from them. I would like to see Thesia, if he wants to win the series, to make some plays with that instead, rather than just trading cooldown for cooldown.
Yeah, but at the same time, if you have to block early and then there's a massive spell to threaten, it could be risky too. So, but playing into that game,
Yeah, I
is
don't
playing
think
into
forcing
Raiku's
MD is
advantage
worth it either.
possibly,
Exactly.
whereas you're not playing into your style. So let's see if Tessia, the next time Ice Wall becomes available, he can get a couple shifting powers off to reset it. Also, nice setup. Tessia still getting pressured. Raiku's got Blizzard down at the pillar, line of sighting during the polymorph. Now coming back into the middle of the map. Mez getting rooted by frostbites. Might get a little.
Maybe the
positional
Ice Wall
line of
outtrades
sight
it,
moment
though.
there. He's
Ice
actually
Wall is
getting
90, right?
too. Tessia is
I don't
chasing him
remember if
down.
MD is
Snowdrift,
2 minutes or not.
Dragon's Breath. Waz jumps over. He might get stunned as well. He has to shapeshift this
Maybe it's fine
Snowdrift.
in that
He's
regard.
shapeshifting. He avoids it. He walls. That was a good call by Waz in that position. But now he's got no trinket, no survival instincts, and they're constantly poking Waz. They're testing him, I think, on this Feral Druid to see if he's ready for some type of swap in the future.
Absolutely.
No,
I mean,
yeah, it is 2 minutes.
Or
But yeah,
Bastion
it
for 30
outtrades
seconds.
it.
He could die in a really quick swap here, especially with the Ice Wall. Here it comes. Blocking Met off, no MD.
Yeah, honestly, trading it
Come on,
for
Waz,
MD
but
is fine.
pre-bearing it, good foresight from Waz. And
It's a 90-second versus a 2-minute.
But again, in terms of positioning, Raikou was at that middle pillar.
Granted, I guess
whereas
the
Thezia's
angel
on
form
top
isn't
of
going to
that.
line up with the second
You
Ice
hate
Wall
to see
anyway.
this if you're an Echo fan or Echo viewer. Raikou is just... There's not as much presence as Thezia has inside this game.
Ooh, that was a big push of damage here. Nice polymer from Tessia. This is Icy Veins. Incarnation available.
There's
Walls
another
are
wall.
coming down. Doesn't look like mass. Oh,
MD.
they've got a massive spell for it. They can reposition. Incarnation's blaring for both, but Flappers get stunned immediately by Waz. Good shutdown. Raiku's free cast.
Depends
in
on
the
your
corner
playstyle
there.
pushing
They're
and what
jumping
you
in to
enjoy
catch
more.
Waz. He's going to Barkskin Bear. And another overlap of those trinkets. And Tessia, out of nowhere, gets chewed up. And Relza has to void
They're
shift
both
in that
solid
moment,
picks.
in that opportunity. And it seems like there is more pressure on Tessia. I feel like Dobob are spending a lot of time on Waz. Whereas
I'd say
Echo's
at the
spending way
low
more
end,
time
sub
on
might
Tessia. We'll
just
have to see which
get more
target ends up
value.
ultimately being the better strategy. Met into
Like
a bash.
cheesing
Waz
people.
critic low, but he's just hugging that bear form.
With
for
Outlaw,
dear
you have to
life.
really
Man's under
learn how
crowd
to,
control
like,
and should recover. But here's the opening.
be late
Waz, no
game
trinket, no
consistent
skin,
dampener.
Big meteor, huge crack of damage. I can't
There's
believe
no,
it.
I
He's
just
actually
one-shot
managing
a
to
low-rated
survive through
team
this.
kind
If
of
they had
effect.
any crowd control on Meh, that would have immediately been his trinket.
Now with the Apotheosis there and a lovely double fear to recover Waz. But Thezia is going to
Almost dies, no block.
Oh my god, almost dying there.
I mean, it has been for a
This
while,
game, it
yeah.
seems like Echo has really figured out Dobob and how to play
Like,
against
most of
Thezia.
season one it was
they
too.
play the mirror, they play it a bit slower, and they're just punishing and just PvEing and taking advantage of Thezia's
Yeah,
aggression.
now Waz is
He's
actually
almost
ahead
done
of
twice his
Flappers on
game
damage,
cooldowns.
and Raiku's ahead of
This is
Thesha on
looking very
damage.
rough for Dobob. Echo have leveled up.
Compared to last
And this
game
is
where
what I was
Thesha
talking
was
about in
like
the pregame,
60
is I just
plus,
feel like Echo's a
60 to
team.
80
They
million
might get
above
tossed around
Raikou.
in some of the earlier
by the
cups,
late
so they're
game.
figuring out the meta or strategies of what they want to do. But once you give them a little bit of time to practice and polish up, they just become a shark that just will not be denied here in Cup number 3. Waz knows he could be a
This is
target.
looking
He's
good
got
for
Heart of the
Echo, though,
Wild
so
up
far.
to make himself durable in Bear. He's in Bear on the stun, but a wall comes in.
Man's got a mana lead.
There's
like
no
every
way to get a
defensive.
Druid through Bear with Heart up.
As long as
in
this
that
is not the
situation.
foretold
And now due to your
Channibal
threat, that
Raikou
Ice
no
Wall
block
threat's
round,
gone,
it might
so
be a
they're
big
just
fight
trying to
right
Raikou
here.
and just try and train him down with damage because Mez in such a good spot. Tessia can't get there. He's trying to get on
Incarns
top
are coming
over
up
here
really
around the
soon.
corner, but he's so snared. He's trying to move towards Meh. Meh just moves to the other side of the pillars. He's casting Holy Fire
10
and
seconds
Smite,
on
ramping
Incarn.
up damage, resetting that stun, stunning
Still
Flappers,
veins from
taking
both
him out of
mages.
the match. Bleeds onto 2 target. Meh has a mana advantage. They have a block advantage. They might be even getting the second block here. Tessia is playing a risky game, trying to make a push there, but he's back with his team. Cyclone is here.
Welcome,
Nice
as a
shifting
way to
power
try to
behind
get the
pillar.
shifting,
but
get
Raikou
CS
blinks
on it.
in around the corner. Double angel form. Unlikely that we see any player die here, but Waz is kind of deep at the moment. Meh still maintains that mana lead, and Echo, man, they're looking so good in game 2.
It is Incarn right now from both Feral Druids, so we'll see what happens. It's going to be a very explosive next 20 seconds. Flappers in a bash, Relza in a stun. There's under a lot of fire right now.
It's DB'd
He
on the
still has
clone.
1 block. Raikou still has 2. Relza has no swap. You know, the game is only going to
Go
go
for
on
clone
for 2-3
again.
more
Feral might
minutes
have kick
before
right now.
someone
Clone's
is
Feral.
going to die. But Echo this game has
That was
been on
Guardian,
fire.
so-
They're really shutting them down, and they're
Uh-oh.
also... Oh, Waz is in big trouble. He still has swap. Meh still has swap to save him if he needs it. But in terms of damage, in
No,
terms
just
of
the
pressure,
bark skin,
Echo
he's
are
fine.
back. This is the first time we've seen them in 3 weeks where they actually look like they have a chance at winning.
This is really good for them. At the same time, though, I think they can catch Waz. There's no trinket, no skin, and they have Ice Wall. So I think one good catch on Waz, one overextension, but Raikou in trouble out of nowhere, and Meg gets interrupted into a stun.
Yeah, I wouldn't
That's
say
gonna be a
that
block.
much.
Massive
That's because
spell
like
coming around
Outlaw
the
and
corner from
Feral
downtown from
together have been the
Relza.
best melee for a
Raikou is still
while.
low, but they have to reload bleeds. Tessia is in trouble. Could be
Well,
his
this season
block.
we're seeing a
His
lot more
second block's
Windwalker
out of the
too.
way, and I don't
There's
think
kind of
Meh
like 3
has
options.
Massive spell for this.
But yeah,
so
we're still
he's gonna
kind of in
toss
a
damage out here.
mage
Some
Ellie or
fire
like
on
the only
Flappers. It's a
casters in
big
the
swap
game
on
meta.
Flappers. Is he ready? Ice Wall
And
comes
then
down.
Holy Priest and
Big
Druids
crack
are
of
like the
damage
only
here
healers.
onto Raikou, trying to pressure him during his hypothermia. They've got a couple of seconds before he can block.
Yeah, I
About
would
4
say
more
Feral
seconds
has like
before he
much
can
more
block.
quality of
If
life than
Flappers
Red.
manage to tear in,
Like,
doesn't
even if
look
you
like
just
it. He's
get
gotta
kicked
stop
on
cycling
clone and
to
stuff, you're getting
Typhoon,
kicked
trying
out
to
of the
get
way
another
for your
cyclone,
teammate.
gets Waz in the clone. Maybe
And
we
you're
can
just
get the second
immune
block
to
and
like
boost
half the
though with
CC in the
push.
game.
Meg gets rooted, so he can cyclone, but he gets counterspelled.
You just have way
That's
more
a nice
uptime.
use of predatory
And it just
resistance
has
on the Feral Druid. You get an instant cast
all of the
spell.
things of all
He's
3
already
rogue specs
tangled
combined. You have
on
like
Meh, so
the
he can run away
AoE of
from the
Asa,
cyclone,
the
but he's
mobility and
managed to escape
tankiness of
now.
Outlaw,
Oh, he
and
gets
then
caught
like
actually in a Polymer. Big
the
setup on
triple
Waz. Is he gonna
stun
dive the
burst
Barskin?
of
Tessia
sub.
in trouble at the same
And you
time.
still have 20
It is
second
a
kidney.
race to the finish right now as Meh coming out of that second of a polymorph and should be able to pick Waz back up as their HP is equalizing, but the advantage is still mounting in favor of Echo. Tessia has to make a big
Snowdrift
play.
still, but
Incarn's coming right up.
Raiku's in a
about
little bit of
now
trouble
as
here.
Well. Raikou
Might
has
be his block.
1 block. There's no blocks. Relza no swap. This is going to be a wild next minute.
That
This
was
Incarn
Angel
pops up,
form
pops
from
out on Waz,
Relza, so.
stuns him, and Waz has no skin, gets maimed.
Meh still has his.
Trouble here, but Meh is standing
Hopefully
on top.
Waz
by the
doesn't
ice
die
wall.
here. He does have
Has
swap for him.
ready
He
as
gets
well- as well
cloned.
as Trinket.
He
Goes into
trinkets the
Guardian
clone and
form,
Angels to
then
try to not get
stabilize.
re-CC'd.
Echo is looking really good this game.
All right, they're so close to it, but they need to stay alive a little bit longer here. They've got 2 targets, Flappers with no trinket, Tessia with no blocks, Relza with no trinket. If Raikou can get in there at all for crowd control, I think it's going to be lights out for
Flappers
Dobob.
actually took
Massive
the
damage is
damage
crashing in.
lead.
They catch
Waz was ahead
Flappers.
for a
He's out
while,
of
but-
form. They catch Relza into a maim stun. Waz is ramping for the win. Flappers
Overall,
needs
as
to
a
trade. He
team,
gets
it's
survival
neck and neck
instincts.
for
He's being
both
greedy
teams
with
on
it right now. He's
damage.
so low on
Meh's
health.
a little
He's
ahead
looking
on
for
mana.
cyclones. He cyclones the mage. Raikou trinkets. Maybe they can punish that trinket, but he's still got greater invis. He's still got a block. I really
No
don't see
incarns
any
for a
openings
while.
there. Waz has trinket again. They stun Meh to try and make something
Offensively,
happen.
it's
They
just
get a polymorph. They need to get a mage
Raikou has a
cooldown with
block
this,
and the
but
other mage
Raikou has
doesn't.
Icy Veins
Otherwise, it's
proc.
pretty
He's
mirrored
ready
that
to
both
go
teams
for
have
massive
nothing
damage to
defensively.
Tessia. Relza sees it coming. He's
Meh
got
has
Guardian
life
Spear,
swap,
so he's
but
going to cyclone Tessia.
Relza life swap's coming up in 10.
Raiku's getting cracked. Dampening
There's
is
a
high.
clone
Maybe it's a
onto
huge
Waz.
crit. Could still
Waz
win the
trinkets
game
the
for
clone.
Dobob, but it definitely looks more like a miracle if they're going to pull this off. Cold Snap comes up in 18 seconds. Can Tessia and his team buy
Waz a
time.
little
Void
scared
Shift
here
comes
where
up
he got
cooldown
stunned up,
right
but-
now. Maybe they might actually have a second
There's
leash
an
on
ice
life.
wall
Ice
isolating
comes through.
Raikou.
Raikou gets gripped back to
Immediately
the pillar.
grips
They
him.
switch over on Waz possibly, but he catches Flappers before the swap can be engaged. Tessia is pulling back to the pillar. They're trying to buy time for Cold
Waz
Snap.
getting
Waz is
insta-cast
pushing in,
jumped
but he
there
has no
really hard
trinket. He
because
might
Veins.
regret it. He gets feared off into the corner. Flappers
There's
into
still
a
Veins
clone,
for both
into a
mages.
stun.
This might be
Waz is
life
still
swap
getting
onto
cut
Waz.
down. Tessia gets pressured. Void Shift
That
has
should
to
have
come
to
through.
use
They
life swap.
overlap, but maybe it doesn't matter. There's
Waz
no
in bear
trinket
form.
on
Is he gonna
Meg.
go
Waz
down?
is
Mez
in
and
trouble.
Poly, he
Dobob
can't
making a
swap.
big mistake,
Bash
but
off the
they still
Poly
might
to your
be able to
bash
win this
into
as
a
Renewal
clone.
comes
Maybe
up
he
in
gets
1
knocked on the
second.
clone.
Void Shift's over, saving him in the nick of time, and now I think Echo are back
Right,
in
now
this
they
to
have
win
literally
it.
nothing.
Now
It
they're
is
gonna push
Angel
until
form
the
in
end of the game.
25.
You know,
Relza has his in 12, and that's gonna help Relza a lot when he's Oom.
just that
When you go
hold on
angel
to
form,
dear
you
life
have
as
infinite
long
mana.
as possible. But the game is still not
So,
over yet. You know, there's Incarn coming up.
even
for
though he's
both
kind of
barrels.
low on
I
mana, he
still
can
see
he
Dobop
can get a
pulling
big
this one
chunk of
off.
healing off in that angel form window.
Oh,
There
they
it is
catch
on
Flappers
And he has
inside.
Guardian. Here's the angel
No
from
trinket.
Relza.
He's got wall.
Divine him. There's an ice wall on it.
Incarn's
And
on
used the
left.
ice
There
wall,
it
but he
is.
had to
Pops.
cancel as him to do that, so he
See
lost
if
a
he
lot
can
of
connect
healing.
though, or if he has to stay there.
Flapper is very scared of him. So is Waz.
Waz
Waz
just
actually
taking
just
down to the
goes down.
bleeds. I can't believe it. Dobop. Dobop come back.
Whatever
with
team's
nothing.
ahead loses.
Oh
Weird.
my god.
Waz's team
And
was
that, I think, had
winning
Angel
the
form in
whole
like a
game and
second
they
or
lost.
something
And
like
then the
that. It was,
previous
like, really
game,
close to him
that shit
actually
was
getting
winning
to
the whole
that
game and
point.
then
Dobop
lost.
Dobob.
Like, whoever's
Doing
just
the audio
actually winning is
production,
just
I don't know
cursed.
if that's something you
Kinda
can do
weird.
quickly while you're pulling up the victory scanning, but I feel like every time they win, instead of playing the music, we need to play the Dobob audio file for the crab mount from Battle for Azeroth, because this team is, I heard they're a little bit, he's sneaking in. It's a sneaky Dobob here for Dobob. They pull off a win against all odds. Relza has completely zero mana. Like, just look at the mana situation. He's behind Met, and look at Met's Angel. He gets caught in a poly, wall comes down, he trinkets, gets re-polyed on his trinket.
Block first wins.
And he's like
It
4
wasn't really
seconds
block,
away.
right? 'Cause barrels that are
He's literally
dying.
like 4 seconds away, 1 second away from Angel. He's so close to just being immune to all of that and being able to top him off. So Tessia with this wall, I think, right? Like, maybe was it Raiku's wall actually?
It's
Raiku's
just whatever
wall
feral
like
mage does more damage throughout the game.
Maybe he could have walled Met off.
It's
from
just not
Tessia's
mana.
wall.
It's entirely based on
I
ice
don't know,
wall.
Like that sheep lost the game. If they
Even
had
though a
any
lot
way
of
to
these ice
stop
walls
that
are just
sheep-
getting MD'd. Like, it still out trades the MD and the Angel for him because it's 90 seconds versus 2 minutes.
Ice walled the enemy team and almost saved them.
Like, ice wall is the entire
This
matchup.
time, Waz falling, and you know, with the Incarn and dampening, this is 43% dampening. 8 minutes into the game, Flappers pops on Waz with a quarter DR stun, but it's enough. He gets a bleeds up. Waz tries to live with the frenzies, and it's just too much damage at that point. This game was weird. Echo was actually ahead on damage. Waz was, you know, farming Flappers on damage, but towards the second half of the game, it flipped on its head, and Dobob started pulling ahead. Thesia obviously behind, but Flappers just a monster with damage this game. And you saw when it gets to dampening, it's so hard to heal. You fall behind, you get put into a half sheep, and it's enough to close out the game.
It just feels like even if you have a big advantage in the first 2 minutes, the other team can still have a chance if they survive. If they can get deep enough in dampening, even if you get 2 blocks, you just have to live just long enough, get to the 6 to 7 minute mark, and you're still gonna have a shot here. So both teams opting for more big neutral maps with Enigma Crucible here for Echo, and they've gone head to head on this map before. I feel like many times, and it's always been very flashy from Tessia in that regard. And it's interesting that Raikou is kind of forced to adopt some stylish plays. Like, he's playing the ice wall. Like, before, I feel like he was a bit reluctant to pick up any type of like snowdrift tech or ice wall tech to try and play that game with Tessia, but it seems like you really need to with the Holy Priest in order to get like net some early kills. But obviously the priests are adapting with these life grips that you called out in that last game. Like, I think it was 2 life grips throughout the whole game, one from each team. They see ice wall getting cast, they're like, all right, who's overextended?
How you doing,
That guy,
Chef?
yoink, you're not getting walled off. We're not losing the game like that. So teams are evolving, they're adapting. Echo and Dobob still look really evenly matched here. We're tied 1-1 apiece, and this is a series I think that could go the distance after observing this. Like, this could go to
I don't think it's a matter
5
of playing
players.
worse. It's
Who's
just a
gonna
really,
advance and
really
face off
volatile
against
matchup
Overload.
where
It's
you
a
could be
very
winning all
important
game.
series for both teams.
And
As
that
far
just
as
makes you
seeding,
play
I
a
think it
little
might be
over
bit
aggressive
more on
because
the
you
line
think
for
you're winning.
Echo, though, because if they lose 2 series in a row, they will be in a tiebreaker situation for top 3. So they can.
But if you try to play too defensive, then you also throw the game.
This
So
series or 2 in a
it's
row.
literally
They'd much rather
just
win this, secure their spot,
non-stop
you know, be a
momentum
little bit more
I can
comfy,
just
than
do more
lose this
damage.
series and potentially lose their spot.
Absolutely. And I also wanted to, you know, pivot to the map pick as well, Enigma Crucible from Dobob. I have some criticisms regarding this map pick if you're Dobob. You know, I do think Thesia's strength is not that like efficiency playstyle. It's more about making plays, getting on top of the enemy healer. So why have we picked a map that is, you know, quite large and giving Met that space? Don't you want to pick maybe Hook Point, Dalaran, Cage of Carnage, and getting on top of Met and playing his style of the game? I feel like this is good for Raikou. I feel like Echo
What?
likes this.
This was Echo's pick, wasn't it?
Was this Echo's pick? No, it was-
I think
It
Dobob
was
just
Echo's
won
pick?
by the skin of their teeth, so Echo would have picked the map.
Okay.
I think.
Okay, so this is Echo's pick then. That's good for Echo. They want to play a slower game. They want
Yeah,
to
Chance
control
been doing
the-
good.
They want the big
And
map.
it
and
wasn't
slow
bad
down
here
the
in
game
Deep
and
Machine
not
either.
let Thesia play on top of them. If it's a big map, Rel's is going to have to cross. He's going to get exposed, and it's going to be a harder game for him.
Right. Echo looking to play a conservative game here. Game number 3, we're all tied up. Frozen Orbs just lobbed across the battlefield. Both rake stuns, both chats. They're exactly mirroring each other as far as crowd control. What a crazy opener. Like the exact same globals. Ice Wall
Leper's getting
comes
the
down
stun onto Waz
possibly here.
first, healing some of
Raikou
the
holds it
Incarn.
for a second, it looks like. Actually, no, he committed. Just gets mass dispelled immediately. Raikou gets counterspelled. Now wall down for Tessia. They're doing the same exchange. like you
Leper's
mentioned,
using
the
his Heart of
walls
the
and
Wild
Angel.
early, Waz not.
But you really think Tessia would be more favored to save that for a little bit later to try and clutch out a kill with it. At least now they don't have the threat of a mass dispel because, oh my god, the damage on the mage is quite remarkable. Guardian Spirit for Relza.
Trying to go for a
which means
clone
Mei
without
still
Heart of the
holding
Wild.
on to his. They're buying time
Very
with
slow
barriers,
cast.
and still it seems like Echo are building an advantage early on.
Yep, and so far in this game, nothing has really happened. They've traded out the Angel, they traded out the Guardian on Rel's side just to combat the Veins, the Incarn push. Flappers, though, using his trinket, so I would like to see Raikou look for an opportunity where we go for an ice wall, maybe force his skin first, and try to cheese kill him like that. Raikou, we haven't seen that kind of ice wall play from him yet, though, but I do want to see him go for that and try to make a play.
He's top on
Raikou
damage right now.
Snowdrift now too. He doesn't typically
Going for
play
clone,
that.
gets CS.
I think he plays a Master Shepherd for that extra versatility during Polymorph, but he actually got a Snowdrift stun on Relza. So it's possible that Raikou is going to play really aggressive here and try and match the stylistic plays of Tessia in Game 3. And if he can outdo him, then they're going to look really strong in the series, but he got interrupted for a moment. Relza is managing to avoid crowd control at the pillar. You just see him bobbing left and right there at the pillar. Line of sight.
Flappers is going for some clones, gets the clone out onto Raikou.
Raikou gets cloned. Waz
Incarn
can be the target
from 30.
here. They got Medallion and Skin. Waz overlaps those a lot.
He does, but he does a fantastic job as well, shutting down the push onto Meh. Thezia was trying to sneak around with that Snowdrift constantly onto Meh. Meh doing a perfect job 180 lining him. Gets the Blink DB. Waz comes in and shuts it down. So Waz also playing, you know, very good bodyguard from Meh in this game. Just trying to stay ahead on momentum.
Oh, the vortex! That was insane!
Waz almost
that was
goes down
insane,
there.
But Tessia dies on his own wall? We have to clip that. That was crazy. He vortexed the life grip, so he got pulled back through the wall. But then Tessia almost died on the play. Now Raikou is just dead. He has to block.
God,
They
this is
switch
so
back
back
on
and forth.
Waz. It's an explosion of damage during these icy
not trying to
phase.
jinx
It's
any
so
team.
crazy. Full clone on Relza.
Whoever
Big
I say is
opportunity
winning
for
the whole
Echo. That's
game
gonna be
just
a block from Tessia.
loses while they're ahead.
And we're just so evenly matched. Met
Yeah,
is
mana's
slightly ahead of
even,
the Medallion, but he
defensives
might
are
have
pretty
to blow it
even.
here if they get a crowd control
I mean,
off
Feral
the
has
stun.
wall,
They're not gonna
Besha
get it.
has more
Angel Forms
blocks,
are
but-
out. Defensive Ring of Frost from Tessia on Waz to slow down the game during that exchange. Master Spell on the wall, going to be removing that.
I
Raiku's
guess they're
getting
tied
bit
on
here by
blocks. It's
Flappers.
just
He's really
Full
tearing
Snap's
him.
gonna come
They
up
swap
sooner
back,
for
try and
Besha.
get a stun possibly here. Yeah, stun on Flappers. Got his trinket. Stun his trinket into a clone. Waz
No Veins for a while.
not
This is
able to
still
get
like the
clone
tail
just
end of
yet.
Waz's
Flappers able to
Incarn.
avoid it, but Flappers is just
Usually
dying.
both
He's got
Incarns line
cooldowns.
up for the
Relza's in
Ferals,
stun.
but I
He's a
guess-
trade. He's so greedy. He's so greedy. He's so greedy. Why is he so greedy? He's survival instincts at like 20%
Besha
health.
very
Tessia
scared
is
there.
low, and Echo
Might
are
be
running
blocked.
away
Nice
with
block.
this game right now. Second ice block.
Might be a
Snowdrift.
Snowdrift
Raikus on
off
top
that,
of
but
Relza.
doesn't
Does
get
he
it.
have fade? He
Flappers
frost
going for
novas him.
clone under Raikou.
He can't get the
Gets
Snowdrift
CS.
stun, but Tessia is still just dead. Finally, a big heal comes through for Relza, but Echo built a huge advantage with that.
There is such a big pressure difference in this game. Echo ramping up game after game, improving so much in this mirror as they play it. You know, Relza's almost out of cooldowns. He still has swap, but they have no blocks left. Flappers has no trinket. Raikou still has one block, and Echo are looking very, very good. And I also love what you know. the way
Raikus
that
had a
Waz is
Thesha on
playing.
damage again.
He's just constantly going on Flappers on every stun, denying him when he pops his Incarn.
Ferals are pretty
Just-
even.
honestly,
Only 10
I feel
million
like in
apart.
this game at least, Waz is using Incarn better than Flappers is.
I mean, same for the mages for
Okay,
the
let's
most
see
part.
if he can. Maybe
Very
that comes
close
with
on
playing
damage.
Rogue, right? Aligning your cooldowns, whereas Flappers just focus on raw
Making
damage.
mana
Oh my God,
very
that raw
close.
damage is paying off right now on Raikou as he's barely able to escape. Tessia is in a stun, no blocks remain. Relza has to be this saving grace for his team as Raikou restabilizes. Meh is moving, looking like he wants to move across the map right now. He's in midfield. Tessia is taking a lot of damage, but Waz is falling behind a bit. He catches Flappers in a stun, forcing his Spark Skin. Raiku's on top of Relza. Good position to try and push, but Skull Bashes are denying a lot from the mages. Waz gets Cyclone from Flappers. It's a big opportunity for them to get the second block from Raikou here. He barriers it, denying it. It looks like he'll recover. Tessia in trouble. Relza's in a tough spot. Raiku's right next to him to harass him with Polymorph. They have to force Raikou away. They managed to
It
do
was
so,
Guardian.
but now Tessia is falling behind. Relza into Angel Form. Meh is likely going to go into Angel Form. It's 2 seconds away. He's trying to greet it out. Wall comes down. They catch Flappers. They get rid of the wall. Flappers survives with the Bark Skin. Relza actually trinkets the Poly to get a stun fear here. Relza's
Probably
playing
gonna
really
set up
aggressive in
a
this position. Stun
ice
fear
wall
and
onto
Poly
Flappers
also
eventually.
just
I mean,
a
he has
stun Poly.
trinket.
I think they're
No
going to get
skin,
blocked,
but-
but I don't think they have massive
Nah, it's
spell
just all in
needed
ink,
on
that
the
shit, I
wall. They
think
need
so.
to get blocked from Raikou. I cannot believe they don't get a block or a trinket with a full
Walling
Polymer.
an
That's
Angel.
really bad right now for Dobob.
Yeah, and
No
Echo
MD
is just
for it, he
pulling
cancels the
further and
Angel
further
early,
ahead.
they'll run
You
to
know,
Waz.
Popping the Incarn now, Waz
Ice
as
Wall
well,
gets
but
cancelled
problem is
early.
Tessia has no block. This is going to be lethal for them. It's going to force
Aiku.
Oh, no block! You
Oh,
predicted
Chan called the
it.
curse.
You predicted it.
We're
The
really
pre-block.
ahead.
I mean, it had to happen, right? But such a shame because this game was going in Echo's favor big time.
That's
they were ahead on
unfortunate.
pressure. They were forcing block with just Veins, and then they have the Incarn afterwards, forcing Angel without popping Incarn,
Group
and
X.
then they have it right afterwards. And, you know, like I said earlier, this series is not what I was expecting going in today. I thought Dobo was going to clean sweep 3-0, but Echo is just leveling up game after game, just getting better and better. And also, yeah, like I want to say again, I love seeing that Waz is picking up his Feral
So how did he
and
greet
Feral
this?
instead of sticking to the Rogue. I know Echo, they love
just
to
all
stick to their
Feral and
mains,
Incarn?
even when they lose. There's a big ego
I mean,
thing.
Feral was like
Like,
getting
just
kited.
exploding there from Thezia, I think.
It was just all mage.
It's a
And,
huge shatter, and I don't think he's on Hypo.
I
Looking
can
at
tell
Cold
you,
Snap, that's a long time away.
Met is not happy about this one. he
I mean,
is not
standing
happy
right
about
next
this
to him,
one.
right? Look at them. They're just like standing right next to each other. There's
Look
no
at this.
CC. Tessia just kills him with damage. Just boop. Instant Frostfire Bolt. Flappers isn't even there. I think Matt was probably telling him you're fine because like, he stuns a Feral Druid. It's literally just Tessia. And this is what I mean. These games go 10 minutes, but like you can just die. It doesn't.
That's the
It
thing.
goes 10 minutes because they're so insane at the game in a lot of cases. But you can just die in this type of situation. Make the wrong call. Like Raikou DB's the Feral. Feral's not hitting him. It's like you should be fine. Tessia's like you're not fine if I'm in the game. Not fine if I'm in the game, bro. Just solos Raikou right in midfield, right in front of his healer's face, just
You know-
by himself right there.
Right now, Holy Priest is for sure the meta healer. It's the best healer in the game. Everyone's playing it, Mage Priest. But the one thing about Holy Priest is you don't necessarily have that damage reduction, like a pain suppression, Iron Bark, Earth Shield from Resto Shaman, to slow down the damage. It's very spiky, and in return, you also have a lot of burst healing. So it's not uncommon in these Mage Priest mirrors for the mage to die pre-block because your healer's not in CC, you're at 40% health, and you explode inside a second. If you
Yep.
block, what if you overlap?
It's a risky gamble. It's a very difficult matchup to be put in at the moment. It's also a completely different meta, but at the same time, I feel like Relza and Met have so much experience on Priest that they're pretty used to this. They're pretty accustomed to this type of situation. And it feels like Echo, they have a lot of their losses off of a situation like this. I feel like last week it was like line of sight. Raiku's like a little bit out of line of sight on hook point. And they go down, or a situation like this where like they have obvious cooldowns that they can trade, but they just don't expect the damage in a certain situation. And it was Tessia in those final moments. To be fair, Flappers had a full load of bleeds. He procced a big winner too at that same second. It looks like he got a couple chomps in before he got knocked back by Raikou. So, but it's just not expecting to die. They're probably tracking the cooldown. So like, hey, it's not Vayne's, it's not Incarn. I knocked the Feral, you should be fine. They're trying to make those calculations. But then Tessia just had an instant Frostfire Bolt proc. So because he had the Frostfire Bolt proc, you could get a big shatter and get a kill in a situation where they were in the lead. And now it's 2 games, right? Your Echo, it feels like you're winning the game, you're building your advantage, and you've lost now twice. So does the tilt set in? Is this going to be spiraling out of control, or can Echo keep their composure?
The thing is sometimes with Echo is they're not used to losing, not at all. Even not clean sweeping a series is not a good feeling for Echo. They're used to being the kings of Europe. They're not happy when they lose, so maybe tilt could come into play here. But I think if they keep level-headed, they keep their cool, and they keep playing the way they've been playing, and just keep getting better, they can still win this. They can still win 3-2. Because that last game, it was the Echo show, right? They were driving the car, and Dobob was just, struggling to survive, just constantly on the back foot. And we'll see in this
Gates
game,
are opening.
are they going to tilt? Are they going to crash out? Or are they going to keep their head cool? And they are veterans. I have faith in them. I'd love to see them.
I mean, damage is insanely close.
All right, it's match point here. Echo may be sent to the lower bracket.
He shouldn't
If
have
they
had
lose
to
2
block there.
series,
It's kind of
we're going to
crazy.
have to go into a tiebreaker series situation to decide the top 3 for Europe, and it's possible that Echo don't even get into the guaranteed top 3. So they really need a win in at least one series today. And now backs against the wall. They built lead and advantage throughout every game in the series. They just can't close out the game. It's just one little blunder, and it costs them. Massive crits are incoming on both
Big
Tessia
spikes.
and Waz. It's a huge exchange in the opener when Icy Veins and Incarnation are active. Those blue icons that have glowing borders. That means that ability is active, and it enhances the damage of a mage by
Pressure
a
still hasn't
tremendous
really used his
amount.
ice
That's why
wall
we see
yet,
the
but
HP so
trying to zone
spiky.
him out.
You
He gets
see
the
a full
DB, he's
health bar
going for
and
the
then
sheep,
a
gets the
10%
TB
health bar.
sheep.
They're back to full, and then they're back down to 10. It's a scary
sure what
opener,
Waz was
but
crossed
they managed
with,
to
but-
navigate through it pretty effectively.
Is he going to try to fake
Mana
go for
power
resheep?
still
No,
for
he
a
doesn't even
second,
try.
But it looks like they should restabilize. Nice knockback, putting Raikou in the open. Mess sees that. He pulls him back. But
There's some
this
snow
is what
drift.
we're talking about game 1. Met and Raikou are
The
standing
whole
on
other
top
DR
of
of
each other.
micro CC from
And
that.
if they're
Never mind,
playing
he gets
too
feared away
close,
from
it
it.
could be very detrimental.
That shit might
They're
die, no
about to
block
catch
his turn.
Tessia. What is
Incarn,
that?
there's the life swap.
Disgusting damage. They save
like
it, but Waz
10%.
now gets swapped at match point. Met
Waz
gets stunned.
just
Waz
kinda
is low.
dying.
Raikou is low out of nowhere. Met manages to recover. Both players. Met is repositioning. He knows he can't be anywhere near that exchange. But then a wall comes down, and they have to use Master
cancels
Spell
it.
on the wall.
Well, he
so
got
Tessia's
emptied,
gonna
actually.
punish. If they spread, he'll get walled off. If they stack, they're going to get cleaved and CC'd. Meteor's incoming. Flapper's sitting through a stun. Waz like cycloning out of these stuns, so I think he's going to cyclone out of the main stun, take the Feral Druid out, limit his globals, make him have to refresh bleeds and not spend time looking for stuns. Tessia takes some big hits here. And it looks like Flappers is pushing
Flapper's
in.
going for some clones as
Getting
well.
damage on Raikou, trying to punish him for pushing towards Relza, but Tessia gets feared into the corner on his Snowdrift from Meh into a Maim stun. Waz dodges the stun by shapeshifting. He catches Flappers in a bash with no trinket, but I think they still want Tessia here. Raikou takes a big crit from Tessia. You gotta have your eyes glued, man. Just like one big shatter, one Frostfire Bolt crit here, and anybody can go down.
That's the thing about these Mage Mirrors is the burst, especially with Vaynes, is just so insane. To touch on what you said earlier, I absolutely love how Waz is playing this matchup. You know, he's getting those stuns on Flappers, getting clones off it, and so far Flappers has only got one clone on Waz, but Waz has gotten 2 or 3 on him. So in terms of pressure, I mean, you look at the damage meter, Waz is cooking on this Feral, and the form is looking good.
Yeah, usually they're within 10 million of each other. He's like 20 million up
gameplay
because of the uptime.
They don't choke their cooldowns. I can see Damp
But
being
that shit is
good
30
at-
million up on right here. Well, yeah.
He's fine.
I mean, he's
got
dying
TS.
through. Okay. We can breathe a little bit. It's just anytime I'm
Man
looking
still
at,
has
oh no, a
swap
counter
guardian
spell.
and
Flappers
everything.
is still low. I think it's a block. But Raikou
And
mind
this is
controlled. Rel's
Vaynes
on
from
Mike, and he's
Raikou.
had to block.
Insane that
He
that
has to
shit
block
reads that
anyways,
long.
even with the mind control when he was
Now
locked
Flipper's
on
also
holding
kinda
there. He gets
tab
caught in a
dying.
polymorph. Flappers could be in trouble. He gets interrupted from Waz. He's getting stuns here, but he bear forms. Nice bear form from
Good stun
Flappers.
from Meh.
Back into
There's
Cat.
an
Looking
ice
to get
wall
on
from
target here.
Desha.
Ice walls are coming down. Meh repositions. Destia is still in trouble. I think he's on hypothermia for a few more moments. So down a block, down your trinket on your Holy Priest. Waz is jumping in. That could be it. I think he's on
Is he second
hypothermia. I think
Desha's
is
dead.
he on hypo still though? Oh, and
Match
he goes
point.
down. Echo, bring it to game 5. I would need a replay to see exactly if it was on.
It was
hypo,
really
because
just
I
the
think it
fact that
must have
they
been
had
like a
to
millisecond if it
use
was,
swap
still
on
active
that
on
first
him there
not
at that
block
moment, but
when he
okay,
spiked to like
Echo-
10%.
Echo come back. They clean things up. And they meet aggression
It's like
with
swap
aggression.
coulda,
They're
like,
taking it to a game
been the
5.
difference
They're not gonna
between
let Dobov
hypo
run them over.
if
And
that
now
was a
if you're
block, but I mean,
Chibaku,
it's hard to predict
like,
that. You're
you know,
just
Echo, we're
spiking
cheering
in
for
one
Chibaku
global.
to lose. Now Chibaku are like Dobov, please Dobov.
I mean, this game was fantastic from Echo. Forcing Rel's life swap in the opener. You know, obviously, Desia should block here instead of getting the life swap, but for momentum, they wanted to life swap first, or maybe he was just too low and caught on global. But that ends up biting them in the end here. And Rel's look, gets bashed into clone by Waz, and they connect onto Desia. Beautiful, Waz seeing that. And I want to say, I think Waz carries this game, specifically. He is honestly playing better than Flappers. He's getting more clones on Flappers, he's pushing for CC on the healer and connecting at the right times. And like I said, the form is looking fantastic. And as much as I hate to say it, you know, Waz Feral's great. Waz Feral is great.
What did Waz like make fun of one of your alts at some point in your competitive career?
He does not like my DK. Yeah, so
As much as I hate to say it, Waz is looking good on the Feral. A little bit.
he's
little
playing
bit
it like a rogue.
animosity.
You know, it's
Yeah,
lovely
yeah.
to see. He's playing it like a rogue, getting the control off. Look at this. Full clone on Flappers, and then he goes for the push. And Flappers can't stop him. He's in a clone. What's he gonna do? Lines the CS. Says he doesn't even have it. Next.
Yeah, Waz faked. I think Waz faked the counter spell, got the clone on Flappers, then jumped over, bash cloned, and killed him while he was on hypo. So yeah, Waz top of the damage meter and getting CC. Really good game for him here in game number 4. Looking to be on point to get his team into the to a safe, comfy top 3 position, hopefully. But it's game 5, and it's Dobob's pick. Pick the cage. Pick the cage. It's time to bring the kitties into the cage. Bring the kitties into the cage and see them duke it out here. Please, Dobob, do not back down. It's worked every time for you.
Hook
They're not
point.
doing it.
Okay,
not doing
and
it.
insta lock mirror as well. So you know, this is a kind of more Thesia style map, but as much as Thesia is a playmaker, so is Waz, and last game that showed. So even though you know, I do think that this is a better map for Dobob than it is for Echo. I can see it going either way. It's going to be a very bloody game.
Okay, hook point, small map, bringing aggression, but Waz he's matching the crowd control. I feel like Flapper, like it's interesting. I wonder what like Flappers and Raikou together, because they're kind of just like raw output, whereas Waz seems to be a little bit more stylistic on Feral Druid, trying to pick his moment. So you got like this interesting mesh where the mage on Dobob is a little bit
This
more
is a really
flashy,
good series,
but maybe
though.
the Feral on Echo is a little bit more flashy and seen.
Same with the
which
last
kinda
series. I
edges
mean,
ahead
at
and
least
how
this
that
is like
balances
not
out,
10-minute
between the
damage. I
teams.
just wish
I
I
feel like
wasn't
Rel's and Meh are just
exhausted.
equally
I didn't get
matched.
enough sleep
They're
today.
very equally matched. On the Holy Priest, it's kind of a stylistic difference between.
Annoying because it's
Ferals
already
and
really
mages
late
going
on Europe,
head to
so I
head,
don't know if
but
we're gonna get
this
EU
series
shuffles
is
this
always
time. Maybe I'll
just
do
lightning
EU
to see
twos.
between Echo and Dobov.
Just to
They're
finish
looking so
gearing.
strong against each other.
I
in
only
this
need like
meta.
another 1,000
Echo have
conquest.
adopted the Feral Druid and they're matching
And I could
Flappers in
do
what
EU
feels like a
shuffle
week.
tomorrow probably.
You know, less than a week, and I don't think Feral Druid is an easy spec to pick up. Like I think Feral Druid, if you've never played it before, never touched it before, it can take you a long time to pick up and play at the most optimal level. You just have so many resources you're managing, your combo points. When do you need to go into bear form? How are you using your instant predatory swiftness procs? Are you using them effectively to heal and root? Are you, where are your stuns going? How are your DRs being tracked? Are you faking interrupts while also not dying, while also maximizing your damage? I feel like Feral Druid has to make so many calculations, but Waz is doing a very good job in this matchup. But it's hook point. It's a small map and it is hectic.
And you know, to touch on Waz on the Feral, you know, I played with him in Kata when he was just starting off on the Feral. I can tell you it was not a good, it was a bit of a bumpy ride, but he's been getting better at it. And, you know, a small little insight into Echo is that Meh thinks that Waz's Feral is just not bad enough. It's good enough to play in the mirror. So he has Meh's vote of confidence as well, which is nice. Waz Form showing us the goods this game, and hopefully in this last game we can put on a good show for. He can put on a good show for us.
Yeah. Otherwise, it's lower bracket, and I can't remember who they face, where they flip on the lower bracket with who they face. Given that nap time is down there already, I think it would. They fight it locked in, and
yes,
they lost to locked in.
Exactly.
Oh my god! If
yeah,
Echo lose here, if Echo lose here, oh my god!
Wait, did they switch to RMP?
And your prediction is right. You
Absolutely.
your prediction is right, and they'll have to face Locked In, who beat them last week, and then it knocks them into a tiebreaker series.
Yes.
This could be a crazy domino effect for Echo if Dobob win this game. Dobob could pull
I
off
think
one of
they're
the
just
biggest
stressing the
upsets in
importance.
the European region, probably AWC history, if they put Echo
Still
in a
enough on
position where
Team
they're
Air, I
not
think.
guaranteed a top 3.
You know, Echo has
I don't
been
imagine they
going
would switch. It
into
makes no
finals,
sense.
but they've
I just
never
misheard what they were
gone
saying.
into a gauntlet. And last week they had a bit of a, not a bit, a huge mental boom into Locked In. You know, if they lose here 2-3 when it's so close and they have to face Locked In again, I'm scared for the boys. I'm terrified for them.
All right, gates are open. There's no turning back. It's game 5 after game 5. This is going to be an epic weekend. You do not want to miss any of
Ollie
these
Incarn
matches.
first global from both
Qualifications
barrels
on
after
the
these
line.
stuns. There it
Egos
is.
being
Both
destroyed
barrels come
here
out of
from the
stun.
top
Press
dogs,
Incarn.
getting a run for their money from newcomer rosters and newly formed teams this season around. As we see the veins pop for both
I was
sides.
trying to
Tessie
fake
is
some
getting
clones.
cracked, but recovers. Relza with
Got
immediate
CS'd.
reaction time to
Heart of the
heal that
Wild
type
right
of
off the bat from
damage.
Flappers
And
just to
same
get the
towards Meh, but
quicker
Meh's into a
cast
bash.
speed on
Flappers
clone.
is engaging
Waz has
crowd
been
control first. Tessie
opting
gets
to
knocked.
hold his Heart of the
He can't
Wild
fake
till
the
like
interrupt.
middle of the
He's
game.
got a barrier,
Every
get back
single
in line
game.
side of Relza. He blinks
I'm like
forward.
140 ping
Raiku's
on
trying to
Europe.
avoid the meteor. He gets away from it. Here comes the Snowdrift, but Tessie is getting
From
pressure.
West
Here comes the
Coast.
Snowdrift from Raikou. They're matching Snowdrift for Snowdrift. Which mage is going to
Goes
fall
for the Ring of
first?
Frost
Who's gonna
off the
have to trade
Snowdrift.
here? Raikou plays a risky game, but both
They get
priests
Relza's trinket.
decide to use their trinkets first to recover through the opener.
Waz popping his Heart of the
Waz
Wild.
making plays, goes for the DB, the
20, 30
Snowdrift,
seconds
fakes the
after
volley
Flappers
kick
is
from Waz,
Flappers
and
is probably about
volley.
to end on Heart of the Wild, and Waz still has
Getting
his.
trinket out that way.
It might be a little
But
easier for him to get
one
some
thing
clones
is that
going.
Tessie is really struggling in this game to, be his former self, where he's just constantly on top of Meh, constantly getting CC, and a part of that reason is because Echo is doing a fantastic job playing bodyguard. Raikou, Waz, always covering for Meh when they can, and Desi's not
I mean,
getting
I've
ahead and
played it. He
making
was
him
fine.
choke under the pressure.
He's gotten 2 polymorphs in a minute this game.
A little less,
basically.
because the game is
Iceball
more
comes down,
PvE
but Raiku's
nowadays,
there,
so there's
and he
not
gets
as
back
much
around the
fancy
corner.
stuff.
Should
Like
be
you're
able
not
to
running around
recover.
like sapping
I like
trinkets
that
and
Tessie's
stuff
using
every
the
game
wall
anyway.
shifting power before he cancels it.
And even then,
He
that's
doesn't get
easy to
interrupted.
do
Shifting power is
because
such
of
a critical ability to fully
more
cancel.
just
Flappers
interrupts
is
that are
also
harder.
playing more aggressively, but Raikou is there.
A lot of times you want to
He
like
gets
hold
stunned
onto your
up,
kick
and now
anyway,
Waz
because
is
like
there.
landing your
Great, and
kick
they knock
is
him behind the
usually
pillar. Oh,
worse
the wall.
Wall.
Is that a
than
good-
making them
back
fake
right?
multiple
I
times.
don't even think they need it. I don't think they need that. It did not seem necessary. Tessie is actually caught here as well in the back of this fence. He's able to escape back in the middle. Waz, no trinket. Not finding any opportunities. They're going to cyclone.
And it's just training
I
your
feel
brain to
Flappers
like
has realized, he's gonna
translate
grab
the lag
crowd
of like,
control
okay,
more.
I have to
Waz is
kick
getting
it like
better
70 to
of
kick it
him in that
90.
regard from the last game.
Absolutely, and in the Tigers Peak game, Waz was having a field day with Flappers, just constantly stun cloning him.
Yeah, the more like brute force
and
PvE the
doing
game
what
is, the
he
less
can,
the
so
ping
shutting
matters.
down that massive cooldown. If Flappers can do that to Waz, Raikou has to block. Making
Okay, big play. Still no trinket. Still no
Like
trinket.
I think
Massive
Trev
spell.
on like Welcome to the Jungle has
Does he
like
get another one?
horrible
Need a
ping.
clone.
And there's like
Yes.
obviously
Oh my God, Echo,
plenty of
you're going to
Europeans
the
that come to
lower bracket.
NA
You're
do
going to
really
the lower
well.
bracket. Echo, so much
Australians that
damage.
do
He's
occasionally
an
okay.
angel. He's pulling him back up. I think he should stabilize.
Yeah, if you
here.
wanted to do
He's
some
back
twos
to
after
full
this is
shifting
over,
power,
maybe.
resetting.
If there's not
He
another
recovers,
series
but
after this
it's-
one. I don't know if
you
this is
want
the
us to be
last
that
series
close.
today or
Flappers
not.
gets knocked behind the pillar.
Flappers-
Massive catch by Echo.
I wish I was on
Massive
YouTube so I could go
catch,
back to
and
that.
I think they're in the top 3.
Waz form.
I think that's it. Waz form with the
Knocks
typhoons
him
just
behind
out.
the pillar.
Flop guarding
Out
everything and
finessing
just gets
Flappers
knocked.
twice, right? He got the knock
Yes.
where Raikou
Veins.
kind of whiffed the wall. If he got a wall, it could have been sick. The knock earlier and then the knock at the end. Yeah,
The replay.
Waz definitely. Waz leveled up here for this series. He prepared the Pharaoh Druid. He came to play. Dobob are in the lower bracket. Chibaku are sad pandas. They're not going to get their tiebreaker.
I don't
They're
know
gonna
why
have to
Waz
battle it
didn't
out
pull
in the
out
gauntlet,
Waz
I
form
believe.
sooner, to
Although
be
I think
honest.
maybe
Because like I said, he
trying
played
to
it in
think of
Season
any
1
other
and it
teams
won
that
him
might
Cup
be able
2.
to play
And then he
any
just
type of
retired
support,
it for
maybe
Cup
for
3, Cup
Dobob's
4, and the
position.
finals.
But I think
And
it's probably
Cup 1 and
unlikely.
2 of this
So it's more
this
about
season.
the
I almost said
newcomers
this
in the lower
expansion.
bracket now getting their gauntlet
But,
positions, right?
yeah.
It's about nap time securing their gauntlet position or the super duper gamers.
And that was
This
a really
such
quick
good
kill.
catch.
No
That
skin
was
or
such a
anything.
good catch. Right off the back foot of almost dying here on Raikou.
Or
Waz
just, like,
sees
dying
his
through Guardian.
opportunity. He sees Flappers. He's like, "Yo, Flappers, you looking kind of nice on that druid there. I'm about to be
It's like
stunning
on the
you and
angel
knocking you
form.
behind the pillar here." So he gets gets a kick, stun, boops him.
Big incarnate
into the
damage.
on his life grip. He got life grip there. He booped the life grip. He would have
So
got pulled
lucky.
out.
So,
Oh, yeah, that's insane that it was on the grip.
And then he just dies because of it.
The
Oh my
restun by Med
God.
before the snowdrift went off.
Bro, that's
Like if the
so
snowdrift went
sad.
off like half a second sooner
going
and
back,
Med didn't get the
Waz form
restun.
is looking super good. Look, it's Flapper's
I mean,
income, right?
Flapper had nothing he could
Waz
press. I
income,
mean, I guess he had
shots
wall, yeah.
Flapper's down here. And this is the kind of thing that is
But I
so
don't think
important
wall
to
saves
do.
him at like
He plays such a
5%
big
there
cooldown.
if he didn't
He
get
gets so much
restunned.
pressure with it. He, of course, ends up getting the kill because of it. But a lovely game sense from Waz. I love to see it. Pops damage, completely carries. Carried the game before as well. And Waz form, GJ, watch out.
Yeah.
Looking forward to the twit longer to apologize to your former teammates, Chan.
I'm happy for them. It sucked to see them lose in Cup 1. Cup 2 was honestly a bit humiliating. To see them come back and beat the team, Thezia, that is always just giving them a hard time. Good work. Put in the work. Effort showed, and it was good to see.
What's their just out of curiosity, like
Have they used Merce
knowing
at
kind of where
all?
They started and where they
Probably not,
how
right?
they
Because
just
Warlocks are just
were able to
terrible.
win that series. What do you
You'd think they
feel
would
like
try to
the
like
work
poach someone
looked
from like another
to
super
prepare
team
for
just to
this
like
series between
hurt
the
the
last two cups
competition
and
more
now? Like,
meta-wise.
how do you feel like
But
they
I guess
worked
it's more of
that
a
issue?
long-term investment for
I
if the
think
meta
they were
does shift,
kind of
like
on
the
RMP
finals or
approach,
something.
thinking RMP was the best comp. They're the best RMP. They're just gonna play through that and make that work. Quickly realized, hey, wait, feral druids are actually just, harder to deal with than rogues. And
If Warlock
after
just,
Cup 2,
gets the
it's,
Smexman
back
treatment
to
and
support.
becomes the next
Echo
Ellie
cannot
mage
be
or something, if
done
they just
because
make it
the
immortal
gauntlet.
for no
Going
reason
in third, whatever.
in a
Second,
couple months.
gauntlet.
Well,
You can't
I
be
guess the
going for
finals
gauntlet. And so Echo realized for Cup
isn't
3,
that
we
far
have to
away.
win. We need to just play FMP. We need to mirror these teams that are beating us as it, and we need to play better than them. And Waz,
But yeah, who knows how
one of the greatest
the
players of all
corruption
time.
patch is going to be.
I hate to say that, but it's true. He's showing it on his feral druid.
Yeah. No, I think that's totally fair. I think that's why a team like Echo, no matter how poorly they may be doing in the standings compared to how we normally expect them to, this is never a team that you want to count out. They were able to make it work, and they are up here in the upper bracket still. So they'll be facing off against Overload, the team that won Cup #1 here.
Isn't it
in
really
this
late on
war
Europe
within
right now? Like,
season 2. So very, very excited for that series. But what a day it has been so far. I
close
feel
to
like it's just been
mid-page.
a day of upsets. I'm going to count that one also as an upset. Echo beating Dobob. I think.
or
a
is it
lot
like
of
11
people-
p.m.?
is
I
an
think it's
upset?
11 p.m.
I think
what
it
you just
was.
said.
I
I
really think it was. Thank you, Chan. I'm sure people think I'm insane right now, but I mean, this is a team that they just have not been locked in this season, and they just flipped a switch and they made it work. Dobob has had an incredible first season playing
Locked
the
in's
roster
a thug
together.
cleave,
So
right?
Beta, I don't think they were an underdog by any
That
means,
the
but I
Texas team?
think a lot of people
Let me look.
definitely didn't expect them to win that one. So I'm happy for them. Sorry if I'm being controversial here, but we're gonna be seeing them play on Championship Sunday. But let's talk about that next series. We can see it down there in the lower bracket. We've got 2 more series left, so that means we have 2 more teams to knock out of the tournament super teams. We've got Nap Time, the team that almost beat Overload. They were so close. We've got Super Duper Gamers, the team that is just 1 win away from getting back up into that gauntlet. So both of these teams, I feel like, have so much on the line, and they've got a lot to prove, Sid.
Do we have the leaderboard for the standings? Like, is it guaranteed nap time are out if they win this, or is it a tiebreaker? Like, I just need the math here. So right now, Super Duper, if they win,
Why
they
would
get
you
20,
speedrun that
they'll
game
be
so there is
tied,
no block,
right? And then they have to win again, and then they have to win again, and then they're locked in. But
They
it'll
make
still
it
be a
work.
tie for 8th. I think that no matter what, there's a tie.
There's a lot of
Isn't there?
tiebreaker situations. We'll
1,
have to
2,
work through
3,
it.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8. If they, maybe if Super Duper win a lot, I don't think there's a tie. But if they only win like 1 or something like that, I think that there's a lot of ties. This top 8 is not guaranteed.
Definitely not. It's this time of year when we're kind of nearing the last couple of moments for these teams to get locked into either the top 3 or into the gauntlet, that it can get really complicated. So we'll certainly keep everybody posted on kind of how this is going, how the standings are going. But remember, the teams want to be in the top 3. That will give them a ticket to the the global finals at the end of May. If not, it's the next 5 teams after that will get sent to the gauntlet, and that is a very scary place to be. Only 1 team from each region will make it out alive from that. So that being said, we're going to go to a break. Before we do that, Chan, we have our first game that you get to play with us. Are you excited?
Sure.
Or from India.
Sure.
That sounded.
I mean, every rogue has been
Wait, hold on,
rerolling
we were
Feral
here
for
to
a long
cast.
time
No,
now,
we're
except for
gonna play
True.
some games in the meantime.
Like, Waz
we're just doing this.
won a
take
tournament
game,
playing Feral
give
last
the team a
season
little bit of
even.
break and have some fun.
And then
in the
Peekaboo
meantime. So
played
if you're
Feral
watching
all the
from
way to the
home,
grand
play along
finals
in chat.
of
This
the
is
whole
what we do for this.
circuit.
So basically, Jen, we're going to be looking at some emojis. and try to figure out. What
And then I
he's
think like
referring to.
Dazed
So it
was
could be
playing Feral,
term,
and
could be
like
a
pretty much
person,
every
a
top team
map.
was playing Feral.
Alright.
Except for CDU and them, and that's why CDU and them were
Ruins of
struggling
Lordaeron.
because they just didn't have Troll Feral ready.
There's an
Left.
arrow with 4 tombstones.
Yeah, I think I'm wrong. Actually.
Oh, I know what it is. I know what
What
it
is it?
is.
What is
It's-
it?
It's an arena team. It's an arena team. It's
Okay.
left
Four
4
dead.
dead.
that's terrible.
Oh, that
That
was
is
so. Wow, that was so fast. That was so good.
Sometimes I'm quick, okay?
That
Sometimes
was
I'm quick.
nice. Yeah. Okay. Would you have gotten that one, Chan?
Maybe.
You can lie.
I don't
It's
know.
okay. Nobody
No,
can
I
tell
don't
you.
think so. I
Nobody
think
can
Sid
tell
has
you
this
you're
one.
wrong up here. Okay.
Sid's rank 1 at this game.
He is. He is.
I don't know about that. Wait till the
you're
next
good.
one.
Wow.
Yell-
But
Wait till okay.
Oh my God.
just kidding. Sorry.
Now I'm gonna have to get rank 1. Now I have to come back.
All right, let's check
I'm
out the
gonna
next
get-
one. Spells and abilities.
Spells and abilities.
Ghost,
The
star,
ghost,
and what is that?
Oh.
a dog bowl.
It looks like a hole or something.
Spirit of the
Hole in one?
Redeemer. Is that the name of the Spirit of the
Spells and
Redeemer?
abilities. Ghost.
It's
I
like
have
you.
no
It's like
clue.
you die, but then you turn into a bowl.
Ghost. Starry hole.
I don't know what the
Wait.
last one even represents.
Is that a golf
That's a-
hole or
that's
is
a
it a
golf
bowl?
hole.
I think it's
Hole in
a
one.
okay. But what do the other ones have to do?
Is it? Is it
I thought
that
it was
totem
collapsing
that
void,
rests you?
but-
I don't even know what that is.
Shaman?
Ankh totem?
Yeah.
it
I
Ankh
think
totem?
I
What?
can't remember what it's called because no one ever plays it. I don't
Ankh
think anyone's
totem.
ever played.
I don't know if that'd
Maybe
be a
one
ghost.
time it got played in PvP. Celestial conduit.
The ghost is
Is that
throwing
even
me
an
off.
ability?
Hmm.
Like, what is this? What does this starry sky have to do with anything?
It makes me think
Why
it's
does
a
the-
I
boomkin
don't-
spell.
Yeah, but like it was the boomkin.
The boomkin.
What is the? Yeah, but why is this ghost? Is a dead boomkin, and then
Spirit?
is he just like
Ghost.
What's the boomkin res called?
ghost wolf? Like it's a dog collar maybe or something?
Ah.
I don't know.
I think there'd be a dog and a ghost if it was Ghost Wolf.
Why is the tongue sticking out? Is that,
Okay,
is that even relevant?
We have
to
a
what it
hint.
is?
We have a hint. Chan, it's a warlock ability.
Oh,
What?
That's even weirder.
What?
Is it gateway? I don't know.
Soul.
Is it Soulstone?
wha-
Wait, is it Soulstone?
No.
Fell domination?
I'm CC'd by the stars in the middle. What does that mean?
Yeah. I don't know.
Warlock with
Like
stars.
the Night Fae
like
ability,
what?
it's like
Stars. Soulstone?
The-
Soul... Demonic gateway? Demonic circle? It's just name warlock ability. Just name warlock
I
ability.
feel like Soulstone
Fear.
makes
I'm
sense.
retired. I forgot.
I'm
Demonic gateway?
I don't think that's it. What is it? A demo warlock, an affliction
Is it
warlock,
portal-
or a
or is it-
Destro warlock?
Is it lock closet? No, that doesn't make any sense.
What in the?
Haunt.
The middle one's
No.
Huh?
A haunt would make sense. It's a
'cause
ghost.
but
Yeah. Soul rot.
we need some help, chat.
Malefic rapture. I'm just throwing out names now. Corruption, agony.
There's a hole at
Curse
the
of
end, so it's gotta be
weakness.
like.
I'm gonna run
Curse
the
of
auto ad
tongues,
now
'cause
just so it
his tongue
doesn't
is
go
out?
off during the actual game. I only have
I
one
don't know.
snooze.
There's a tongue
Please don't tell me
emoji.
it's not.
It's definitely not. I think it's soul something.
Chaos bolt. How is this so hard?
I don't know. I've given up. I don't think
You
if
get a
the
clue what
if the
that is
lock
at the
if,
end?
the, if I'm heading to the opera soon. What?
What does that have to do with guessing this? Or are you just gonna leave us here forever and we have
Phantom?
to just sit here until we get
Is
it right?
it Phantom something?
Phantom singularity.
Oh!
How? No,
woo!
it can't be.
Oh.
wait. No,
Oh.
it's not.
Okay, I'm so excited.
Well,
What?
Yeah, it is. It's a
Woo!
ghost. It's Phantom. It's Danny Phantom.
Okay, but what is the hole?
I don't know what the hole is.
Space plus hole equals black hole equals singular.
That's rigged.
What is this, physics
Oh
class?
my
What the heck?
God. Black
I would have
hole?
never guessed that.
Oh, did anyone in the chat guess that? Like, is there a single person? You should give them like 10,000 channel points.
No, nobody guessed it. Actually, there's a few. There's a few. Shout out to the few
We
that
did a
I
little
see you
bit.
in there.
I'm a WoW player, not an astronomist. Okay, what even is a black hole? Like Ursul's vortex is the only black hole I know.
Oh
Oh, what
God,
is
there's
that?
more.
What is that? Why is it spell and ability? And there's two
Dancing.
people
There's
dancing.
two people and there's dancing. Okay, so they like
Shadow
to spell it
dance.
out phonetically. I'm
Oh!
getting. Oh, okay.
Is that it? That'd be too obvious, right? I feel
Yeah,
like
no,
it's
that
too
makes sense. The
obvious.
first one, yeah,
It is?
Wait,
nice.
Oh, okay.
Nailed it.
Yeah, instant lock. Instant lock.
Wow, that was great. I think that's it. I think those are all the ones that we've got. You know what? I think we did great. I think that was really good.
2 for 3 is not bad. 2 for 3
Awesome.
instants.
Yeah, they're really hard. Cool. All right. Well, chat, you once again proved to be better at this than we are. But in the meantime, we are going to head to a break. Hopefully there'll be more of those that we can redeem ourselves with. But we are going to come up to that lower bracket series, Nap Time versus Super Duper Gamers, up next. Stick around. We will be right back.
That's Jamie's team. When was the last time you played AWC? Last season. I got top 8 all 3 cups I played, and then I got kicked off my team because we just didn't get along with each other. And then they didn't get top 8 without me, so they didn't make the gauntlet. They were gonna give me the gauntlet cut. But it is what it is. We just didn't get along well. But it kind of burnt me out hard. I'm so bored of playing Outlaw. And I didn't really want to play Feral and stuff. My Feral's just not ready. But this would have been the season to do it, because sub is actually like good right now. But it just wasn't in the cards. Like I have more going on with like side work. And I also just had a bunch of family stuff going on where I didn't even stream that week. So it didn't line up anyway. Not bad right now. I was playing on Unitas last season because Aiden was being like a tournament admin instead of competing. But now they're playing with Aiden again, so yeah, it was like me a brew at garbage and economics, but it wasn't a good environment for me. It just made me play worse and tilted me because we'd just play some really long outlaw damp games, and then I would just get blamed for not killing the enemy team in 4 minutes. If I make any mistakes, that's why we lost. And I'm bad at like 10-minute mana games. I'm good at setting up a drink, I'm good at stopping drinks, but like I just base out too much, like super late game. I only have like fun if I'm playing sub. I'm super burnt out of just dampening and outlaw in general. Too boring. How you doing, Bensky? When did what start? AWC? A couple hours ago. I think there's like 2 more series for the day, I think. But yeah, I didn't play this season's cups at all. I haven't competed in season 2. I just played season 1.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We are down in the lower bracket for an
Club is decent right
elimination
now,
series.
yeah.
It's nap time.
Some of the best
versus
it's been
Super
for a
Duper
while
Gamers.
now.
Both of these teams are teams that could
It actually
make it into
does
the
not
gauntlet
last
still,
place
so a lot
damage.
is riding on the line. Naptime got knocked down into this bracket earlier today, as did and Super Duper.
Yeah,
they were in
3-2.
the lower bracket and they sent out Shibaku Tensei. So both of these teams have had incredible
Raikou died
days.
once without
Both of these
blocking,
teams
and
are
then the
playing
last
out of their
game they just
minds
kind
today,
of
and I think we have a very
knocked
fun
Flappers out of
series
LOS
that we
and
are
killed
about
them in
to
a
see.
stun, like 100-0.
We do, yeah. Naptime, phenomenal performance in that upper bracket, going the distance with the highest rated seed in the tournament. So I think they've really made a name for themselves. Super Duper Gamers,
Yeah, 3-2.
they're looking to cause some upsets here as well. I mean, this is a
He
phenomenal
go washed.
team. You've got
I
Jamie,
mean, he hasn't competed or
MVQ,
pushed for rank
SQX,
1 in
and
like a
Blizzo.
decade,
So
I
some
feel
heavy
like.
hitters on this roster, and I think they're really
I
trying
think
to
the last
cause
time I've seen
a
him
bit of
play
a
like
stir
non-classic
in Europe
is he was
for
just
this final
doing some
cup.
like
And
for
both
fun
of these teams
1800 like
very capable
Hydra
of causing that
PS Hero
stir, but we'll
RMP
have to
games,
see who comes out ahead,
like
because they're
last
gonna have to
expansion or
unfortunately
something.
go through each other.
But
Yeah, definitely interesting.
yeah, I don't
cards
think
that
he
you
like
think
tries
as
to
well in
compete.
this series, Zico. I mean, what do you make of nap time, especially? You know, they're
He
playing kind of a
could easily get
non-meta
rank 1 if he
composition.
wanted
They're
to, but
making
it's
it
just it's
work
not
as
good for
well.
his
Do you think
career.
that they are up to the challenge of Super Duper Gamers?
Absolutely. What I want to see, like a dream scenario here, with Super Duper Gamers beating Shibaku Tensei in the mirror, just taking their comp, making it their own, saying, what do you got? I want to see them do it again. I want to see them lock in Blizzo and full send the Thunder Mirror.
They're playing Shiv again. I mostly play Shiv,
They're
yeah.
just a team that just
You don't
locks
have to,
in what
though.
you play. They're just like the mirror. That would be
Most people
I would
just
love that.
respect it because they're
I
too
don't think
lazy
that's
to
what we're gonna see.
respect.
We're probably going to see DHLA.
Because it's good
All right,
into
well,
Warriors.
with that in mind,
because of,
Zico, what is your prediction for this series?
The new like War Banner Zerker
I
shop,
am going with the Super Duper Gamers.
where
I feel
you
like
just kind of give your whole team 10 seconds
they
of
have had a solid performance.
nerfing 1 CC in
but
half.
I do think that the defeat.
So it's like
they
good because you can
suffered
actually
earlier
shiv
when
off
they
the
were so
Zerker roar.
close,
And then it gets
maybe
rid of
have
the War Banner.
demoralized their spirits a little bit. On the contrary,
And then in
Super Duper
general, it
Gamers,
just helps
they
you
came
kite
off of a big win.
when
They
you're
got
running
the
around
steam,
defensively.
They got the momentum. They got a super experienced roster. I think they got it.
Or just like focus shiving a
Alright,
priest running in
Ben?
for a fear. And then they have to like fade the shiv slow off.
I'm
'cause
going
84%
with my heart
slow.
for this one. I feel like Naptime, they got this. I'm going
Not
3-1
really.
in favor of Naptime. I saw what they could
That's
do.
part
in
of
that
what
upper
streaming is
bracket,
for,
and
right?
I believe in the HPAL dream. I want to see it. I want to see the deep run going from rank 1 last season, you know, making it into the finals for this cup.
I just wish WoW was in a more
Putting
watchable
everything on that.
spot where viewership and stuff was way
Okay,
higher
all
for
right,
everyone.
Definitely curious of
And queue
Suki's
times were quicker.
And Chance prediction.
But-
Okay, I think we're about
I'd
split
love to
here. As for my prediction,
Be a
I
500
am
viewer
also on the
Andy
side of
again and have
Naptime.
insta
I know that
queues and,
Suki's
you know,
made a really
actually be
good
able to
point
pay my
earlier,
bills
though,
and not
that
have to kind of
Naptime played
do a lot of
really,
coaching
really
and have
long
to do
series,
the
and they might
search engine
be,
optimization
just a little
side
bit
job.
tired from that last one. I feel like given the last series, though,
Like
they've
if
had a
my
little bit
if
of
my
time
streaming
to
income
break,
was
get
like,
some
you know, more
recovery,
than
but still
$2-3
carry on that
an hour
momentum,
now at this point.
you know, from how well that they did end up playing, even though it was a loss into this.
Not
series.
really.
But,
I've
I
been-
mean, that being said, Super Duper Gamers also
Few times have been
had
an
a great
issue
day, so who knows really? We are
for
going to get into
multiple
that
expansions
series,
in a
though.
row now
So,
because of the
so much
MMR
on
issues
the line. The winner of the
and
series
just the
still has a
DPS
chance
to
to
healer
make it into
ratio
the gauntlet, and you
and
can
just
bet
how
that
solo
both
queue is
of these
formatted.
teams are going to be putting
Shuffle is just the
everything on
worst way to
line.
do
They're not
solo
gonna leave
queue.
a single thing
Because just the
on
perception
table
of sitting
in
a
this series.
40-minute
It's
queue
game
makes
number
people
one,
not want to play.
elimination round.
Or just the whole
Naptime
idea of,
versus
oh, I only have
Super
10
Duper.
minutes. You know, I don't
Alright,
really
what
want to
we
go play
got?
it
It's the
like 6 rounds.
DHL
Like the whole point of solo queue is, oh, my healer, like, you know, my DPS went to go walk a dog. I'm gonna just insta queue a quick, you know, 5-minute game.
Here, Van? Who should win this?
I don't know. This is not a matchup I see too often.
I need
feel
join
like we're
OnlyFans.
looking
I
at
just
kind of
don't
like
enjoy
the
vanilla
meta
WoW
classes right now.
or any PV.
The Paladin is the only. This is the only odd man out. Like Hitsuki's the only one that's like, okay, like, do you really belong
Yeah.
here? These are all like the S tier specs. Like, should you be here? But I feel like you put on such a good performance. I'm curious to see. I think one vulnerability in this game could be they go after SQX.
Yeah, match quality is
Like,
also
make
just
swaps
low
onto the
in Shuffle
Restoration Druid.
because
He's going to be really important in this match. You can see Cookie.
there's
just
just
pushing
usually
forward as
3 or
well,
4
putting a
melee.
lot of pressure
Like
on
it
the
should
Druid
just be
to
melee
get that
range
early
healer,
damage.
4 rounds. No melee cleave, no wizard
Definitely
cleave.
a good job
or
here
best
coming
of
up, and
one
the Cookie is actually in a lot of
melee
trouble
range
right now,
healer.
going down to about 50% HP.
Even if
Already
melee has longer
fucking
Q
saved
times.
by the light. That's gonna be the
There needs to be more
astral
emphasis
shift
on
coming out
match
there from
quality.
Cookie. Jamie is gonna also take some return fire. Nice hammer.
Yeah, we have
build.
a nice
Lightning
little
light
Ellie
there
mirror
onto
of dampening.
SQX. Oh my god, that was a beautiful stun there by Cookie, forcing out Jamie's trinket. with that pet stun, and now MVQ is taking a lot of damage too. MVQ has no trinket. Jamie has no trinket. They're already in a pretty bad situation, and SQX is looking for Cyclones. He's looking for CC, but immediately
Cookie actually
has to
ahead
kind
of Jamie
abandon
on
that
damage.
push, realizing that this is a moment where he has to be defensive. A swap onto
lasso.
SQX. Huge lightning lasso here from Cookie. She is doing some serious work right now.
Yeah, definitely some solid damage, topping the meters, but Jamie is right
It's a hex
behind
onto
her right
MVQ
now
to
in
try to get
terms
the
of that.
Stormkeeper out.
See
Gets it
what
off.
happened. Cookie putting out a blast
Big
of
push.
damage. Jamie getting low though. Atsuki, Andre, and Cookie. Honestly, if Andre has uptime like this, it's gonna be really difficult for SQX to heal through the pressure. Back and forth here in this game number 1 between these two teams. SQX looking for a Cyclone, fakes out the interrupt, and will manage to
I mean,
find
I
it on
like
Andre.
hearing the
And those
commentary
Cyclones are very
while
important.
also
You get
doing
that
my
on the
own
warrior,
talking.
That's when the slaughterhouse is gonna fall.
Well, that's why I
That's
make
when
my
you're gonna
volume
be in a
louder
good
than that,
situation
you
to
know,
actually
but-
top off.
It's just to kind of
Yeah,
critique
right now,
what they
Cookie is
say,
taking
or
a lot of damage.
if they
What are you
notice
gonna do,
something I don't
Atsuki? He's in a
notice,
hammer
like
of
a backup.
justice right there. And it is because of that reverse.
or if there's
magic
just dead
from
air
MVQ.
time
The
where
Hunt
I
connects
don't think there's
onto
anything
Andre.
worth
Needs to be
commentating,
very
and
careful
you know
in
they
this
have to
position. He's
just
gonna
keep
activate the
going on.
regen to try
When
to
it's just like
mitigate some of that
here's the
damage
dampening
and
mana
build back
update.
up. Jamie on the backside of that pillar, trying to just
Right now,
kite
defensively,
Andre.
you
And
know,
I feel
both shamans have
if
wall.
Andre gets enough uptime onto Jamie, eventually Jamie.
I would say our Druid is a better spec
they need to try to
than
make something
HPAL,
happen.
so I would
Offensively,
give this to
beautiful
Jamie and
maim
them.
stun
But
onto Cookie. SQS looking for the Cyclone, forcing out Hetsuki's
Oh,
string.
big
They're
swap.
swapping to SQX.
Warrior is
Nice
top on damage,
swap,
though.
punishing SQX in that position, getting his trinket as well. That's a worth trade for the Paladin.
Yeah, definitely. Blinding Light now goes out, but it is going to be Andre that's low at the same time. Jamie
Big
has to
AoE
trade
stun
out
onto the healer.
Astral Shift. Cookie just having a field day right now, putting out lots of damage here on
MVQ taking a lot of
MVQ.
pressure from the
I
warrior.
love the setups on the Druid. There's no bar skin, no trinket available. The next Hammer of Justice on SQX could be absolutely devastating. They need to stall just a little bit longer for that bar skin. They're going to just preemptively use the Ancient of Lore. SQX just topping off the team, but that's a big defensive cooldown it no longer has access to.
Yeah, and the Hammer of Justice is up in about 20 seconds, so there could be a KO opportunity there onto either Jamie or SQX. Jamie with no Astral Shift, so they could go for a Hammer of Justice. Blinding Light. Hetsuki's looking for it. SQX, what are you going to do?
I'll lower the
Nice
volume a
Arsenal's
little
Vortex,
bit.
but
Unless people want it back
Hetsuki is
louder, but-
crossing the map here, trying to get aggressive. MVQ's
Yeah,
trying to shut it down
MVQ's
for a little
competed
bit.
a few
There's
times
the Hammer of
before.
Justice. Are they going to swap? No. Reverse magic coming through.
Also, I think he's the only
Flipping
DH
MVQ,
playing.
though,
I don't
with a
think
lightning
DH is
lasso.
that
He's
good
gonna
right now,
have
but I
to
think
trade
LA
out of that
DH is
one. Activate
pretty good
the
into
blur
some
as well.
comps, but
Now
that's just
Darkness
how
getting
LE
dropped
is good
here
into everything
onto
with
Jamie
everything.
as well. MVQ making some MVP plays.
Yeah, once again, a Hex is going to be landed. Just a little bit of disruption. It's a race between these two Elemental Shamans at this point. Hetsuki is a little bit behind on mana. Nap time falling a little bit behind right now. Hetsuki doesn't have too much healing to trade out. A full Hammer.
Yeah,
of
DH
Justice
doesn't
on
have that many
SQX, so
keybinds
once
for sure.
again,
We're just
very
trying to
back
fake a
and forth. I
clone
like
here.
the
H-Ball's like
aggression
staying
here
on
from
top of the
Nap
Druid.
Time.
Lands a
Nap Time
blind onto the
playing
Druid.
this matchup very confidently here. The double stun comes in. Jamie gets a
No
little bit
Hodge or
low.
anything to pair with the
Able to
blind,
kinda
but
line up some damage here. Big primordial wave, and Jamie's getting absolutely smoked. Andre gets put into imprisonment by MVQ to just slow him down, but every time they can kind of collapse on SQX, it's going to be great.
also
pressure
onto
here
the
for nap time.
DH.
Yeah, and that's
He
gonna
just
be
trinkets.
the
Or no, he
Ancient of
doesn't.
Lore
Okay,
again
ticked.
from SQX.
I'm just blind.
Also had to use his bark skin Cookie though.
There's wall
Is
from
in
Cookie.
trouble. He uses the Astral Shift and tries to get back in line of sight of SQX.
Tree
He
farm
realizes
is
that he's most
expiring.
likely going to
Mana's
be the
pretty
target.
even for
He's
H-Ball
ducking
Druid.
around the corner. Jamie now
Full Hodge onto
in
the
a
Druid, it gets
Stormbolt.
reversed.
Actually pre-Astral Shift on that Stormbolt. Nice read
Any
there
follow
from
up off
Jamie.
the Hodge?
Going
No,
for
he gets sheared on
Stormkeeper.
clone. He goes for
interrupted
clone
though
again
by
on a
Andre.
DPS, I think.
Cookie gets interrupted on the Stormkeeper there as
MVQ
well.
taking a lot of
Huge
LA Shaman damage here and a
onto
random shockwave.
MVQ. He's
Metamorph
in
it, like,
the,
defensively,
stun,
just for, like, the
and, Andre is
iframes.
gonna get caught up with the Cyclone. Hitsuki now potentially getting a nice interrupt there from Cookie, actually interrupting that Cyclone that SQX was looking for. And Andre going to be put
In-cap
in prison
peel on
here
the
for a
warrior.
second. Gonna
There's
allow
some
Jamie
cross
to get a
CC.
little bit of extra
Opting to
damage
just
though
rather
with that
peel than
Ascendance
CC the
Bomb.
healer.
Here comes big trouble. Jamie, what are you going to do?
Probably
SQX
more
has a lot of
responsible
healing to catch up
stopping a
on.
lot of damage
Yeah,
because like
definitely,
denying
but
healing
Hetsuki at
doesn't
the same
really
time
matter
finally
that much
trades out the
if it's not a whole
sacrifice.
CC
Might
chain.
be able to keep Cookie alive here. It's a very back and forth. I mean,
Because you
anyone
want the
can win
healer
at
to
this
be
point in the
healing.
game.
Move your legs.
No
Nah.
Lethal Hand's going to be available, but does Hetsuki does pop some of their offensive cooldown, so you get aggressive, get some big healing out, trying once again to play on top of the Druid. Big blinding
Like,
light
what do you
comes
mean?
in. Jamie could be in a
They're, like,
little
under the
trouble.
chair.
There's no Iron Bark. There's no Astral Shift. This is an opportunity for nap time to really push through, but SQX denies it. The Ancient of Lore is just so much healing. Jamie easily gets topped off, but after this Ancient of Lore, if they can find that pressure once again, I feel like nap time, they have a limited window, but they can win this game.
Absolutely, that was a SQX trinket as well. They got no.
Sometimes you just
lot
gotta
of
spin the
left.
chair around.
Mana is coming down to a wire here as well for both.
Goes for the
teams.
Roar Claw.
You
Is
got
it going to
the
get
SQX
ground
with the
sheared? Nope,
Cyclone.
he's unable to
Not
fake the
to
shear.
find it there onto
Holly's
Hatsuki.
running
Now
over it.
Hatsuki has an
Hodge in
opportunity
3
to get aggressive.
seconds.
MVQ trinket.
Holly's going to
and
Hodge the
uses
Druid right
Nether
now.
Rock right there. There's
He gets
gonna
to
be
run
a
away from
great
it.
stun
He's
coming out from
Mai
SQX.
sprinting
Gonna
after him to
kite
go for the
Soul
Hodge. He gets
Paladin
Hodge.
away from that Hammer of Justice, but the Hammer connects.
MVQ.
He's going to drop.
He's trying to get over there to
What are you
dispel
gonna
it,
do
but it
here?
expires
He's
before he
taking
even
so
gets
much
there to
damage.
reverse
Jamie
it.
powering through with a couple
Kills
of
the
heals
warrior
as
instead
well,
with the
but
in
now
cap since he
Cookie
couldn't get
might
there.
crumble under the
Into a
pressure
clone
of
off the in
Super
cap.
Duper Gamers. They're trying to close
Stopping a
down
lot of that
the-
whole
the
recklessness
game
just
here,
sitting
trying
into
to
micro
land a
CC.
hex, but Jamie is taking a return
Jamie's
fire.
just going for a
Andre
hex.
SQX as well.
Doesn't get it.
Huge damage onto everyone. Jamie's just
Nice little
cosplaying a healer
AoE
at
roar.
this point, and it could be
Warrior's
SQX
just soloing the
actually
Druid.
falls first, but he manages
Kylie
to
goes
pop
first.
himself,
Druid
and
still has a
Jamie
little
now
crumb
in
of
big
mana.
trouble. Andre with a nice fear to slow down the pressure. Nice darkness though on this push.
Yeah, let's see what they decide to do. I mean, this is not looking good for nap time.
Cookie's
Super
probably
Gamers
dead
have
here 'cause of
all the
mana.
pressure, all the momentum.
Jamie's
and
just going to
Cookie
triple kill here.
might
All the
get
insta casts.
crushed. Hatsuki does what he can, but unfortunately, it is not enough. Super duper gamers, they strike first blood, and honestly,
I would
in
say
these
Ellie is
elemental
probably the
summon
best
mirrors,
class in the
super
entire
duper
game for
gamers are
Shuffle.
looking good. I
There's no
mean,
such thing as a
I
bad
don't
Ellie
know
comp.
in these mirrors, so
Yeah, and you're pretty
I don't know,
tanky, and
Nap time,
then
what they can do.
Hunters are also
I think that they
historically
played
pretty
that
good in
game
Shuffle.
well, but ultimately, maybe starting to see some of the weaknesses of the Holy Paladin.
But yeah,
I
Earth Grab's
think,
also one of the best tools for like rooting all
hit
the
nail
hunter
on his head
pets.
there. The Holy Paladin, definitely a big weakness for nap time, but in terms of damage, they were actually massively ahead. Like you can see, Andre and Cookie both out damaging their counterparts. So if they actually had
Crazy that
maybe a
Jamie's like
Resto Druid, if Hatsuki
60
has
million
that,
behind,
in
70
his
million
back
behind.
pocket, that could actually just
Windwalker is
outright
fun.
win
I
them
just,
this
you
matchup.
know,
And maybe
people
even,
can cooldown trade
some
against it.
mirror,
It's really
moving forward,
spiky.
because they had a lot of pressure up to this point.
And all your
This is
mobilities
the
for like running away,
weakness
not for
of the Holy
chasing people.
Paladin in the late game. It's
But I
not
would say
gonna be
Windwalker
as
is much
potent as the
tankier than
Resto
it used to
Druid.
be.
And I think that the
And
Demon Hunter
Windwalkers do
pick,
some of the
I
most
actually
damage.
really
Like Windwalker
it,
is really good for Shuffle,
because the
but there
reverse
are
magic
bad
is so
comps and
strong.
bad
Most
lobbies.
of their setups are going to come through a hammer
Of like,
of
oh,
justice
these
into
classes are
Burning
hard to hit,
you
and
know,
they're not
similar,
stacking, so I
things
can't
like
get
that.
AoE.
And it's so good to just have that reverse magic every single time. It's so good as well. MVQ is playing with the darkness, of course, and he's able to.
Ellie
get
Shaman,
a
there's
lot
just
of
no
work
such
done,
thing as a bad Ellie
dropping
Shaman
it
comp. You
early.
could literally play anything.
So, I really like the Demon Hunter
You
pick.
just jump up and
And
down,
I
you
think
spam
the
instant
best way
cast,
that,
you do top
can
damage.
punish that is to maybe look to
You think about
stun
enhanced,
MVQ
it's just
a
inferior
little
to
bit
Ellie
more
in
to
every
take
way.
him out of
There's
the
no
game,
point to ever play
because
enhanced.
anytime they leave him free, he always has the imprisonment. He always has, Chaos Novas. He has reverse magic. He has all kinds of things to kind of keep his team safe. So yeah, I think maybe more stuns onto MVQ when they get those Hammer of Justice plays to try to accelerate the pace of the game.
Yeah, I like that. We'll see what they decide to do. I wonder if map is going to play into this at all. Like, potentially a small map to play on top of the Druid more often. Because, like I said, I think for Hatsuki, Cookie, and Andre, they are playing these games very confidently. They're playing aggressive. Hatsuki's not afraid to push in and get the Hammer of Justice and the Blinding Lights. So I do suspect we'll be going to a small map. Potentially something like Ruins of Lordaeron to really kind of accelerate that type of playstyle. But I think in these Elemental Shaman mirrors, like MVQ and Jamie seem to have really good synergy. MVQ coming in clutch with great darknesses at the right time, with great reverse magics. Like,
Ellie or
playing
Dwarf?
against MVQ
Depends what you're
quite
queuing
annoying.
into. It's
Very
kind of
good at, like,
RNG. I would say
pre-glimpses
probably it
and
works
stuff.
more well-rounded overall. But
Okay.
honestly, look at what people
this
are
is what I
playing.
wanted to see. This
Like
is
if
what I
you
wanted
go to
see.
like Tech PvP or
Super
Ceramate
duper
or
gamers,
whatever
they are
PvP
confident,
site
they
you
are
use,
locking in
go to
the
Europe.
mirror, and they're gonna have the advantage.
Start by
because
Ellie Shaman.
The Druid in the late game is gonna outmana the Paladin, so it's on the Paladin team to get something done.
It's
But the
either one, right?
downside
Orc,
is
Dark
you
Iron,
swap the
Dwarf,
Druid and kill
Dwarf,
him. He
Dwarf,
doesn't have
Dwarf,
any
Dwarf,
Divine
Dwarf.
Shield, doesn't have any
Seems like
bubble,
Dwarf's more
doesn't have
represented
any
than
of those
Orc.
kind of emergency cooldowns.
But probably
and on a
Dwarf.
map like Hook Point, I
mean,
for
either one's
SQX.
good.
I really think that the key to nap time.
Sort it by NA, see if
is
it's
gonna be
any
to,
culturally different.
Potentially put that Druid to sleep.
I am surprised. Like, why do you think they brought in Blizzo? Because that game
It's
looks
still a mix of both.
relatively convincing from my point of view. Like, what didn't we like about the Demon Hunter? Because I kind of like the insurance of, like,
I mean,
being
Night
able-
Elf is just
being
insane,
able to
yeah.
free glimpse goes and get the reverse magic on the Hammer of Justice and bring in the darkness. When SQX doesn't have bark skin or anything like that. Like, it didn't seem too bad to me.
I don't actually know if this matchup is going to be better, but on paper, I feel like playing a mirror, but your healer is stronger in the late game than their healer. It seems like a good bet. And more so, I'm excited for this just because Super Duper Gamers, this is kind of what I was talking about in the pregame. I just want to see them mirror everyone. Like, if they end up facing Echo, I want to see them go FMP mirror or RMP mirror as well. Like, you know, just be that team.
Wait, do I have 2 tabs of it
just
open?
mirror everyone. Just be the most confident team in the tournament. But game number 2, Super Duper Gamer versus Naptime. Resto Druid Thundercleave versus the Holy Paladin Thundercleave. This is kind of a pick that I do believe Super Duper Gamers actually have been practicing because they have Blizzo on the
Personally,
roster,
there's decision making and
that's,
thinking if you're going to play
mainly what
Dwarf.
he brings, right, is that warrior,
If you're just newer, I would say it
Windwalker.
works
So I
probably
do
just
think that
easier to play.
Windwalker Ellie and Warrior Ellie
More,
is probably
you know.
comps that they are actually very familiar with. But this is Naptime's, bread and butter comp. So we'll see who comes out ahead here in game number 2.
Or Dark Iron is just more smoke damage too.
Very back and forth series. But
Than, like,
Super
normal
Duper
Dwarf,
Gamers are feeling
but
confident. They're bringing in Blizzo.
Can get you
heavy
killed
hitter on that
putting your
warrior,
trinket on CD.
one of the absolute best warriors in Europe. Let's see if Andre can go toe to toe and what Naptime is going to be able to do. About 30 seconds have elapsed. It's going to be Cookie and Jamie once again under fire in this matchup. Blizzo just putting out some devastation here in this game, but won't have freedom, so it's not going to have that same kind of luxury as Andre to have that blessing of freedom
Blizzo
from
getting
the
on the
Paladin,
warrior
but,
instead of MVQ.
of course,
That's
not
actually
gonna have
a
to deal with
Thunder
getting
Mirror.
cycloned and rooted,
Just
so,
Ardred as a better
you know,
healing
it's a
class
bit
than
of a
H-Pal.
curse between these two healers. Which one is better? Which one provides more benefit? Full Hammer of Justice now on to SQX. It's going to be Andre and Cookie that are going low. Atsuki doesn't have a Hammer of Justice available, so can't find the crowd control just yet, but still just keeping the team topped off. SQX going for some crowd control, gets a full stun here onto Andre, and now looking for a Cyclone. Blizzo can
Going
turn
for the
his attention over
Stormkeeper,
on
gets it
Cookie.
off.
Yeah, Blizzo is looking for the Cookie and the Cookie Jar. Let's see if he can get any uptime right now, trying to get the uptime there, but Andre shutting it down for a second. Now going back over onto Jamie. Cookie trying to kite Blizzo, but the Stormbolt
damn,
connects
that's crazy.
big damage here onto Cookie. Do they have anything to deflect it? They have the sacrifice. They're being greedy with it. Doesn't look like Hitsuki wants to trade it. He's going to be able to just heal through it here, actually, without really using any cooldowns. A tremendous amount of healing coming out from the Holy
There's the
Paladin,
NS
but
tree
mana
form.
is starting to slowly but surely edge a little bit in Super Duper Gamers' favor. In terms of damage, though, it's looking
Not getting
really
much done
good
with this
here for
recklessness
Andre.
at
He's,
all from the
quite
warrior.
ahead in terms of warrior damage compared to Blizzo, and if he can get more uptime here onto Jamie, that could be dangerous. Oh, beautiful.
about to get
Ursa's
some
Vortex.
uptime.
They already force out the blessing of protection with that Stormbolt. Ursa's
Ellie and
Vortex,
H-Pal are
Vortex behind
spreading
the
it
pillar there.
a good
Now
job, but
Jamie
at the
could
same
be in
time, the Ellie was
trouble.
kind of
Do they
lining the
have
H-Pal a little
healing
bit
here?
because
He's
the
gonna
H-Pal's
activate
kind of
the
just
Astral
trapped.
Shift, respecting the damage while his healer is in crowd control.
Yeah, good trades there by Jamie, staying alive. Now Blizzo's going to be that main target. Going
Makes
for
it a lot
big
easier for the
Bladestorm,
Druid to
though.
just go for these
Huge
CCs.
setup
Now
here
they're
on
just tap
Andre.
killing the
No
warrior.
defensive cooldowns available. Head
Both
CC gonna have
shamans are
to trade the
perma
Divine
pillar. Warrior's
Shield.
just getting soloed.
Looks like he's going to greet it. Divine Shield lay on hands. That's basically everything. Naptime barely has any cooldowns left. It seems like Super Duper Gamers.
No
made a
Enrager
good
gen
decision to
either.
Bring in Blizzo. This game is looking a lot more one-sided, but there's been moments, and Jamie has no defensives, and they can take him down. It's a lot of pressure. SQX will deflect.
Well, I just
They get
had the
Barb
name
Skin or
forever.
the Ironbark and
It
the
was my
Trinket,
character name way
and all of a
before
sudden,
streaming
Naptime
was
is back
even
in
a
the game.
thing.
Yeah, nap time. They just need one more good setup onto SQX, and they could be able to take him down. But at the same time, Hitsuki, no Divine Shield, could also be an opening. I don't know how much damage they can actually do in a Paladin swap, but Hitsuki is at some point going to have to cross the map here, and now he's going for it right there. Looks like he's going to be able to cross safely. Nice hex.
Yeah, I
Blizzo.
like four
Now they're
letter
going
names.
after
The only problem with it
Jamie
is like
on the Ellie Shaman.
no matter what you
Opening
think
that,
of,
so he's gonna
any
slow things
like
down for a
3 or
second.
4 letter
SQX
name is
looking for
always an
Cyclone
acronym for
with
something.
That Ancient of Lore up as well. So if
Can't
it does
avoid
get
it.
reflected, it's just
Too many
gonna be
acronyms
immune.
in the world.
Nicely done there by SQX. Gonna be able to slow things down for a second. Hitsuki activates the sacrifice there as well. Jamie fake casts an interrupt. He's got the storm.
I mean, overall, Jamie and Blizzo are
SQX.
behind
oh my
on
God, his
damage.
from Cookie is absolutely insane.
But they've
SQX
been so ahead on
able to
cooldowns.
deflect it. No stun connecting there for a second, and now they're actually going to turn their attention.
Druid
over to
just lets them
Blizzo.
be so
Big CC
greedy.
chain onto SQX.
Pops
He's
them
got
with
no
like
trinket.
infinite soul
Blizzo,
to
what are you
forests.
gonna do? Huge damage and rage region trades, and here comes the Bladestorm counterattack onto Andre.
Very meta, not really. I would say the
Also,
most
big
popular
shot
melee
from Blizzo. SQX
are
running down low. Pressure
Outlaw
on
and Feral
multiple
still,
members of both
but
teams.
Ellie
at
can
this
pretty much
point
play
in the
anything.
game. About 4 minutes have elapsed. Dampening is getting higher.
So occasionally you'll see some warriors. MVQ is the only DH for Ellie DH. Occasionally you'll see some Ellie Windwalker.
No trinket available.
But
Blizzo getting a little bit low at the same time. Andre.
I think Aiden and them played Ellie sub-rogue even once. But like literally anything with an Ellie works.
It seems like SQX is in a good position now. Throws out the Trents, getting the dispels. His team's topped off, and Super Duper Gamers are looking good for a push.
But for the most part, Mage is probably the
Super
best
Duper
caster
Gamers,
for
we're
most
gonna
people.
go after it looks
Like
SQX
RMP's
actually
insane,
has to bring it
FMP's
back up.
insane.
No bark skin though, so I think if they swap to him, might have to
WZ,
use
I'm
it,
not
but
sure.
might have to be a little bit
What do you mean by
careful
WZ?
with how he positions. Hitsuki's pushing for it. Ancient of Lore.
I was just
he
talking
gets
about
it off
the
beautifully
Unitas.
right
Favorite
there, so
caster
he
to
can
play?
get Hammer of Justice,
I mean, I like playing
by
with mages and
Hitsuki,
stuff.
that's going to buy SQX a lot of time. It's going to allow him to get his bark skin out. But look at Blizzo. Blizzo is just.
I mean, this is a
absolutely
Thundercleave
getting
mirror,
blended here in
not
the
turbo.
midfield, but so is Andre. Andre's taking a tremendous amount of damage. Trinket and Enraged Region trading here, but there's the Hammer of Justice onto SQX. Can he hold his Trinket in this position? It looks like he's going to be able to. Blizzo, with excellent defense here, is able to stay alive, and Blizzo has the avatar popped. He's got the recklessness popped. He's got a lot.
I mean, that's just how
damage
Europe
loaded up.
is, because they just play
Meanwhile,
much better
Andre
defensively.
killing in a cyclone.
Yeah, Andre low on health, Cookie low on health. Great pressure here for
Like, there
Super
was
Gamers, but Blizzo
multiple series where every game was
overstayed
10
his welcome
minutes.
behind the pillar. He's just throwing
Waiting
caution to
for
the
people to
wind.
be and
Continuing this
50%
push onto
damage.
Cookie. Big heals coming in. That's gonna be the lay on hands.
Any
Good
more
save
is
there
that?
by
No.
Hetsuki, but really not too much left. Hammer of Justice trades. SQX immediately trades out the trinket. Super Duper Gamers.
I would
they
say
have a
Holy
lot of
Priest or
momentum
Resto Druid
now.
right
They
now
wanna
if you want to
hold
be
on
a meta
and
slave,
continue this
but
push. Blizzo just chasing behind the pillar.
for the most
He is
part,
unafraid. He gets the double fear out just to slow
I don't know.
Cookie
Priest
down
is
for a
fun,
second.
usually.
Cookie's going to trade out the trinket and the tremor to try to get nap time some uptime and try to turn this game back in their favor.
It's actually not looking that bad right now for nap time. SQX with no trinket bark skin.
I would say
Blizzo dropping
HPO,
very
even
low,
though it's not
taking that
meta,
Hammer of
is
Justice
really easy to
BM,
play,
3
and
seconds
it's always
left
kind
on
of
that cooldown for Hitsuki. They already traded the disarm, but look at Andre.
more
He's getting
broken than the
blasted.
other healers
He's
in
buttering
Shuffle,
up his target.
because
Ancient of
dampening
Lore
is so
with
much
Nature's
faster
Witness coming
in
through
Shuffle.
there from
So
SQX,
just being a healer
trying
that has
to
a bunch of
bait the
cooldowns
Hammer of
is really
Justice, but
insane.
Hitsuki didn't fall for it. They still have
Like,
an
I'd say if you want,
opportunity.
like, the
There's
easy
SQX
mode
looking for
healer,
the
it's
Cyclones.
probably
Can he
HPO.
land it? There's the Stormbolt. They're looking for the Cyclone follow-up. They get it. They get the trinket.
I just sell the
Andre,
PvP
1%
gems.
HP. The trinket is enough, I
Yeah.
think, to save him. I don't know. The Blade Storm defensively. Can they do it? Hitsuki.
If you like
trades
movement, then
the
play
Divine
Resto
Shield.
Druid, but
Cookie with some heals there as well.
it is
Andre
annoying
still
that whenever you try to go make
close
outplays, you kind of
on
throw the game.
10%. Anything
You just
more.
want
Do
to
they
sit
have
behind a
any
pillar and
follow-up?
damp
No,
on
doesn't
almost
look like
every healer.
SQX sitting through
Like,
that
none of the
hammer
healers
but
actually go
still
out and do
manages
things.
to get the DR main stun. SQX trying to make some MVP plays here onto Andre. Can they close it out? There's the triple blinding.
But you have the
light.
idea
Andre
of
will
to pretend
recover.
that you kind of
They
can if the enemy
Hitsuki
team
his
pushes
entire
into you.
spellbook and his entire mana bar.
Yeah, Cookie actually did a really good job
Yeah,
there.
huge
throwing in
mana
some
diff.
off-heal, some hexes, but Andre still not out of it.
And Ranger
yet.
Gen is
The
available for the
full
warrior. He's not
protection
pressing
then
it.
gets purged off,
Okay.
and he gets dropped. At the same time, though, cross kill potential. Cookie, see how much damage she has available.
I don't know,
Not
I think he
enough.
would've died through it
Looks like
anyway.
Super Duper Gamers hold on. That was actually a back.
Yeah,
and
you
forth
have to
game.
play Night Elf.
Ultimately, Super Duper Gamers
A
come
whole
out ahead,
nother
and
re-stealth
it's
stun.
that Ancient of Lore. Every time SQX has
No
access
other
to
racial is
Ancient of
even
Lore,
close to
he'll
Shadow Meld.
fully recover his team and get them really
That's a
aggressive
pretty
in the match. And
one-sided 3.
honestly,
I mean, both
the
healers
game
were
only
in there,
lasted
but
that long, and nap time barely held on because Cookie throwing some amazing peels here in these final moments.
Yeah, this last push was actually so scary onto Andre, but they did manage to recover, and then Andre tried to charge.
Yeah,
back
it came
into
up
the
like
fight,
as
get
he died,
aggressive,
but
and the purge right
like
here
he could
on
press
the
it right
Blizzo
here, but
actually immediately got
I don't
that
think it
off,
saves him.
And Hitsuki at this point doesn't really have any.
I mean,
cooldowns
since
to
they
work
let
with,
most classes
almost
play
no
Dragon,
mana
I could
left
see
as
it too,
well.
yeah.
Going for an offensive play. Not too much Hitsuki can do in that position.
I'd rather they just balance them a
And,
little better.
yeah,
Like make
don't have
Orc
enough
only give you stun
to,
reduction if
kinda
you like
survive
use
the
Blood
damage.
Fury and you have to like
They have to use
outplay the
pretty much
stun and
everything.
like
Andre,
pre-Blood
2
Fury is stun.
seconds left on that enraged
And then
region. He
like
actually
Shadow
did
Meld,
have
you just
it
shouldn't drop
here.
combat.
He actually did have it as he went down, but obviously this was in giga slow motion, so wasn't
It should just
quite
be like an
up,
outplay for immuning things that are
that
airborne.
kind of for that long in the actual game. But yeah, Andre had 1 or 2 seconds maybe to press that button.
Feels like a
right at the
lifetime.
end there, but yeah.
We're watching it back.
at
It's like
this
you had Enrage Regen for a year.
I think Meld is
at
just
this
OP.
point, like, right now.
For a lot of things.
Have to
It's
be
cool that you can get like a
slamming it.
Meld Res or a
But,
Meld drink
yeah,
and
I think
stuff,
they were
but
kind of in trouble. Hitsuki
I think
was
it's just
zeroed
the
out on
cool
mana.
outplay way of
He's
using Meld is never the
about
correct
7
way.
in a game. I feel like
usually.
Kind of flew by
Yeah, what?
for
Was
me.
that
You just
7
use it on
seconds?
Asa and Outlaw as a
That's
third vanish for your
2 seconds.
DPS rotation.
Gates just opened.
Something's weird.
Like immuning a Stormbolt and then
singularity.
like not getting good Garrotes or not getting like a good Adrenaline Rush BTE value out of it is like worse than just like immuning a
I was
Stormbolt.
watching, I was like, I don't know what this is.
Like it really should just be like, oh, I outplayed the Mortal Coil
Figured
or
out,
something with
and
it.
we'll have to see if
It really
Nahj
just
figured it
shouldn't
out
be
too, 'cause
just
they're
like a,
down 2 games right now.
Nice.
oh, I
Elimination
get a free
series.
extra re-stealth stun
And
here.
Super Duper Gamers are looking good. This is a team that is looking to play spoiler, and they have the capabilities. They've got the players, they've got the experience, they've got the compositions. If I, had been competing in Cup number 1 and Cup number 2, and I saw Super Duper Gamers in Cup number 3, I'd be very annoyed and very afraid because
Yeah, I think in general, Certain classes,
That'll be a
racials
tough
doesn't
game.
matter that much. Like sub rogue,
Yeah,
you can
no,
you can be
they're
orc and it's
absolutely
like good
insane.
for sub v
It's,
sub. You can be human, it's good for
couldn't
sub
agree
v
more,
sub.
And we are gonna go
Night
to
elf is good into
Ruins of
most things.
Lordaeron, which was kind of an expected pick. You mentioned it a little bit earlier.
But then there's other like
and
it's
that's
not
kind
that
of
much
the hook
difference. But
point,
then there's other
Ruins
classes where it
definitely
changes
another good map
everything
like
that
this on
racials are in the
menu.
game.
Now,
Like
the
if you're
question
playing
for Super
priest,
Duper gamers
you
is,
want to
are
have
we
3
locking in
priests for a
Blizzo
tournament
again?
and
Are
switch
we seeing the
constantly.
Warrior
Like,
Ellie
oh, I'm fighting a
again?
boomy. I
I
need
feel like
gnome.
they're gonna do
Oh,
it.
I'm playing a priest
And
mirror.
for
Oh, I need
nap time,
undead. Oh, I'm
they're
fighting like
probably
some
gonna run the
hunter
same
cleave
as
thing. I
well,
want to
so
like outplay
it's
the
time to
CC with
wake up
meld.
and
You
see
know,
what
and
we
like
can do.
See
try to
who's
avoid
in the
CC
same
really well.
position, So it seems
Like,
like
it's
Super
just-
Duper gamers, they're gonna
some
be a little bit
classes, they just need to
happier
switch their
locking
stuff
in
too
Blizzo
much.
on the Warrior, and
And I think in general, it's just been the
However,
orc
so
night
did
elf
Legion
show
Hunter,
for
and
like
both of them
decades
seem
now
like
at this point.
it's a winning composition. The rest of
And that's why people
a
use
little
things
bit
like imorph,
stronger
because they just
in
get
this
bored of
particular
having the
matchup.
same animations
But
always.
Naptime, they're an
And
underdog
not getting to
team.
make their
See if they can
character
rise
look
to the
any different than
occasion. Are they
anyone
gonna
else
run
besides
something
their
else? I
transmog.
don't think so. This is the only composition
Gnome
I've
Warrior
seen
is
them run
popular.
so far, so it's likely what they're going to be locking in here for the last game. And the games have been close. Like, it does feel like nap time if they could just get the momentum a little bit earlier. If we could see the Paladin hold on to a little bit more mana too. Like if Hatsuki could just have a little bit more
Yeah,
mana in
it's
the
like a
late game,
third-party program,
it
technically
would be
frowned upon.
massively beneficial
But
because
a lot of even
I
tournament
think
players and
most games should
streamers
actually come down
use
to
it on
Hatsuki
stream.
just being completely
But yeah,
capped,
it
right?
only changes it on your
Yeah,
screen.
more or
So on
less.
enemy screen,
I
you're
feel
still
like
playing
for
like a night elf or an orc.
SQX, it's
But then on your
easy
screen, you
to
could
get
be like an
the
undead or
You
some
just
random
need to keep
NPC.
landing these cyclones. If you can't get them onto Hatsuki,
Like, oh, I'm just gonna
land them
play
on
as Jaina
Andre,
Proudmoore
you
for no
slow
reason
down
to have
Andre's
like old
damage,
school
you're finishing the
animations.
game out
Like
that way,
a lot of people do it.
defensive
It's
plays,
just like a
pushing Andre
quality of
to
life,
play
not burning
defensive,
out
and
thing.
You're kind of stretching the game out that way. And obviously there is a world as well where you land so many cyclones that
Sure,
win the
Link.
game
You
because
can
they
you
just
can
don't have
Google it.
answer
You know.
for it anymore. But SQX,
Or what do
he
you
has the
mean,
ability
like
to,
of the tournament? Or are you talking
take
about
this
iMorph?
game and just take Super Duper Gamers to Championship Sunday. For nap time, I think that it's all about
Yeah.
denying SQX. Continue to swap to him. That's what I want to see. Like you're not
For
gonna
whatever
win the
reason,
whole
I
game
think
by
the
taking Warrior or the Ellie.
initial
You're gonna win the
page
game by continue to swap to SQX. They did a good
doesn't
job
always
with
have the
last
most
game.
up-to-date
They need to try
version
to
on
get
owned
even
core.
more aggressive. I want to see every single
You have to
hog
go to the
onto
archive
SQX and try
in
to
the same
punish.
posting,
Ancient of Lore obviously
like
makes
right
it a
below
little more
retail.
difficult, but I think they can do it.
and then you can just
This
sort
is
it
what
by
definitely
release
pays
date. Pick
dividends
the
for
most
these
recent
druids.
build.
It's a very powerful cooldown.
'Cause yeah, like right
If you guys don't know
now,
what
if you
Ancient
just
of
try to
Lore
download
does,
it from the front
you basically
page,
go into the super tree
it
mode,
says
which we call the Ancient of
retail
Lore.
version
You
is
get
1.5.134.
30% damage reduction. You get access to 2
But if I go
heals.
into
One of them is just an AoE
the
heal on your
actual
whole team that also puts up
archive,
time effects
I
on
can see that
everybody.
there is
And then the other one's a single target heal that puts up your heal over time effects. So the longer you're in tree, all this healing is
oh, that
free
actually is
too.
up to date for
You
once.
can't be crowd controlled.
There's
You're
been
taking
multiple
less
times where
damage, you
it
get
gives
free
me an
healing.
out-of-date version, and I have to go to
It's
the archive to get
very
the real
good.
one. But
So it's
yeah, that looks up to date.
difficult to deal with that.
Yeah, you just you become
Yep.
very hard to take down. It's like
Yep.
it's like angel form for a druid, in a way.
Better.
You can't really be killed. Your spells don't cost anything, and you can just spam heal. Except your
Actually,
heals
more
are also
healing.
better.
And you can move.
Yeah.
And we've seen the druids
true.
use like the Spider-Man maneuver too, where they go in the Ancient of Lore and just like sling over to their teammates real quick, maneuver around the map, make sure they're in range. But here we go,
Yeah.
SQX immediately. Look at that, just right away. And one of the reasons why healers trade out the cooldown like that, even when it looks like no one's in danger, is just to get free healing. Like these games are coming down to mana, so the fact that all of your healing is free in the Ancient of Lore just allows you to kind of stay ahead. However, Blizzo's getting absolutely smoked right now. Might just die in the opener. Big amounts of damage. SQX is not gonna be too greedy. I mean, I can't believe that Super Duper Gamers didn't use more there. Basically trading no cooldowns. Finally, Iron Bar. At the same time, Andre is getting low here, Zico.
Yeah, and they're going after Jamie a little bit. Actually, it looks like they want to go after SQX. Are they going to fear him and stun Jamie? What are they going to do here? Andre is taking a tremendous amount of damage. Beautiful Ursox Vortex. Beautiful stun onto Hetsuki. Look at SQX not allowing Hetsuki to land.
Jamie and them are still kind of behind on damage, but that's been the
rebear that as well. No, it doesn't look like it. He's
the
getting
theme of
punished
the
hard,
series
taking
is
a
they
lot
just
of damage, but
trade
there's
better
that
and peel better
Spider-Man
and just
maneuver,
also just have a
aka the
druid.
wild charge back
Blizzo
on
almost
Jamie.
getting
Double
soloed here.
blinding light. They're going after Blizzo. Blizzo, how are you going to stay
I mean, they
alive?
use Enrage Regen.
Brainstorming with the Enraged Regen. Nice call there to not trade out SQX Trinket. If they did, that would have been it on the next Hammer of Justice. So SQX kind of paying off with the greed there. Blizzo making some nice defensive adaptations. Maim stun coming
Good
out
stun
onto
from the
Andre.
Druid onto the
SQX
Warrior.
looking for the Cyclone, maybe out of the Stormbolt. Double Roar coming
Tried
out.
to go
but
for a
he's
Roar
gonna
clone,
break, so
doesn't
he's
get
gonna
it. There's the
activate
second tree farm of the
Ancient
game
of
already.
Lore,
A
and
minute and a half in.
For a cast, but
Gets interrupted there by Cookie. Nicely done by
It is
her.
crazy that it's a
And,
90-second CD.
Again, it's going to be Andre on the main attack here.
Get 2
back
trees off in
onto
a minute and a half.
SQX.
It's just
Full
nuts.
Hammer of Justice. They do have the trinket. They don't have bark skin. I can't believe he's not. Okay, there we go. He's going to trinket that. Finally, and he does get the meld rake stun. Beautiful knock onto Andre all the way to the opposite side of the slimy pool on the side there. SQX also getting a cyclone there onto Cookie, and so far it looks like Super Duper Gamers are in control, but they did get SQX trinket there, so if they can line up a big push and try to punish that, they could still win this game. Jamie is taking some damage, but Tranquility should deflect it.
Try so fast, maybe.
Bozo getting low. Nice hammer.
I don't know.
Justice
Our
here
druid
by Hetsuki.
is meant to
SQX
be
has his work cut out for him.
pushy and
He's
gone
got
on.
some serious healing out to keep his team alive. And Naptime has a lot of pressure at this point in the game. Bozo rolls over.
I think it's really dumb that they just NS tree form first global every game. Either the tree form just needs a longer CD,
Atsuki has a lot of cooldowns as well.
or it needs to
so
like not be
has the
NSable.
trinket, has the sacrifice
Like
of
it should be an
Jamie.
outplay to like
Bozo
fake
falling
it and get
behind. A beautiful
precog to get it
blinding
off.
light. Naptime looking to put a point on the board. Can they do it? Seems like Jamie will deflect. SQX keeps him alive, but another hammer of justice. Hetsuki just playing so aggressively in these games with his crowd control on that paladin.
And look at the damage. Andre is 40 mil ahead of Blizzo. Cookie is 20 mil ahead of Jamie. And Hitsuki obviously way ahead as well on damage. So
It's not even like they try to
are doing a lot
outplay
more
immune
damage,
CC with
but
it. They literally
they're
just press
doing
it on
such a good
CD
job
and they're
kind of
just like
dealing with it
immune
on
to
the
CC
side
like
of Super
a
Duper
good
Gamers.
20-30% of the game or whatever the percent
No
is. Probably like
trinket for a
10%,
couple more
20%.
seconds,
But
but it might be Blizzo actually surviving this situation. Maybe
I mean,
not.
it's less than that. It's
Gonna go for
10
the
seconds
storm
every
roll
90,
onto
right?
Andre. SQX sitting through another
Actually,
Hammer
how
of
long is
Justice.
it?
He's got full hots onto Blizzo. Looking for a cyclone. He gets Blade Storm by Andre. Double Blade Storm. Double spinning warriors in the midfield. Blizzo's going to cancel it a little bit earlier.
12
and
seconds.
Charge back into the
Every
fight.
90.
For Andre. Oh, what a nice thunderstorm right there onto Blizzo.
It's a good chunk of a game just pressing it on
That
CD.
is not going to let him connect onto anything. And now he's stuck in a root. Cook is doing a great job there.
Yeah, Hetsuki's falling slowly behind on mana, going for a Searing Glare, trying to reduce some incoming damage.
It's CDR,
Nice
of course
cyclone
it
there
does.
by SQX. SQX under pressure though. This
It
could be a
always
little bit
felt like it's
dangerous.
like a
Does have the
1-minute
Ironbark
CD, to be
available,
honest.
Trying to line of sight Cookie as much as possible, and that's kind of the problem here. If SQX is just line of sighting, Cookie can't connect damage. I don't think the Druid's going to go down. Finally, some pressure coming in though. SQX in bear form will connect some heals. Do they have a Hammer of Justice available? It looks like it's up in just a few short
Big
seconds.
pressure onto
Full Hammer of
Blizzo
Justice
still.
lands.
No Enrager
Immediate
Gen this
trinket.
time.
SQX is not messing
Ironbark
around.
in the
Does
tree
not wanna
form, he's
fall
fine.
behind immediately into that Ancient of Lore.
Healers are
And
pretty
now just
even on
throwing
mana.
heals here onto Jamie.
20% damp.
Really good defensive rotation right now between Blizzo and SQX. Blizzo doesn't have his enraged regen.
Gave me
SQX trinket.
40
SQX
million behind the other Ellie.
trinket. Blizzo pops the enraged regen, but Blizzo could be in some trouble.
Blizzo
here.
is 60 million
Nice
behind the
stun
other
there onto
melee.
Andre. They stun his
So
trinket
like
there,
overall as a
with
team, they're almost
Stormbolt,
100
so
million damage
gonna
behind.
slow down
But
the damage for a second.
mana
Searing
is still
Glare's being
even
cast
'cause
here
it's a
for
druid.
Atsuki gets interrupted, and mana somewhat tied up, but the druid with the Ancient of Lore should be able to pull ahead. It's going to be all about the damage right now. And so far, nap time, they are really, really digging deep here with the damage onto Super Duper Gamers. But a triple fail connects from Blizzo. Nice Tremor Totem though from Cookie. Cookie is also trading out some good kiting here.
Double shockwave.
Shockwave.
Some
Blizzo
good
is gonna
uptime
get
here.
knocked and charged back into the fight. Nice stun there onto Blizzo.
Feral's
Just
really good.
pinning him
Potentially
down,
even the
waiting
best
for the
melee in the
turn, but
entire game.
SQX, he doesn't even care. He's just doing damage on
I'd say like Feral, Outlaw, and Windwalker are like the best melee, I think. And then I think there's like been kind of a little bit of a resurgence of Ret on NA with the Ret buffs.
Even on
I haven't
mana right
seen
now,
any
so
Ret, I
teams
don't
have
think,
done a
on
much better
EU, but
job maintaining mana at this point of the game.
some people are trying Ret Warrior on NA, I'm not sure.
Going down potentially here.
I mean, RMP is
is
insane right
really
now. A
close.
lot of people have been complaining about it, like RMP and FMP.
If they get the Cyclone, it could be dangerous, but it looks like Hetsuki will deny. Gets the Searing Glare to slow down Blizzo.
But
just a
Ellie
little
is
bit,
as
so
broken as RMP,
really
so
powerful, potent PvP ability.
you
At
could
the
play
same
Ellie
time, Jamie's
anything.
Going down.
Ellie
SQX
sub,
going to that Ancient
Ellie
of Lore,
Outlaw,
lots of
Ellie
empower,
Feral,
free healing
Ellie
here for
Warrior,
SQX.
Ellie
Should
Windwalker.
put his
Like,
team ahead during
it all
this
works.
moment.
We even saw like Ellie Hunter on
James got the
NA.
Stormkeeper loaded up as well, and he is unloading
I think
right
someone
now.
played on
He
EU
is
too,
taking
but
so much damage that
like in
the
like
bomb
cup 1 or
coming out
2.
there onto Cookie.
Like Flop's
Maybe
team
not
was
able to
playing Ellie
find the
Hunter for a little
purge
bit,
just
like
yet,
just trying shit out.
And it doesn't look like he's gonna even go for it. It's gonna almost subside at this point. Blizzo looking to make his way back onto the Ellie Shaman of Cookie. Blade Storm connects there as well for Blizzo. Maim stun from SQX. He's gonna force out the trinket from Hetsuki. Nice Hammer of Justice. Or
When you think
nice
about it, Ellie and
sacrifice
Mage
with
are
that
both
trinket
just
as
the
well.
blue wizards.
Cookie still in a little bit of danger Cyclone onto Andre. SQX is looking for an opening here. He's trying to be aggressive, but he gets
Big
punished.
SQX. Cookie getting
Good
soloed.
aggression, though, onto Cookie. And SQX actually trinketing out of that
All the
stun,
chain
just going
procs.
cat form, just playing Feral Druid there, doing a little flapper.
That was a
cosplay
quick,
for a second
quick
there.
dampener game.
Obviously,
Only
most
6
of that
minutes,
damage,
not like 10.
I do believe was Blizzo and Jamie, but still.
I don't think
SQX
Locke is that
timing
strong
has
right
been
now.
So good with when he goes aggressive.
I don't think
and
it's
when he's
even
going
remotely comparable to
defensive.
Mage or
And,
Ellie.
Again, super duper gamers. They play this kind of pseudo mirror, and they come out on top.
Yeah, this team is looking really good. Like, it's so nice to see Blizzo. Honestly, with how strong Warriors are, like, basically not see him in Cup number 1 and Cup number 2. I'm like, where is he? Like, where did he go? So having a really good showing here in Cup number 3 with Jamie, SQX, and MVQ. This is a solid team. They have the Warrior Demon Hunter Cleave if they need it. We've got Jamie on the Elemental Shaman to play both Demon Hunter Ellie as well as Warrior Ellie. It's really great to see. And for nap time, unfortunately, this was just not their match. But this is a team that has really impressed me. I mean, nap time, they had a lot of close calls in these games, going in a mirror against one of some of the best players in the game at those classes. Almost taking down the upper bracket. Number 1 seed in the tournament, Overload. So it's just really great to see them show up. And yeah, a great performance by them.
And just crazy that they almost
better.
beat Overload. Like, it was a nail biter.
Look at that skull bash that
3-2.
came in there at the end onto Cookie. And nap time, I mean, they definitely came in and delivered some pain. Not often we see a Warrior out-damage Blizzo. Not often we see an LA Shaman out-damage Jamie. So Andre and Cookie doing a good job with their damage, but it just wasn't enough this time around.
I think it's literally just Urdra diff.
We'll see where the chips fall in terms of standings. Super duper gamers continue to climb the ranks here, and I believe that they are tied now with some of their competition, and it is looking good right now for me and Chan. Look at those predictions. What's going on there? What, are you guys losing to a coin again?
Dude, I am
Losing
having
to a
such a
coin?
bad day. I'm losing to not only the coin but Supatees as well. He had a bad weekend last week. I started off this season so good with predictions, and I am just losing. I'm taking the L. I don't know what's going on. Supatees rubbed off on me or something, but yeah, we'll have the updated leaderboard, I'm sure, for predictions. But we can take a look at the updated leaderboard for standings for the moment. And you are correct, Zico. They are now tied. So they are keeping that dream alive of making it into the gauntlet. Super Duper Gamer, this is the team that beat Shibaku Tensei earlier today. They beat the team that almost beat Overload. So they've had an incredible day for sure. And it kind of seems like every time we see them as well, they're just getting better and better and really driving up that level of competition that they are able to deliver. So very excited to see what else
go to the
this
bathroom
team
while there's
is
downtime.
capable of. So they'll be moving on to Championship Sunday, and they'll play the winner of this next up series. It's either going to be Dobob or Locked In, depending on who wins the last series of the day. And both of these teams have had an incredible day themselves as well. Venrigu, which team do you think that they would be more prepared to face?
Yeah, I mean, it's a good question. So far, I mean, the tournament, one of the themes about this tournament, these cups in general, which has just been so fun to watch, is just how evenly matched these teams are, right? I've said it again. I've said it. I'm going to say it again. When I had a chance to talk with Waz, he was just saying the really interesting thing about the season is it seems like there's no team that just beats everybody. Like, everyone can lose. There's lots of different compositions that are evenly matched. Sometimes it's going to be Rogue Mage Priest that beats Feral Mage Priest. Sometimes it's going to be the Pharaoh that wins. Like, sometimes we're just going to see the Elemental Shaman beating the Mage. And we even saw a composition like Jungle take down Echo. So, yeah, I feel like it's really anyone's game at this point.
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't agree more. If you look at the bracket, it seems like every single series has been a bit of an upset. So these teams continue to surprise us, and I'm sure this next series will be no different. We're going to head to a break. When we come back, we've got that last lower bracket series, Dobob versus Locked In, and then we will have our final four for the European region for our last cup before these teams try and make it as high as they possibly can into the standings. We're going to take a quick break, and then when we come back, we'll come to that series up next.
Alright, we're back. You can, yeah, you go to the barber shop. Some of them you have to like unlock from certain types of like old content and stuff, but or like buying some of the things on auction house for it. I don't know why it thinks I have 3 tabs open of it.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We are here on the last series of the day. I am very excited for this one. It is Dobob versus Locked In Chan. I'm definitely curious your take on this series, on these two teams also, and how they have been doing today so far.
It's gonna be a good one. Dobob, I'm expecting just the FMP again. Last week we saw RMP into jungle, didn't do too hard. I think Trimaz is gonna keep that bench nice and warm today again. Flapper's gonna be in there, FMP into maybe jungle, and I don't think they're gonna pull out the Dev Evoker. I think it's gonna be a jungle versus FMP matchup. And to be honest with you, I don't know how that's gonna go, but it's RMP. It was brutal last week for Echo, so.
All right. So, given that, what is your prediction for this series?
I have faith in Dezia always. I always have faith in him. I think he's, 3-0 maybe for them. But
that's confident. That is confident. That's bold.
Yeah.
3-0.
Depends how the jungle matchup goes. I think after game 1 I'll
Okay. Sipsies, what about you?
I mean, I'm definitely leaning on Dobob as well. I don't think it's going to be as clear cut as 3-0. Like Chan has here, I think that Locked In have a lot of options, and they could mirror as well. Veneruki thinks though it's a 3-0.
Ben locked him in 3-0 and he's not even there.
On the desk. I think Locked In. Hey man, Locked In got counted out last week, and then they beat Echo. So it's like I don't want to count them out entirely. I got to give them at least a little bit more respect than that.
So you give him one game.
No sense to play. I don't think so. I think I've him on Twitter occasionally and some people's Twitch chats occasionally. But
I don't know. I always feel bad like
I'm not
predicting
sure.
the Brios for the same reason, because it's like, they could get a game. So I did 3-2 for the same reason. I feel like they're fairly evenly matched, but we'll have to see. But that being said, real quick before we move into this match, we do have the leaderboard for predictions updated and ready to go. I'm scared to see it. We could show it now, but I don't know what it's. Oh no! Oh, come on, that's so
crazy. The
bad.
coin's above 50-50.
So
What
OP.
happened? We're
Nerf the
all
coin.
losing to the coin.
The coin is so OP.
Yeah. Chan, I thought you were gonna do better. What's going on?
Why are you throwing Chan under the bus? He's tied with all of us.
He's throwing everyone else under the
first time
bus, so
casting,
someone's got to
right,
give it back to him.
I'm the newbie,
What?
so it's fine.
You're right.
I was just
No,
throwing
no, no.
smoke screen.
You don't get
I
it.
was throwing a smoke screen because she's on the bottom. That's what this is. She's just
You're
throwing
right.
a distraction.
I'm lashing out. I don't know. We don't need to talk about that. It's fine. Listen. I think I've been rooting with my heart, voting with my heart too often today. Hopefully these guys win this time because I really could use some more points on this prediction because this is bad. I don't think I've ever scored this low. How do I recover from this, Super Tees? How did you walk away after a 40%?
You just eventually you just
hard,
accept
man.
it. Eventually you just accept the pit. Like if you fall in the pit, you sometimes just accept it, and it's just a better mode of being.
Oh, I don't want to be in the pit. I don't like it. Man. All right. Well, I mean, in your mind then, Shan, what's it going to take for Locked In to get a win against what you're predicting?
The question really is how jungle matches up into FMP. If they,
Yeah.
I don't see the mirroring. I don't think like that's an option here. It's gonna be the jungle versus FMP. That's my prediction. And if they do good in game one, it really depends on how game one goes. Do they win? Do they get the momentum roll it into game two, or is it just a disaster and then comp swap, try to make something else work, last ditch effort, SB mirror pick? Yeah, it really just hinges on that first jungle game.
Okay. All right. Super Tees, any surprise comps you think either of these teams could bring to the table?
I think Locked In is probably more likely to play some type of curveball composition because they've already have at this point with the Devastation Evoker, the only team that run any compositions with that. I will say that I feel like I'm really impressed with Smite. I feel like he's having a really good tournament season overall, flexing between the Devastation Evoker and the Beast Mastery Hunter. And as Chan already said, the jungle matchup, that's kind of likely to determine the entire series. If jungle can beat FMP, then yeah, Locked In can take the series. But Streamer Zone and Notorious Jungle Cleave has been struggling with all of these kind of mage Holy Priest compositions. So you would anticipate that Locked In would as well, but at the same time, Locked In beat the RMP last week of Echo. So they might have something that they can mix up here. They're looking like a really strong roster. You definitely can't sleep on Locked In. They look really good off of Cup number 2 and Cup number 3. It's about climbing the ranks of the gauntlet, trying to skip as many series as possible in order to make sure that you've got a safer or more comfy ride into the top 3.
All right, well, let's see if they can pull it off. It is the last series of the day here. This could be the last time we see these teams also here for the first 3 cups because this is an elimination round. It's Dobob versus
We participate?
Locked In,
Not
number
this-
one
not this
best of
season.
5 a lot on the
Maybe next
line
season. This is
for
the last
both
cup.
of these teams. Let's see what they can do. We're heading into game number 1.
I just didn't have teammates. I was busy with IRL with family stuff.
Oh,
Did he get inspired or like what happened?
not a fan of this one.
There's just too much politics. Yeah, this is the last cup, and then there's like a grand final based on the points from these last 3 tournaments that decides who gets to go.
I don't know, but I don't think that the Paladin pick
Like of the top 8 of all 3 tournaments combined, and then that'll be like the final. That's probably in a couple weeks to a month next patch with the corruption and all that.
Oh, Flappers move it in. They're gonna open up on Tess yet. Open up
Yeah,
on Cassie,
I just
then
didn't
stun
get to
Smite
play this
immediately
season.
targeting the dragon.
I was
He
just too busy with other
pre-raised
stuff, and I'm
so
not even playing as much because I'm not streaming 6 days a week anymore. Yeah, they're open to anyone.
There with the shield, he manages to survive the
This is also the
opener.
first
Now
time where they've
Cassie
actually
gets swapped
streamed
to Deacon,
the
and Flappers is getting
qualifiers.
It's a very bursty opener here.
This
for both
season,
teams. That
which is kind of
Dragon
cool.
Rage and the Icy Veins currently active on both sides.
Even if
Smite's
like the
fishing
first
for
like
Sleepwalk.
10 series are
Kinda
just
spam casting it on
1,600
Cassie
people
as
signing up
as
for the
it
toy and
goes.
getting one
He
shot.
used the deep breath with a interesting animation there. I don't think I've seen the dragon look like that, but he gets caught immediately at the end of the deep breath.
Yeah,
He
Waz
can't
was
capitalize on that
showcasing
window,
some
and
kind
he's
of
just getting
bug where you can
chomped at the
basically
moment. I don't know if they're thinking like,
play
I don't know if
dragon
they're
in
playing
human
the
form.
Cauterizing Flame.
That
I'm
looks
thinking, like,
hilarious to
maybe
see the
it's
human form
Brutal is
dragon
something they're
flying.
looking at for this. Maybe I think the Dev Evoker will put enough pressure out. They
Forget
did
how he
get
said he
Flappers
does it,
trinket,
but
and they've got him bashed
it has
right
something
now.
to do with
No
like
crowd
time
control
stop,
Relza.
and then
I
like
feel like he'll be
I
able to
forget.
easily heal through any setups like this if he's not CC'd.
Especially against this, they only have the Smite 20-second kick. If they just
Yeah, these are open to
back
everyone. It's
Cassie,
just
Flappers
obviously
back
the good
Cassie,
teams qualify for the
it
actual
opens
weekend
Tessia up to push
top
up
8
Numbless
kind of
with
games,
cheese.
but
I don't
they
see
stream the
Cassie
non-top
getting
8 now,
all
which is
the
kind of
time.
cool.
It's going to be really tough. Numbless as the Paladin just so susceptible to CC the whole time.
I actually haven't
And I
seen
would love to see Relza push in as well.
FMP versus
Playing
jungle
KDR
much,
the
but
way
I'm
he did,
surprised they
he
wouldn't play
can't do
jungle.
anything. If he gets a
I haven't
full
seen
gear from
Feral
this,
Devastation at all.
It's going to be impossible for Lock
Maybe they're
to
100
do
just wasn't on or
away with this
something.
one.
Maybe he's thinking he just wants to play safe for mana into the late stages.
I don't know, I've never seen this matchup played, so it's hard to kind of tell. I would imagine FMP is just better. There's a reason there's a lot of different FMPs, and I've never seen a Feral Dev. And also, it's just Priest versus Pala. The best healers right now are Priest and Druid.
I feel like Smite
So,
could also just randomly die at any point.
I would hardcore give this to
I
FMP.
don't know what they were thinking with this composition.
Still
on the
might
side
be,
of
you know,
Lockdown.
like an 8-minute
They just
dampener,
wanna try
but
something. They must know that
goes for
jungle
stun
is
clone, gets
that
sheeped on the
great,
clone.
Beautiful sheep by Thesia on the
Especially
clone,
with the
bringing
crazy
together
haste from
like
Icy
that,
Veins.
like
Ice
that.
walls him off,
my God, they
restuns. He's just gonna die.
Well, there is a gap.
Never mind.
To top him. But the problem is,
Was
when
that
he
lay on
gets
hands?
in
I'm
game,
not sure.
full sheep on numbers again. He
Already
only
on
gets thinking
CD, I think.
bubble. Time stop on Smite to survive for now, but follow up, chastise into full fear, trades out trinket, and now Numbless has absolutely nothing left. Locked in, running on fumes.
I mean, they might even just die even through the medallion.
Veins
Behind
ending
to
now,
Obsidian Scales. They
so
switch
a
back
lot
to
of this
Cassidy,
crazy
no
Thesha push
cooldowns
is gonna
there,
slow down a
Numbers
little bit.
sacrifice, but he takes a huge hit of damage as well.
Pally
They stun
taking a
Rel's,
lot of split
finally some
pressure
crowd
from this
control on
sack
the
dot.
healer. And into a blind, they get Rel's
He's trying to fake poly to just go for a poly here.
30-minute mark, and it's just
Get
like
kicked by the
so far
dragon.
behind on cooldowns. Another rake stun.
Yes,
Flappers
is the
jumps
dragon,
into
goes for Ring of
Fast,
Frost,
Fingers
gets the
crashes through
ring.
Cyclone Cast. Ring of Frost around the corner. Smite's trying to ramp here. I think he managed to fake cast with that Disintegrate. Nice fake cast. You don't normally see that from the Evoker using Disintegrate and actually fake casting it. Here comes
Knocking the
deep
clone
breath,
into
maybe
stunning
going
the
for
clone
crowd
into
control.
Flappers
Tessia
getting
blinked
cloned.
in, Rel's have
They
faded
ran
in.
out
Now
of stops
Smite
for
is
it.
sheeped 40 yards away from Numbliz. He has to run into the middle of the map to dispel
Tries to
him.
switch the clone, gets
Cassidy
CS
counterspells
90% in the cast.
and it's just so much trouble for locked in. They're just trying to burst
Still
down
big,
Tessia and Flappers
Veins
with
pressure from
random
Thesha right
damage
here.
At this point, try and get a surprise kill, which obviously Devastation Evoker
Devastation's
can be
kind of
known
really
for. I'd say
still
it's notorious for just
based around
random
just
bursts,
Dragon
so maybe
Rage.
don't count them out entirely, but it
I
just
mean,
feels like
yeah.
the next crowd control on Numbless.
Yeah, just
and
spamming
anyone
Disintegrate's
can
like
topple. There's
40% of his
a
damage
stun.
done.
There's
Like,
the
he's
dragon
doing
gets
good,
Tessia
like,
in position
top of
as he gets the
scoreboard,
polymer. He
like,
gets
pad,
it. The
but
rescue pulls him away, and it actually
I
breaks.
don't know
it.
if he,
It's
like,
nice
actually
there
one-shots
from
anyone
Smite,
like a
but
mage
just get
would during
another
Veins.
polymorph. Smite's wrapping around the pillar, trying to get back to his paladin, who's just sitting through a mind control, likely a snowdrift stun in a second.
Cast
Smite
CC,
has
dude?
time
No,
stop,
this
but
is
he got
on Europe.
counterspelled. Tessia's counterspell. Is he going to win the game? Big crits. Numbless out of crowd control finally, trying to restabilize.
Sidu's wife is just winning Europe as a DPS, yeah.
Yep, and Numbless is drinking.
Not
down
even
for
trying to
the
help
back,
him
he's
on
got
NA,
bubble in a
yeah.
minute. Problem is though, Thesia now pops Veins. Ice Wall comes down.
Proc the Goldens
enough
too,
time,
on
trades
just
out,
some
Fox
random
steals
European
it,
team.
But Flappers incant 10 seconds, and you know this Veins incant push is going to be absolutely brutal. Numbless might not.
'Cause
even
these
go
are
to
European
the
games.
CC'd.
Tomorrow is
Oh my
NA,
God.
top 8, and then Sunday is
Using
top 4
Solid
for
Sun,
NA
Clone
and
or
EU.
Fear. He's going to wings, and they're going to be fine. Flappers getting knocked behind the pillar. It's a. He's going to
Might have been the second knock kill. He's pulling a WAS form.
Almost.
Flapper's just stuck in bear form here. Even though Thesha is kind of just Veinsing everything down right now.
Deep breath to counter it.
20%
Ash on
damp.
Numbless. Maybe they can take down Cassidy in this position. It's double Incarn. Angel about to end in a second. Flapper slowly but surely recovering, but now Angel is over. He's going to lose out on that cushy heal. Cassidy's getting
Cassidy
low.
just
Numbless is running
getting
out of options.
chunked
He's
here.
just dying at the moment.
Numbless
They're both
has
dying.
nothing
It's
for
a
him.
double kill
Land Hands
at
in
any
20.
moment. Numbless
Bubble
is
in
really
20.
struggling. Double Psychic Scream. Numbless
Feral has
trinket
wall in
Hands
20.
just came off cooldown.
So if they
He's
can
gonna
kind of
shove
survive
that
this
on
go, they have a
Cassidy
lot coming
right
up.
away. Now
Numbless is
Flappers
trouble
with
there,
no
mate.
trinket. Big swap. Bubble up in 15 seconds. He's so sad if he dies right now through Divine Protection. Cassidy fakes an interrupt. He stuns Flappers.
What's he like to do? Mostly just play other games, watch YouTube, learn stuff,
Absolute miracle if they managed to pull this off.
do other forms of work with
Absolutely.
like
What do you think of the
coaching,
Holy Paladin pick? I wonder what they were
help my
thinking
family with their
desperately
medical
for in
issues.
this. Surely,
you know,
with the
just
Holy Priest, you're able to
go on
down
date
the
nights with my
voice
girlfriend
much
since we've been
better.
living
You
together
gotta
for
try
3
this
years.
Dragon Devoker pick.
But
I really
really,
wonder
the only
why
day off
Devoker
we share
doesn't
together
work.
is like Thursday.
I feel like it's just desperation.
And even then,
I
that's
don't
mostly
know,
just
like, in
errands and
all
chores,
reality,
going to Costco and
maybe
stuff
if
like
Numbless
that.
is more comfortable. He's been playing
Usually,
Dispersed
more
and not
appointments.
Holy, so I definitely
Yeah.
don't think. Oh no, the crowd control. Is he gonna bubble
Shut
here?
down.
He gets away with not bubbling. Avenging Crusader should begin to restabilize. Flapper's getting cleaved. Tessia getting cleaved. Rels is actually
Yeah, mostly just kind of
Is this actually
try to learn new
possible?
things, or you know, go out
Devoker
somewhere.
damage
Sizing it for 5
obviously
minutes.
The Devoker damage is obviously super high, right? It's one of the highest DPS classes in the game, but I do feel like, hey, Relsa, we should be getting in there. We should be playing melee range, getting fears on Numbless. You're a Holy Priest. You're playing against the Devoker. You can fade. You can death CC. He's not really that afraid of getting sleepwalked or cloned, I feel like.
'Cause I don't have a lot of my
Yeah,
old
that
hobbies
is
anymore. I used to play
yeah,
drums,
fully
but
valid.
apartment
Always
living,
the
you know,
key, yeah.
noise and
it might just be happening right here.
Watching the dragon run in the air is so hilarious. Like night scene, no.
Dampening's getting high. Smite's trading effectively with
Like
Obsidian
actual
Scales. They're trying to
like
get
date
City
night
and
stuff
Cassidy,
in general.
But the momentum's in favor of Locked In. What just happened? They flipped the switch. They're winning on mana. They're getting every cooldown in one push. In less than 5 seconds, they get pretty much every cooldown from Dobob. And out of nowhere, Locked In, we're doubting them the entire game. Like, what is this pick? What do you do? This makes no sense. And maybe Cassidy will just randomly flop, but Numbless is there to back him up and restabilize. Incarn is active. This is a scary moment in the game. And Relza is totally tapped on mana, and he doesn't have Apotheosis for 7 more seconds. He can't get that free healing on his Holy Words. He's just using heal, but he's struggling to keep up with the pressure.
There's
Flappers
Bash. Flapper's still just dying.
And out of nowhere,
Nothing
our
defensively.
Locked In gonna pull up the
Relza's
biggest
completely
miracle
oom.
ever. They deny the kill. Flappers
He almost
recovers.
died through
Cassidy in
Guardian
trouble.
there.
Ringer Frost around the corner.
Numbless like
Numbless
30,
is able to
40%
avoid
mana.
Smite's trying to retreat back.
Relza has
Smite has
zero.
Dragon Rage. He's got Deep Breath coming up pretty soon. You can definitely decharge, but they catch an Ice Wall here. Cassidy's just charging. He doesn't even care about that wall. He fakes a kick. He gets a clone.
Really, just the
On
dragon's
stage.
100 million
They
above
have
Thesha.
Flappers.
It's
Here
kind
comes
of
the Eternity
insane.
Surge. Trying to get in line. Flappers line of sights it. Mind control on the Feral is annoying here for Cassidy. He Typhoons a clone, but now he's caught in a maim stun. Cassidy's trying
Knocks him
to
out
push.
of
He's
that
trying
almost.
to push, but he gets caught a little bit too deep. I think a little over. in
Time
over his
stopped him
head.
there.
He gets time stopped at low health by Smite, but now Smite has to trinket. Cassidy is still low. They need damage on Flappers now. They have Relza completely out of mana. All they need to do is just a truck ton of damage. They might be able to win this. Tessia, greater
Precious
Incas
dead here, I
at
think.
1%
Good
block,
block.
man.
On his
blocks at
veins,
1%
too.
Relza, I think he's drinking. How much mana
Oh, is he gonna get a sip?
He still has veins.
Flappers
though,
is
so
just
this
dead here
last
while he
pick,
drinks.
Flappers doesn't
Oh,
die
he
here, but
spikes somehow.
Relza is running on absolute fumes. If they can get a kill on Cassidy here, last push.
No Angel farm for 40. He'd have infinite healing and
and
Angel, but yeah.
This is super interesting to me. I can't believe that they actually.
I mean, I know there's a
a
100 million damage gap from the dragon, but it seems really weird that there's a mana difference at all.
More CC because there were a lot of moments during this game where Dope
Weird.
they were so close to, getting a kill and running numbers out of cooldowns. I'm really interested by this Paladin pick.
I mean, mana-wise, I was surprised that they actually did better on mana in this type of situation.
Ezio getting completely gapped by the Evoker, which is normal. Dragon is one of the highest DPS classes in the game, so he is gonna win on that mana. But yeah, I'm really surprised that this worked.
He got inspired. I don't know. He might have got inspired by Hetsuki.
Hetsu?
He's like, I gotta pick this up because like this game was like 6 minutes or maybe 5.5 minutes of just Dobob owning, and I'm like, why did they pick the Paladin? This makes no sense. And then at 6:30, they just crank damage and just ran them over. The priest. Look at Relza just standing there like, what do I do, man? I think he tried to drink here and he just didn't drop combat and he was just scared of dying. So he came back and he's like, what am I gonna do? Serenity, pop one heal. All right, I can't heal anymore. Relza's just standing there like, can't heal, guys. I hope you kill Cassidy in the stun because I can't do anything. They can't kill Cassidy and they actually get taken out. I feel like I've not seen a team like completely drain Dobob like this. It's just completely no cooldowns. And it's mostly because Locked In are just playing something totally different. This Dev Evoker curveball, the only Devastation Evoker I want to say between both regions, it's actually providing them a ton of value. Like it got them through the first bracket series. Got them a game 1 win against Dobob, where you're expecting it to be 3-0. I'm expecting it to be 3-1, something heavily in favor. But maybe this is actually going to make Dobob sweat.
Well, if you think about the matchup, right? Feral Druid, Lapis is playing Feral as well, but the Dragon is just going to out DPS the Mage so hard. And if you play a slow game, you don't push in, you're just going to get pulled into dampening. And once it's damp, the Dragon Rage, Incarn, it's just going to overpower the FMP so much. So I want to see an
Get the
adaptation
automat out of the
from
way.
Dobob for next game. I want to see Relza go into,
Hopefully it's enough
kidnap
downtime.
Numbless's pillar. Get
I don't
in
have
there
any
and
snoozes for it.
Fear on cooldown, whether it's a Fear on the DPS or on the Paladin. Just getting setup after setup after setup, because if he's going to stay on that Paladin, you have to abuse that. You can't sit back and let the game just draw out to a loss like this. Locked In obviously played to their win condition. Good job by them. I do, they're kind of cooking with this pick now, but I also think that it's sort of Dobob's game to lose.
All right, Dobob, what's it going to be?
Empyrean?
Locked In go again with
Same
Holy
matchup.
Paladins. So I would have thought they'd want a small map, and then they can get on top of the Paladin. I guess big map also can expose him, especially with a limited range on the Dragon. He's probably going to have to chase at least a little bit to be able to heal his teammates. So I guess this does make sense. I think Dobob just didn't really know what to expect maybe with this. Like, how often do you fight Feral, Holy Pally, Dev Evoker? They're probably thinking, let's just play safe, right? Like, our comp is one of the strongest comps in the meta. We typically can win in dampening. We've been playing some long games. So they probably took that first game and were just like, let's just play safe, take no risks, and see how it plays out. And obviously it didn't work. So now you're down a point. So now they're going to have to consider switching that around. And I guess this is another thing to consider as well, is the source of magic from the Devastation Evoker, giving your healer more mana. So you got a huge amount of mana return from Blessing of Winter, with 810,000 mana return, Source of Magic at 274,000 mana return, whereas Rel's on the opposite side. Look at how many abilities he has to get back. He's using everything he's got available, which is mostly just Symbol, in order to recover mana. So their composition, I think, just threw Dobob off. They're thinking that they could just play safe. We're playing the meta comp. Locked in are playing a Paladin. What are they doing? Let's just play safe. But that actually ended up being the worst possible option for them to do.
Yeah, this game sort of reminded me of the series between Overload earlier today against Naptime. And, JT, he loves to sit back and PvE from 80 yards away, but at a certain point, the Holy Priest kind of runs out of healing and dampening, and if you have big defensive cooldowns like Incarn and Dragon Rage coming up in dampening, you're not closing out the game before then, you're going to be in a world of hurt. Your entire team's going to be at 40%, just fragile to dying at any moment. So, this game, for Dobob, I want to see them push in, and Locked In, we're going to see how they're going to handle that.
Alright, Dobob, are you going to be able to kind of keep
Top
your
final gonna be
top
tonight?
three
No.
footing here? 'Cause I feel
So
like
this
you
is
get
the
like
overall
a lot
top
of
8 to
stuff
top
can go
4
wrong
for
them
Europe,
here. They get
and then
great
tomorrow is
stuff
top
like
8 to
Cassidy
top
intercepts,
4
triggers against
NA,
the
and then
Polymark.
Sunday is top
Secure
4 of
here.
NA
Yeah,
and
we do
EU.
see Rel's, I think, playing more aggressively
And
here.
then
You
that
can
will
get
be
for
the
moments,
end
Smite's
of the
getting
3
blasted.
cups,
Rel's
and then
getting
in a
psychic
couple
trigger
weeks
from Feldred.
slash a
Master
month,
spell
I'm not
time
sure
stop. I've
when,
never seen that. I
they're
didn't
gonna
know you
do
could do
the
that.
final based on
Master
like
spell on time stop to try
the
and catch
top
out
8
a
of
kill. It's
each
not enough
region
though. Smite
throughout all
recovers,
the
and Rel's has
tournaments.
switched gears here. He's way more aggressive.
But yeah,
Absolutely, and I can already hear Thesia's voice telling Relza, we got to go in.
I'm
Let's
not
win the
playing
game.
in
It's
Europe, but
Paladin,
yeah,
we should be a
it's just
beauty
crazy how
because
this is
the
still the
advantage
Europeans
week
playing,
is
and
to
it's
see him
like
walk in like that,
after
hear
midnight.
Cassidy, MD the time stop. It's beautiful to see, and
I was
you can see
planning
how
on
bold
playing my
it is.
EU because it's
It's gonna
almost
be
geared
very
now.
tough for Locked In to
I have like
survive
2
in
pieces
those
left, so I guess I'll just have to play Europe tomorrow.
Numlis breaks his own
I didn't realize it
polymorph.
would go this late on
Now
EU.
he's in
I just
position
wanted to
maybe
also
get
see it
aggressive. Flappers gets gripped
because
a
there were
little
some
bit,
good
so he gets
series
walled.
early.
Smite is
earlier.
just sitting in a polymorph at the moment, feeling real bad out here in the open, trying to bait them into the corner. He's got deep breath in 30, kind of ramping up here.
Yeah, I'll probably
Look
just
for
try
that
to play Europe
Shattering Star,
tomorrow.
and then those mass disintegrates to get cleave damage like this that force the ray. Flapper's not looking entirely comfortable here. Cassidy and Smite are just doing a tremendous amount of damage. Nice pre-time stop from Smite here. Numlis is in a polymorph, so Smite time stops to immune damage and potential crowd control. It buys 4 extra seconds on this attempt, and maybe with the wall, though, it might not matter. Numlis repositions, gets around the corner. Here comes the Avenging Crusader. Should begin to restabilize. Bringing back Smite up to full, likely bringing up Cassidy in a moment. Teams are evening out. And where is the next attack, Jan?
Well, they just put numbers on DR, so they need to wait for now. But they have Veins coming up, they have Incarn coming up as well. As long as they keep that.
Well,
bleed damage
Feral's
on
kind of
Cassidy,
still on the
and
similar
keep
income
Smite as well,
timers,
any CC
both in
that's gonna be
30.
Numbers is going to be pretty brutal for them. And of course,
Veins
Locked In,
coming
just
up in
playing
like
to survive,
10.
Playing off that blue bar. Rels are already at 60%, less than 2 minutes into the game. So Dobob is on a
Dragon's still
very,
doing
very good
significantly more damage than Thesha,
Beautiful
as
psychic
expected,
screen,
I
kinda
guess.
Set up. Relz is playing well, getting crowd control into a polymorph.
Numlis does have a big mana lead over Relza.
They're kind of taking a tremendous amount of damage.
Kind of similar to last game. This might just be another Goon, unless they get like a good ice wall, knock someone out of LOS cheese kill or something onto Cassidy eventually.
I feel like Relz is playing aggressive, but it's looking even better for Locked In, even despite that. Oh, the
Yeah,
knock again.
They're not able to develop enough pressure off it.
Just like the Angel,
especially
but-
with Smite using those time stops on himself. Here's another setup. He has to trinket now. Walls. Can they follow this up with anything else? Dash. Chastises his
Might
shield,
not doing
but
the
not
human
gets
form
off
bug
on
this
their
game.
hands. So good plays by Numlis.
It was funny watching him like run in midair when he does the fly
on
move.
DevOps side, they're just absolutely taking the most damage from Smite and Cassidy.
It's just damage. Like there's nothing on Relz.
It's
He's
3
just sitting in the
minutes.
back free casting. It's 3 minutes in. He's almost less than 50% mana. In some games we've seen go 10 minutes long in the tournament. So being the knock behind the pillar again. Cassidy's
It's actually
really
crazy how
trying
this
to
camp's
get
working.
Typhoon kills. And if Flappers loses this series,
Really
to
see
Typhoon after
Devoker.
losing to Echo Man, and somehow they lose a top 3 position, he's gonna be so mad. He gets Cyclone. I think they won against Echo with a Typhoon on Raikou last week. Actually, and Cage of Carnage knocked him down. Nice double
Yes.
ring from Tessia. But look where Smite is.
looking for a drink.
He's drinking.
Oh, that
That
is
is
a
good.
huge ring. 50% mana. So they're going to be able to stay in this game a little bit longer. But, again, it's hard for Relza to push in as well because his teammates are just taking so much damage. He's so scared to push in. If he tanks a CC, he has to trinket. And then that's, the game is cracked open for them. They're going on Relza now. Trinket swap.
Nice
Oh my
volley
God,
onto
they got
Cassidy.
Survival Instincts and Trinket
I
Swap
mean, they have
on
almost
one
everything
pull,
defensively.
and Relza's
Cassidy has
not
wall
been
skin,
CC at
renewal.
all, but they
Pally
get
has
CC. I don't know if we recorded
Bob
that.
Bubble.
Relza's probably
It's a
not at
setup.
all, but
Huge
Smite
setup.
Smite just dying.
Big
I jinxed it.
Doesn't
I'm
even
like, they
matter.
have
Numlis.
everything Pally on
Bubble
hand.
doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
just gets
Probably don't care
Veins
if we
done.
Bubble. Smite just gets absolutely incinerated. by Tessia and Flappers.
I thought he was
there.
just gonna
I'm thinking,
get
man, it's actually
time stop
pretty good
himself
for
really
him.
low HP and not die in the
They
stunts.
pull out massive crits.
But
Tessia
Icy
pops
Veins,
Smite.
Icy
Same way
Veins.
that he popped Raikou in the upper bracket for that one game.
I mean, Numbless having to use the lay on hands, trinket lay on hands a minute and a half or so earlier, and here he gets a bit greedy, doesn't bubble immediately to save his teammate. Bubble sacks, but he's too low, and you know, Smite gets Comet Storm to death. And that was Desia's Veins. Obviously, massive burst damage from Veins is up. Good punish by them. Bit of a mistake from Numbless, greeting that late, but yeah, like I
Oh,
said, very good
did you-
punish from Dobob.
You see the knock though? So they polymorph
Yes, to split
Numbless
him up.
and they knock him away so he doesn't break. He doesn't break the sheep. I think they were expecting the sheep to break because Smite rescued. So right here he rescues and they're stacked, but then he gets typhooned. And look at this precision. He stands in a way so only the dragon gets knocked. So then they can Comet Storm him out of range of the Paladin. And he
I was
Frost
taking some
Novas him.
notes from Westfall.
Okay.
So that was good to see.
Okay.
This is sketchy now for Dobob, I think, because this didn't look good. You know, maybe the map is a bit too big, but Relza was struggling to heal this. And
Yeah, I feel like this is a
honestly,
repeat of
outside
game
that
1.
last go,
That was just kind of a cheese kill.
locked
Like
in
they're
was
losing really hard on
taking
mana because the
very
dragon
well
has too much of a
defensively and
damage gap.
able to keep up.
But it's also like bad to ever put that shot on the
Dude, we got
bench
a
because
series
he's just
here.
too
I
goaded.
don't think this is a wash. I don't think this is a wash.
I mean, he was only at
In
60
either
million behind,
direction
but
now at this point, I really think, like, especially if the small maps work out for Smite and Cassidy, maybe for the dragon to land more multi-target stuns, I think that could be a good situation. I just feel like they underestimated.
Has to be some kind of way
the
for them
damage
to-
in that setup. They thought like the pre-rescue, you know.
They
I
even
would
on
think that
mana.
too as well. Like I pre-rescued the go. It'd be
Here's the
pre-carry.
FMP
So
again.
It's like maybe you don't want to react instantly in that situation. But that's the same thing with Meh and Raikou. They're like, Meh's not CC'd, and then Raikou just dies to just the mage, even if the Feralger's not on him. Sometimes the damage can just be really high, and you just constantly you just constantly have to be making these assessments at a split second, because otherwise you're just gonna get erased. So locked in, unfortunately, lose that round. They're
Same.
confident to just keep playing. They must think that jungle stands no chance, I would think.
Yeah.
And then they're giving respect to the mirror also.
I do want to say, like, if Locked-In wants to win this, I do want to see him on his Holy Priest. He is a Priest main, I believe. I just think Holy Paladin is just, you know, too exploitable by a Mage, by a Priest, by a Feral Druid. And you're kind of playing into Dobob's strength at that point. Why not play the Priest, avoid CC? Your team is doing more damage anyway, so you're winning on that mana front in dampening. Priest, I think, just complements this much more, but maybe he doesn't feel comfortable with it. Maybe he just wants more cooldowns to trade here. With the Paladin, more breakers. I'm not too sure.
I would be interesting. If they end up winning this tournament, we're gonna have to interview him, and we're gonna have to ask him what his logic here on the Holy Paladin and what exactly is going on with that. Other than like, I can't see it being better than Priest on mana. You know, like he's getting the same benefits no matter what with the dragon, as far as mana regen. And then their stun is also just undispellable as opposed to a dispellable stun. So if they ever want to clutch that, although they probably don't have many problems with stuns between a Feral Druid and a Devastation Evoker. But yeah, the positioning, it's like you don't get like a huge amount of extra damage. I know you can get.
I'm
sometimes
surprised
get, like,
Numbless
a
is
million
on
hammer
the
grasp,
HPAL.
but it's like you could just get a million Holy Fire. It's like-
Exactly. You have
I guess
Jedi
HPAL just has
Knight
better
Forge.
mana than Disc. I'm just surprised Numbless doesn't play Holy Priest.
I'd try like other than like Bubble, but it's like you have Angel Form and it's like it's a lower cooldown, and then Bubble. I'm just laying this out here. It's like
But it does
Lay
seem
on
like they're
Hands,
just having
3
good
minute
mana.
cooldown, I think roughly with the talents that they're playing versus Serenity. It's like the same heal. It's on like 20-second of a cooldown. Your immunity cooldown's way longer, and it comes with liability that you can't use other forbearance effects at the same time. It just seems like why would Paladin be the right pick in this type of scenario? But obviously they've got some confidence in it. Otherwise they wouldn't have locked it in on their side. We're tied at 1-1, and they almost won that game. It was just they
Yeah, it was
underestimated the
looking good.
damage. They underestimated it. Didn't make an effective trade in time. Got punished. Dobob take a win, but Dobob are not. This is not going to be a free.
That's on the
ride.
games in meta. It's a little damp, but
Absolutely.
there's some really good games today.
All right, 4
Some of them
seconds
were a
left
little
here to
long,
the
like
season.
10-minute games, but
Where is going to be the
WAS form FMP mirrors were really, really good.
Opening on Flappers after he opens first, so curious to see if they opens first this time. I just opened on the casters.
And then Overload almost losing to nap time was crazy too.
Looking to power him down
Even
through
though
his
those were
defensive
incredibly
cooldowns. He's
damp.
Looking so fragile on that Devastation Evoker. He's just dying through everything. They could switch to Cassidy as well. It's just all out aggression.
Because
from
they lost
Dobob
his
in this initial exchange.
Feral Mage, and they switched to Rogue Mage, or they lost his Rogue Mage, switched to Feral Mage, lost his Feral Mage, and
As
then
long as they
ran it back
like,
with Windwalker
set up
Mage the whole way
set
through.
up, force time stop,
But
force
yeah, those were
scale,
some good
he's
series.
out of those. He's gonna take so much damage damage in those stuns. And
Very,
it
very
seems
close
like
games
a
today.
bad
Almost
matchup
every
for
game has
Stuns
just
United
been
to kill Smite. So I
10
wanna
minute
see
damp,
Dobob, you know,
but
as
not
in
like
last game,
do
but I
nothing
do wanna
damp.
see
Like
this
everyone's kind of
Moxie go
dead.
in and pressure this dragon. Don't let him play the game.
Oh, big setup on Flappers. Nice Cyclone from Cassidy. He's getting a lot of good Cyclones here. Switches it onto Flappers now. Cassidy's having a really good game. Another Cyclone swapped over onto Tessia. Getting bleeds. Vortex on Flappers, keeping him away from the dragon. But he gets caught in a stun, and now he's going to get cloned. Flappers is turning it up. Rels is trying to get into the mix. Smites
Fistful
into a
sheep.
stun. Numbless pre-sacrifices again. Nice pre-sacrifice from Numbless on all of this crowd control. Smite still has to use Renewing Blaze even despite that.
Flappers gets kicked going for clones. Gets the kick out of the way though for Tesha to spam some sheeps.
If this pressure is maintained for any amount of time, Numbless is keeping him up with the Avenging Crusader. Now they need to get aggressive. I really think Cassidy maybe could sneak away on Relza, or maybe even Numbless. Yeah, and get Cyclones on the Priest. I think that's a big opportunity. Get some Cyclones, Hammer of Justice or something on Priest. A little bit more crowd control. They get it.
Gazin gets a poly.
Into a polymorph, big meteor. We saw this in the last game. Smite rescues over to it to break the polymorph, but doesn't feel comfortably. Time stops. There, he manages to recover, and time stops a low cooldown, so you can kind of just.
Yeah, this is a weird matchup because I've never seen this matchup played before today.
It just feels like,
But I think this team also beat
delicate
Waz
for
at
Smite.
one
He could
point.
die at any moment.
Yeah, it's only a 45 second.
Like last
cooldown, but
week or
he's trading
something.
his defensives beautifully. He still has 2 wall charges, using rescue the CC before just to save those, and he's a long way from dying right now. As long as he has that trinket, as long as he pre-walls to go, he's gonna be fine. One thing I want to highlight is look at Cassidy here.
I should just
Break
get
stun,
stun claw. Never
go,
mind, doesn't get it.
Cassidy just has to play bodyguard, right? If
This is
helping
still
his
Veins,
teammates
so it's a
live,
lot of damage
dash,
from Tesha.
clone constantly, they're gonna win on mana. So
Tesha actually close to the dragon this game on damage. He's pumping a lot more. I don't know if he's just getting more AoE.
See, breaks down on Flappers, catching him.
More like
Closes an
splitting Ice
angel. They
Cleave or
should
something.
Recover unless there's a surprising amount of damage hits him at any moment here. They guys are holding him
Rails
at
are still both
50%, even
incarning,
despite
and
the angel.
incarns are about to
Force
end.
Ray, they stunned the Ray.
Incarn ends for
Cassidy's having a
Flappers.
really
Cassidy
good
still has
game,
his for a
but he
couple
gets
more
polygraphed on
seconds,
his clone.
but he got
Oh,
cloned on it
Numbless is
anyway.
there with a blinding light.
On the
That's
rest
good
of his
backup.
incarn.
Smite still a little bit needs to be cautious.
Pretty much every defensive in the book available except for Guardian. There's Skin, Renewal, Wall,
Tessie's there for
Wop.
poly. Flappers is there, but he gets caught as well. Turning around on him, he has to trinket. Smite's falling behind. He's just
Numbless
spamming
has
it.
literally
It's
every
super greedy.
CD.
It's so greedy right now. He's so low.
Might
He's so
almost
greedy.
die in there without
Oh my
not
God,
using
that's
anything.
so
He had to lay on hands
lay on
there.
hands. It's a trinket lay on hands and Obsidian scales. I don't know if that's
Yeah, and trinket and wall.
And like that put them really far behind. I think at this point, Icy Veins is coming up in 37 seconds. That's the next big window for Dobob.
he still has time stop though, so he's gonna be.
That could be
fine for a
incarn with
while.
that Veins window, but
We'll
I'm
see
pretty
how they
good.
handle it. Numbless, bubble, sack, bob, and of course he's got renewing blaze back as well. He's the full sheep.
Ooh, pre-time stop.
Tries to
Play
take the
from
kick,
Smite,
doesn't get it.
Pre-renewing Blaze.
Gets it out of the way though, and then
Fear.
pushes in now,
Pre-deep
gets the
breath
sheep.
to immune the stun. He stuns the whole team. Smite's now caught in a stun, but he renewing
be
Blaze, so he'll be fine. Now Rels is repositioning with Tessia. Numbless is on the opposite side. Rels has no trinket. Flappers has no trinket. I think that's a big opportunity. Maim just came off cooldown. You Maim stun Flappers, Hodge the Priest. You might be able to clutch out some major cooldowns with that type of push here in the next couple of seconds as they're just building up momentum on Smite. He's trying to reposition. Numbless pre-sacrifices. They stun Flappers, but they need crowd control on Relza. It looks like he faded, I think, a stun there from Cassidy. He's repositioned far away, avoiding the setup during that stun. Flappers survives with Barkskin, Guardian Spirit. Smite's retreating during the Cyclone. Ringer Frost down, but not going to catch anybody. Cassidy's trying to get bleeds, but Flappers is on the run. Dobob giving respect to Locked In here. They're not continuing their aggression.
Lappa's playing a little bit scared here.
Where's the
having to
Ice Wall
use
under
that
Numbless?
skin. Big
Just
damage on Smite,
nice
he gets
sprints around it.
traded out. Love the Ice Wall from Desi.
That was the bop right
Fully
there
able to
on the feral
do that.
dots.
Gets the bubble as well from
Ooh.
Numbless. Not sure that was necessary. Maybe
Still
a bit
big
of an
incarns going on from the
But
ferals.
Flapper's playing scared, you know, he has no trinket, he has no skin.
He's
and
stuck in
Relza
Bear in
looks
his
like he has
incarn, though.
him on that
Not
go
feel good.
Previously as well. So
He gets to
Flappers,
come out and
the
play the
last few
game.
Seconds has to play super safe. If he doesn't pre-survival instincts to go, he
Kicks the
just dies.
clone.
I mean, he's
Kinda
just
landing
right
his
now
healer.
without a stop. Is that actually
Good
happening
swap.
right now? He just almost got soloed by Smite. Relza had to void shift. Cassidy's coming in now, getting combo points, looking for a stun here. Full
He also
range
has
stun,
really
no
nothing. He's
trinket,
getting cloned here.
into a Cyclone.
He has a
Nice stun
Guardian
from
in
Cassidy,
15.
but there's not
Flappers
enough
has skin in
damage. Numbless is
3.
the polymorph.
Just
Cassidy's
he bears the
helping
stun.
knock Flappers. They're trying to
It
go
lives
for
long
it.
enough to get the
Can they
skin
drop
off.
him? He's in bear form. Nice pre-bear form. Barks
And
gets
now
so
Guardian's
good.
up to
Flappers on the
5.
run.
That's just still has both blocks, so it's really
Tessia
only
now getting
Flappers
swapped
that's
in,
scared.
looking to try and get a blocky barriers.
Or just
Blinks
the
back.
overall mana bar issue in a
Continuing to
couple
give
more minutes.
respect to Locked In, despite this
Because it was kind of a cheese kill last game. Game 1, they lost pretty convincingly on mana.
Interrupt. Flappers gets a clone on Cassidy. Tessia procs the Vortex. Blinks in for a dragon.
Right now, it's Rels is at like 50. He's at like 60.
Numbless trinkets, but re-poly and restun come in.
We're
It's
70.
awesome.
Smite
And a
almost just
sliver
getting
of
one
health
shot
with
again.
Rescue shield. He canceled rescues with a millisecond of time in between that to stay alive. That was an insane rescue. He was literally at a millimeter of HP. To be able to use rescue that quickly, where you have to aim it on the ground and not die to even a tick or a bleed, was insane from Smite.
I mean, to be honest, that go, I think I have to commend Dobob. Thesia got from the Blink DB as they stun Smite. Smite can't read it quick enough to, pre-Obsidian scales that, gets maimed into the half bash, and now he's in trouble again.
And he just dies.
Dies through the
Oh my
Redeeming Blaze.
God.
He gets bursted by veins from Thesia.
And that's kind of how,
This game was
Good
not bad
luck.
from Dobob
Just-
offensively. I like
even if
it.
there's a big damage gap,
Yeah,
like, you should just kind of get soloed by
the first half
Veins.
was a bit sketchy, but-
Especially if they get a good ice wall, but they didn't even need an ice wall for that.
I think Dobob, as far as setups, it felt like they had a clear route to victory here, and Tessia is just getting big crits. It feels like in their Echo series, in this series, like top
It was
lane
much more
before the
convincing than the
Redeeming
other
Blade
game,
has
though.
a chance to really trigger and provide any healing. Like there's healing Smite is doing, like 69 million healing is quite substantial from a DPS in a game like this, and it's still just not enough. He just gets completely collapsed in this game. And now, honestly, I feel like if you're locked in, like, you gotta be feeling shaky because you're making plays. Like, you're making flashy plays. You're getting so much pressure out. You won game one. You're like, it's like maybe there's a chance. It's not just like darkness. Maybe there's light at the end of the tunnel. But I feel like that light at the end of the tunnel with hits like this, where you just lose 40% of your. That was like 40-0. And Tessia got cloned. It's just like it's got to be so morale destroying on the side of locked in. And now, if Numbless is a holy priest, like, how does that change this situation right here? Like, maybe he's got Spirit of Redeemer,
So
and
he
he's
gets
immune.
mained, and then he gets cloned. Right? Flappers cast a clone. He could fade this, or fear it. But instead,
Yeah.
he tanks the clone, no trinket, no bubble, and, the dragon without Obsidian scales is too squishy. Just
I think he was trying to
flops.
kick something. I think he moved to the mage because he was going to kick sheep, but then Flappers just cloned him. So, watch Numbless. Like, the advantage is the paladin is that he's got rebuke. But maybe he should have just stayed out of line of sight. Because, like, he sees Polly,
was
and
getting
he's trying to kick
threatens.
Polly.
Yeah.
He was trying to kick Polly, and then Flappers, like, baited you. Full Cyclone. And then the game ends. So that was just, like, as a
Double
paladin, yeah, you can't do anything. If there's a druid and a mage
Exactly.
standing on you, there's no choice between those two. Whereas if it's just, if he's a priest, Shadow or Death, now I'm on DR for sheep. Fade the clone. Now I've immune that for a second. Now he's got to take a second to try and land it again. It's just paladin doesn't have the same type of avoidance tools for these types of pushes. So even if he was disc, you know what I mean? Like, because he's been playing disc priest for most of it. Obviously, I think holy is better, but he's just been playing disc as if it's like his main, and maybe he doesn't have as many reps on holy priest. But it doesn't, just on paper, doesn't make sense that you'd want to be a paladin with this much crowd control.
I could be wrong, but I think someone told me that Numbless hates Holy Priest, and that might be why he defaults towards the disc. Which, I do think the Holy Priest is better in this matchup, but if he doesn't like playing it, he's not well practiced on it. I can see why he's sticking to Holy Paladin. And there it is again, Maldraxxus, huge map. They want to just stall it out, but it really depends if Dobob is going to capitalize or not. Locked in, obviously doing a lot of damage. The Voca is very good for that. I do want to see Cassidy try and save his stun DRs for every time that they make a push, because they're really only going to die in those CC chains. If Numbless isn't CC'd, I think Smite is going to be fine. So, waiting for the maim, waiting for the bash, waiting for the DB, and then Cassidy can go pounce and look for a counter clone.
Yeah. Maybe playing similarly to how we saw Naptime playing in the upper bracket, where they're kind of turtling
All this
together as a
downtime
team
is
and
making
then
me need
blocking
snacks.
everything that's thrown to them, and then waiting until later on. Because it seems like before dampening, like locked in getting a kill, it's just kind of luck, right? Like Dobob just unresponsive, you get a really big crit or something. So playing aggressively and trying to get crowd control and Relza might not be as valuable in the first 4 minutes of the game as opposed to stunning Flappers when he's pushing in for clone, or stunning Tessia when he's pushing in for clone. So maybe if locked in, take similar line of play of strategy as Naptime and just focus defense, work as a team, protect the Paladin, wait until you get a little bit deeper in dampening where your damage is going to become more valuable, because obviously getting control in the priest is difficult. So just try and get the game into dampening. You already won on mana, and try and pull off a win that way. I could see that working out better for them, but it's still so delicate. Like the dragon is just not as disruptive as like an elemental shaman. It's just the cooldowns are really, the interrupt's a long cooldown for like the same duration of an interrupt. You just don't have the grounding totems. I think I honestly have a little bit. The healing might be close, but I feel like healing stream totem is just a little bit more passive. Earth Shield's a little bit more passive, whereas you have to be active with Devivoker healing. It's like you got to pre-wall every go. You don't have any fail safes really as the Devivoker if you get caught at all. So it's
Best
way
option for the
easier to
mat
get punished,
counter.
way less rewarding overall in terms of pressure. So the pressure is on for locked in if they want to climb up this gauntlet. Dobob really want to secure their top 3 positions.
What do you mean by
before
for
the
RMP
gauntlet
counter?
entirely. So
Like RMP
bottom
mirror,
line
you
for
mean?
both
Like RMP
teams
against
here.
RMP?
Locked in look desperate with this composition pick, relying on a holy.
It's kind
Paladin
of just whoever has no
targets
trinket
an
and you can get a good
hour,
ice wall
whereas
on,
Dobob,
or like
game
pre
after
CC.
game after game,
It's in a good spot and you kind of go
Dobob looks
both.
better and better.
Yeah, a lot of
definitely.
times you
And,
can stun
you know,
Rogue just to like
on what you said earlier, the
help your
Dragons
mage
are
push
so
for CC on
fragile.
healer.
You know, they're on match point now. If Dopa wins this one, Locked-in are kicked out.
Where you
So,
like Nova,
like a fragile
DB, Sheep,
class,
Gouge,
you know,
Rogue in a good spot, and then go him out of it.
Pre-obsidian scales,
RP versus jungle?
goes. The pressure is on.
Yeah, I would say you probably go mage the most, especially if you can get an MD off.
You always want to be the one who's got your feet up on the desk and relaxing, not the one where you have to play perfectly or you're gonna die. So, again, tough matchup for Locked In here. Tough position for Smite to be in, and I wouldn't want to be him, that's for sure.
Flappers is there. He can get an opener on Cassidy if he wants to. He's going to open on Smite. Cassidy's looking for Cyclones. He fakes an interrupt. Nice fakes from Cassidy. Smite, unfortunately, hovering into the ring, but looks like the polymorph broke on Numbless. That's at least a decent start for the Paladin. Oh, Flappers takes a huge hit of damage, but Rels is an Angel. Really unlikely, I think, that we see them take any substantial damage for the next couple of seconds. Nice line of sight from Cassidy, but Flappers fakes a kick.
But Cassidy has not got much done with his Incarn.
Constant kicks and
He's just been playing defensive the whole time.
both teams.
Gets sheeped on it. Oh, that feels bad.
Nice pre-poly. Looking for another one.
Into a
Fearing
fear.
on the dispel, taking Cassidy out of the game. Smite's now isolated.
Dragon Rage
Cassidy
ends
has
for
to get
Smite.
behind the pillar, just sheeping the Feral Druid again, just to insult
Free
the
stun
injury there on the Feral
on the
Druid.
Valley.
Basically not
Sacks
getting polymorph.
after.
Nice sacrifice from
I think he was
Numbless.
already on
Now,
DR, but
charge in with sacrifice. This is what I want to see. Like if they have a pre-sack play or
he gets
something
the
like
Hodge.
that, run in and get crowd control. Take advantage of that moment where you're immune and try and get something going for your team.
Don't think he's
They don't
playing
get him
blind, so
down
that must
with
mean
the
he's playing
Guardian
rep, right?
Spirit, which is a lot more rotational for the Holy Priest. I would have liked to get more than that. Flappers fakes a kick. So
Never
many
seen him
good
go for
fake
one,
pass
though,
here in
sweet.
game number 4.
And this is so important that Flappers is faking these kicks and getting clones on Cassidy, because then they're just in no danger. They're able to collapse on Numbless much easier.
Nice pre-play from Smitey. Time stops.
There's
before
an
they
ice
go
wall.
here, but the wall comes down, and Numbless, what are you going to do?
He is kind of
Oh, is there
walling
a gap?
himself
Oh
off,
my God,
but
there's a little tiny gap. Numbless got through the wall. Flapper's taking some big hits. Smite's trying to line of sight. Smite needs to avoid damage. Just avoid it. You have to get in dampening. I just don't see them finding a kill unless they can get to dampening, and it's going to be the most difficult journey to actually get there with how much pressure is being thrown their way at the moment.
Flappers just randomly getting soloed.
Flappers on his toes, forcing him back. And Bear for now. Now he's
Incarns are in 25.
But now the Quell's on cooldown, so they can't stop polymorphs. A Ring of Frost locking Smite in place.
Cassidy
so he
trying
can't
to go
escape.
for clones, but
Is he going to be able to? Oh, Deep Breath to escape that Ring of Frost. Defensive Deep Breath. I haven't seen one of
yeah,
those.
defensively flying,
Feral Druid to stun anyway.
never a good sign.
Playing good defense, avoiding crowd control, but Relza sneaks in. Smite pre-rescues the Maim. It might not
I think
be
Smite's
enough.
dead here.
He's
He
very
has time
sad
stop,
right now
but
with the pre-rescue. If Numbless has to use major cooldowns, he's actually playing a Draenei Holy Paladin.
Gets
Also,
kicked here.
looks like he's gifted the Naru here, which is healing while he's crowd controlled for a little bit. Smite pre-time
There's the
stops.
time
Getting
stop.
the next polymorph. Nice play. Immune damage here, but oh no.
Cassidy's
Numbless
also
not.
rotten.
Smite
This
trying
is the
to hover
Incarn
back
from
in
them,
line of
though.
sight to get
From
to
both
him.
Ferals.
And they've got Flappers in a stun, and they're just trying to power him down.
Flappers just
I feel like
Barks
they
getting
could,
through that.
in dampening, just one stun on Flappers.
Trying to get
it could be
cloned, but he just
over
gets
for him.
sheeped on it again.
It's just a matter of locked in living
Into a
for at least
clone.
4 more minutes.
Definitely. I mean, right now, early in the game, dampening hasn't started to ramp up just yet. Flappers trade skin. Relza is an angel. He's going to be completely
There's
fine.
the
But
off
I love
bash.
what Relza is doing here. Look at his positioning. He's on the enemy pillar, and that fear earlier busted Numbless his lay on hands. Now they get the red sack. Smite
He's
has
just
one
shifted
obsidian scales
powering.
left. Once that's gone,
With a knock.
it's-
He has a good ice wall ready. No veins for
Knock
like
from
45
Cassidy
though.
here. That's not enough. Relza's there. He's got the angel. They're topped off.
Just
They're
pushing
going
for a
aggressive
full
down
fear.
into Meteor's defensive
Another
deep breath.
defensive fly
So
again.
he's
He's
using
pressing
deep
it on
breath
CD.
defensively.
Gets
It's
stunned
normally
by
a
the
big
priest.
tool when
Then
it
gets
flies
the
through
priest
air.
stunned into probably
It looks
restuns by the
like he's got
Feral.
crowd
Yep.
control. Flappers
Feral's
gets
trying to
the
get like an
clone,
emergency
but
clone
Numbless
out. Doesn't
already
get
got
it.
the clone on Tessia. He trinkets
They have
that.
polys on Numbless anyway though.
Punish Tessia for a trinket like that.
Now they have a
Huge
window
Cassie's
on
might
Smite
go to
with
the polymorph
no
back,
trinket,
run,
no
reverse
wall,
run once again,
and they
getting
have
these big
veins and
shots
ice
by the
wall
pillar.
available.
Relza repositions.
So I think Smite just
Flappers falling
dies.
for the bait. He's sitting in bear
Actually,
form.
they pre-pull the
Anticipating
trigger
attack.
on veins
Good anticipation. Smite's still getting rocked.
when
by
they didn't
Tessia
really
at
have
the moment.
DRs or stuns or
While Flappers
CC.
is just sitting through a stun, and ice
I feel like
wall
they
is
would just
available, and where
Veins
Numbless
walk.
is
Oh,
at
that
the
was a
moment,
veins
he
proc.
gets
Okay,
a
he
very
still has
good
real
push
veins in 3. I thought he actually veins there. I'm like, they don't even have a go. I know they want to press it on CD, but there's the poly, there's the real veins. Maybe they're gonna get an ice wall here, probably.
Smite doesn't, go too low, and then suddenly he can't save him. But big damage on
He just
Tessia
blinks
as well.
away because the dragon was taking a lot of damage to him. There's another defensive fly.
Ooh, deep breath, not enough.
Poly's dragon defensively and just set up out of it.
Here we're hitting about the 4-minute
Cassidy
mark.
gets
We're getting
run.
close, but it's just so scary for Smite. He gets out of the meteor.
Maybe they're fearing
Repositions,
Feral off
looking
that. I'm
for a
not
fire
sure.
breath,
If
hovering
they
with
get
his
more
paladin,
CC on Pally.
defense,
Flappers.
keeping Flappers on
He
his
has
toes,
wall available. He's
pushing him
greeting
back,
wall at
pulling all
20%.
of
He gets
soloing
topped with
Flappers
instant
right now.
casts. That was
Cassie's
Guardian
looking
though.
for Cyclones, while Smite is just farming Flappers. Tessia looks for another polymorph.
Mana is
Time
going to
stop
be
on
the
second
name of the
screen.
game eventually.
Flappers gets kicked on the
Unless
nose,
they
time
randomly
stop
solo
about to
Smite again.
end.
There's the
Can't
wall. I
press
think Smite
walls
just
from
might die here.
The wall comes down. Numbless has to
Nope,
get around
Numbless
the
gets
corner in
around the
time.
corner.
It's match point. They will be out of the
Still has
tournament.
bop
They
for
catch
him.
Flappers in a stun.
Good
but
CS
Relza's
on
an
Smite.
angel. He's free casting heals into that Ray of Hope. It should top him off. Numla's into a maim stun. Cassidy is rotting down. Smite is rotting down.
That was the
They need to
incarn.
make a call here. They're going to trade out.
Flappers
Shitty skills. Man,
has
what is
wall
that?
and
What
renewal.
just happened to
Almost
their
dies
team?
in one stun.
Everybody just died
That was swap
in
too,
1
triple overlap.
millisecond to the Dragon Rage out of nowhere.
That was
Smite hits
renewal,
his
wall,
enraged
and swap.
timer like a raid boss. I can't believe this. Rel's like,
And he's dying through it all. He's skinning too. He's just running around in bear form.
With that one push, and Flappers is out of there. I'm out, bro. I'm out. I'm not going anywhere near that dragon. I'm out.
That was
Running in,
the
grabbing
Dragon
the
Rage and the
eye.
Incarnate Fair, but Flappers almost
Weird.
dying.
10% more damage taken now.
Absolutely insane. Rel's are barely keeping him up. Don't know how he did it, but
Stun clone on Derelza.
going for a clone on
They're
Mage
Derelza.
gets the DB on it. But all three of them are just rotting.
I feel like it's not that deep.
Might go to
I guess
2-2 match point.
Relza has a lot of work to do, and he can.
Dasha still has both blocks. There's barrier. He's fine. I'm only really worried about Flappers. He has no skin,
Smite doesn't have wall for a few seconds here.
and he's at like 20%.
my God.
He has Heart of the Wild.
Damage.
He could do double
He
frenzied
can't
regen
push
here,
anymore.
but
He can't stay on the dragon. They have to sheet the dragon. They're going on
he's
Cassidy.
just
it looks
stuck in
like.
bear form
They could
most of
punish
this
him. He's
game.
got no trinket. He's got bark skin though. And now Flappers is
No
on
incarns
defense.
for a minute.
We're 5.5 minutes in.
The Veins is getting popped.
Here's
Here's
Mage
Mage is doing stuff with Veins. I think he's just gonna get a quick sheep here and then probably solo dragon.
Cassidy wants this, man. Locked in want this. They want to take this to a game 5.
Hell, he is
They
playing
wanna
blind. The
how
UI just
can they
doesn't
close
track
the
it. I was
game?
wondering why he never
That's
went
now
for a
the
rep
question
right.
if Flappers plays defensive.
Makes
They
sense,
catch
'cause
Cassidy.
rep
Nice
removed-
rescue
oh,
from
rep
Smite,
does-
pulling
yeah,
him
rep
around
does
the
remove
corner out of
dots.
that meteor.
I
Now
know Pally
Flappers is
blind
on the run,
doesn't
but
either.
Numla's is in a polymorph into a full psychic scream. Sleepwalk spam gets interrupted.
There's the
Cassidy
full
jumps in,
stun.
but Smite's
Veins
stunned,
still
and
up.
He pre-walled, but it
Pally
might not be
trinkets
enough.
into
So
a
much
bash on his
pressure from
trinket.
Tessia. Icy Veins is just destroying everybody on locked in at the moment. Lay on hands onto Cassidy.
There's
He will
another
recover,
defensive
but it's
fly. He
overlapped
blinks so he
with
doesn't get
survival
stunned.
Instincts, and now Smite has
Pally's the
limited
dragon.
defense. Only time stop remains, but they're so
Tries
far
to
ahead
switch
on
to
mana.
Pally, but he gets
If
aligned.
Locked in can just hold on a little bit longer. That cheeky
Trying to do a
mind control,
cheeky
Smite's
mass
getting
poly,
pulled
but
way out into the
look
corner.
around the corner with
Cassidy
blink,
with
but
no personals. He gets wild charge defensively to the Paladin. Smite gets caught in a stun.
another
Trigger
wall.
Time stop. He's low.
Pally's gonna
Trigger
get
time
around this
stops
pretty
on the
quick. There's the
wall,
time
but now
stop.
Numla's is out in the
I mean,
middle
they're
of
just
the
tabbing
map.
onto
Cancels the
Cassidy.
wall. This could be it for him if he gets caught. Sacrifice comes up. Not just
Veins
dies
is
through
about to
healing.
end, but
It's so much
it's
pressure.
over.
Can Smite hold on? They're so close. They've almost.
This is
got
Incarn, though, still.
massive dampening, but it's Incarnation. Who's going to die
Dragon
first? They
Rage.
bop off the bleeds. Here comes the
for
Dragon
Pally.
Rage. Massive disintegrates are crashing in onto both Flappers and Tessia. And they're boldly standing their ground as Smite is just wrapping around the corners, catching Flappers in a bash. Rels is trying to recover through with Guardian
clone onto
Spirit.
Cassidy.
Renewal, every cooldown but the kitchen sink at this point. Is Flappers going to top with that Ray? I can't imagine he wouldn't. Oh my, okay, there's the Ray finally coming through. Cassidy is low and now locked in. They have to make a big decision. They're going for it. They're going for it on match point. Can they close out the game? They land the kick over onto Relza. Flappers is still low. They get the trinket from Relza. Can they get another crowd control? They can win the game. Cassidy gets shut down by a counter spell.
clone onto
They're right
Pally.
there with the sleepwalk. Smite
Flappers
is
just
doing
dying
it.
through bear. He has
Smite
skin in
is doing
two,
it.
skin
He's
in
so
one.
close against Dragon's Breath. He's so close.
His skin
One more hit.
presses it.
Eternity Surge. One more disintegrate. I think Flappers is done for. No, one huge heal comes through, and now they jump back. But Smite
Rels is almost tapped on mana again. This is their the lose condition from game one.
Stops right as the polymorph hits, but now he's out. Melly
But
Wings
the kitchen
come
sink?
out.
Ah,
Can they hold on? Can they hold on? They're almost there. They're almost there.
I mean, for the past 2 minutes, Flappers has been playing scared, and for the first time now, really, he's finally able to go in. Numla's
Flappers
in no
has
trouble.
wall. It's
That's
just
gotta go down.
Rel's mana.
Oh my god, I feel.
This
I'm so-
Veins
I'm
from Dasha, though,
disappointed
so
they
yeah, just
died.
close it
They're
out.
so close. They're so
Locked
That
in
was
close.
really
had
close.
So much momentum going into that. The income from Cassidy, Dragon Rage from Smite as well, and they just held down the gas pedal for a
Even if it was a
minute.
cross kill though, like that shows both blocks for the 2v2.
For them, Numbers ran out of healing
But
himself.
mana is a hell of a drug.
Yeah. But Flappers, man, he was running for 2 minutes straight. He was so terrified for his life, and this, what, facing a Devoker as a melee is the worst feeling in the world. So I know exactly how Flappers feels like. You need to go in because you're losing, but the moment you go in, he's beaming you, and you're just so scared to play the game at all. And I mean, it's a tough balance. It's a tough line where you have to go back and forth. And you
Well, same with
Rel's
mana. I mean,
up,
if you get an angel form up, yeah.
up,
Same with druid tree form.
up.
That's why druid and priest
So
are the
sad for
best.
them. Smite made so many plays.
They
that
just have
Red
infinite
is
mana
on
every
top,
tree
but
form and
they're
every
swapping
angel
out.
form.
They're just like, yo, Numless,
It's just like a
I remind
Godzilla
you, you're
kaiju
a
battle.
Paladin, my guy.
Giant angel
Big swap,
versus
big
giant
stun. They
broccoli.
didn't wall.
Infinite
It's
mana
divine protection.
in late deep. Yeah, and
I mean, he
immune to
probably
CC.
still dies, but I don't know. Maybe he wouldn't. If he gets
I
off
think this
healed a
really
little
was
bit
the
or a
last,
cyclone.
last push as well for Dobob, you know. They
Yeah,
were so close to boom, and
Why didn't he wall? He has divine protection. Just unless it's bugged, it might be the UI might be bugged and it's not on cooldown. But like, why would he have pressed it any time before? Oh man, I'd be so sad because Cassidy is Heart of the Wild. He might have got like a popped regrowth off there during it.
And Windwalker
Might have
up my
been able to
druid, we
hold
could.
on. They finally got to that 8-minute mark. They finally survived all the attacks. If it's
Well,
not
my
booked,
Feral
I
too.
bet they're gonna be so mad if they find that out there in that final second. But Locked In.
I wanted to play
put on
Europe,
a
but it's
show.
just
I
way
think
too
they're-
late on
they're
Europe. It's
usually
like 2
one of the most
a.m. now.
entertaining teams. I actually really like that.
I didn't think they
still
would
kinda
go
play
this
their
late for the
comps
tournament.
every now and then, and they
Like for them to be doing the tournament at like 2 a.m.
ultimately
Europe
the
is kinda
meta
nuts.
ends up beating them in these situations. I feel like they're a really fun team to watch, and it's gonna be very entertaining to see them in the gauntlet and how far they can progress.
I mean, honestly, I kind of wrote this team off, but last week they surprised me, and
That's
today
latency.
they
I get like
surprised me
140
as
ping to
well,
Europe.
taking down Streamer Zone, and this series it was 3-1, but it wasn't as close as this. As
Yeah,
the
I'm probably not gonna
suggests.
play my Europe
I
rogue
mean,
today, I guess, since this went on
they
for
made
so
no
long.
box sweat, 100%.
Oh, yeah. I'm curious, then, from your perspective.
Yeah,
Jay,
I
what do you
almost
think
geared it
the
in one
calls
day.
Are? What do you think the vibes are right now on the side of Locked In after that loss?
I mean, they're going into this as a bit of an underdog, right? Like
Only
last
1
week,
a.m.
they
Oh, I thought it
were
was like 2.
Super excited to take out Echo. Echo is the team to, you know, there's no better.
We almost
feeling
geared
than
the EU
to
rogue in like a
play
day,
your-
so we
play
just
Europe, right? They've done well the past few years, and last week they must have felt amazing. This week going into this, they're the underdogs. They don't really have too much pressure on them. You know, if they win, great, but if they lose, it's not the end of the world.
All right. Well, hopefully they walk away with from that proud of themselves nonetheless, because you guys kind of already touched on it. They had an incredible show nonetheless. So we have a look at our final bracket for Championship Sunday for the EU region. We've got down in the lower bracket.
Still think it's very late
Super
to be
Team
having a
Gamers
tournament.
versus Dobob, and then up top, Super T's, we have Overload versus Echo.
Good slash exit. Yep.
That's a rematch. That's a very key rematch.
A lot
here.
faster than waiting
I don't
20
know.
seconds to
I've
log
never
out.
seen that one before. It was
Yeah,
weird.
I think this is a good one. This is where the fireworks are. This is where like Waz form really gets to prove his worth here in this series, and I think Raikou as well really wants to show that he's still the #1 mage in the region after falling off a little bit for the last 2 cups. So this is a big deal for Echo to show assert dominance before we move into the final stages of the AWC for this season.
Yeah, definitely. I mean,
Speaking on that,
go ahead.
go ahead, Dahlia. Yeah,
No,
so
I'm changing the
I mean,
subject,
West
so you
Form
should go.
today. Okay, West Form today was a treat to watch, and like I said earlier, TJ, watch out. I can see them FMP mirroring tomorrow, and it's gonna be lovely. I love
Ooh.
RMP mirrors. I love FMP mirrors. It's
You like
always a skill
playing in
matchup,
them?
and- No. I just like watching it. I don't like being part of that.
Gotcha.
Raikou stepping up today. You know, he was getting overshadowed by Thezia the last 2 weeks, but he's stepping up. And Wazform as well, making plays after play after play, and we'll see how they do against TJ. Because I said that Echo was struggling against Thezia. They're also struggling against Overload. They haven't done well at all into Overload either. So there's 2 big bosses. They beat the first one today. On Sunday, we'll find out if they can beat Overload.
Yeah, definitely curious. So, I mean, if you were talking to these guys, what kind of advice would you be giving them right now?
I mean, I'm just happy to see Waz on his Feral. I think sticking to the Rogue, this was sort of a thing that Echo had always, where we'd always stick to our mains. We'd be very stubborn, and if we lost in our mains, our egos wouldn't let us log off onto something else. So to see them finally say, hey, the Rogue isn't working out, even if he is, the best Rogue, he's getting on that Feral Druid, and I love seeing that. That means that there's, they're putting the egos aside, and they're looking for the dub.
It's interesting that you say that, because I feel like that's kind of common, Shan, with a lot of the teams that we've seen be in AWC for so long. They want to stick with their bread and butter. They want to stick with what they know, and it takes a lot, it seems like, to get them to adapt to new compositions, to new specs. Do you think that that's applicable to all of the teams that we're seeing do that, or do you think that's just unique to Echo?
I think it's unique to Echo. I mean, like, Waz, the best Rogue, Raikou, best Mage, Meth, best Priest, How can you log off RMP if you're in that situation? It has to be absolutely terrible, and they've realized it is absolutely terrible. So they're finally biting the bullet and saying, hey, I'm going to log on the Feral, we're going to mirror them, we still have Raikou, we still have Meh, backing Wazform up, and tomorrow I think it's going to be a bloodbath of FMP mirrors, and I'm very excited to watch that one.
Yep, I am for sure excited as well for that Championship Sunday. But we have got to talk about North America, of course, because we've got to get to that top 4 as well over there. We've got 8 teams that battled it out through the offline games. Super T's.
What's that worth on sub?
and I
Honestly,
feel like
it's
if anything,
so minor
what
you
we learned
can't
from
really
today
tell.
Is that none of these
Like if I
guys are
switch it
safe.
back and forth,
Nobody,
it's
is
placebo and I can't
guaranteed
tell
to
a
make it to the
difference.
Grand finals. I think it's been the same story.
Valve
over
played the
here in
tournament
North
with
America,
2Ps.
that this
Aiden played
region has been so
tournament
competitive.
with
It's been so
4Ps.
back and forth. So
Valve
many new
thinks
teams
it
coming
might
into
be
play
okay
and
slash
really
good,
making
even
an
though he didn't play it in the
impression.
tournament.
Yeah, I mean, the big dogs in this region right now, I think, are Liquid. Welcome to the
I've been
jungle.
playing it mostly on ladder, and honestly, I can't really tell a difference, and it's very hard to measure. But I think it's not terrible. It depends on what build you're playing and like what matchup you're playing, but I think it's free real estate. Might as well wear a little bit of extra crit. Makes your Dark Brew Rupture better, makes some of your hero talents better, makes Secret Tech a little better. If you want to sign up, Addy, I got you on the Windwalker, I guess. Should I just go on the Feral? I think I just go on my Feral, even though I don't have gear. My Windwalker has weapon. Oh, that was way too loud. Double Druid. Oh, you logged off randomly? Probably one of the weaker expansions for Rogue. Rogue Mage Druid's pretty good, but it's mostly a Warlock expansion. LSD 1, 2, and 3, which 3 is FLS. So, lock Boomy, lock Ellie, lock Feral, lock Windwalker, lock Hunter. Lock Windwalker is really good. I don't think they're going to do a WoD Classic. They'll either just cancel Classic or reboot it back to continue the TBC timeline. Or do an actual Classic Plus by then. I don't know what they're going to do, but I don't think they'll do a WoD. I haven't played Pearl in a second, so gonna be rusty for a couple games, but just gearing it out real quick. And then maybe when it's a little closer to prime time, we can try to take number 1 back and shuffle. And then later in the weekend, we can do some EU shuffle. Go for number 1 on EU. I gotta pass Avi on both. Yeah, when we just start losing to gear after our placements, maybe then I'll just relock. Because my gear's pretty ass too. Need to find like a chest group. I think you go 4-piece. Everything but chest, I think. And then you just go verse mastery, I think. Kind of close to the trench coat. What, should I even change my honor talents around? Probably. Yeah, if you join a group to farm it, it's like a 9-hour farm. I did like 2 hours of farming and I got a decent chunk of it done, but it was stupid and I spent like 40,000 of these crystals on like different transmog sets and mounts. So now I don't have enough to even buy the trench coat or to buy the currencies to farm group. Yeah, you just search in custom market research and there's like a group usually that farms it at like the top of the zone. Because there's like the item you put down that like increases the drop rate, and then the potion you drink that increases the drop rate for an hour. And then you just kind of mob tag things in like an area at the top of the map. I'm gonna wait out the nullies. Kind of where the shoot the barnacles off the boat world quest is, like up there. Click trinket. Look up here. Kind of mob tag around. in each direction. Yeah, I'm just doing some conquest cap on the Feral, and then we'll log Rogan a little bit. Doing a couple games for placements. I wanted to play Europe, but AWC went so late. I don't think I'm gonna like find good queues at like 2 a.m. Not if it never pops. I don't know how I whiffed that. Got CS out of the way for later. You can get the reclone now easily. We love some placements. I think placements is like 5 or 6. It's weird. I feel like it's less if it's like previous season MMR to a new season. Sometimes it's 5, and then like beginning of an expansion, it's like 6. Enjoy the coffee. No kick for that. How you doing, King? Maybe not today, but maybe in the coming weeks. Like in between some rogue viewer twos, just having more things to shuffle on. Because all three of the rogues are high in shuffle, so the queues are really long. So it would make sense to just get gear and then have like some Windwalker Feral shuffle content occasionally. Same with pushing shuffle on Europe. Gives me more shit to do. But yeah, I want to get at least like Bist out before I even consider queuing up in Chef. How do I not have Typhoon on this? How does he not kick there? That's... Try to kick that, but I couldn't. Maybe this isn't a placement. They lived the opener. Longest auto attack timer I've ever seen killing that grounding. I clicked it instantly and it took like 2 seconds to auto it. Might actually be dead here. In 1. Another burrow. I don't care about sockets for stuff. Sockets are like, I probably won't even get sockets for Europe unless someone just gives me like 20, 30 gems for free streamer bennies. But as long as you have 2 sockets for your precog or damage reduction, and then like 1 gem so that you can proc focusing lens, that's fine. Like full sockets is like not even like a 2-3% difference. You just need at least 2. 1 if you're not playing focusing lens. Maybe in Dark Runner. I could for kick on enemy healer? No. You just have a focus kick. Probably shouldn't play skin here. I don't even know what to replace it for though. Yeah, I already farmed most of the bloody tokens, but oh, I'm not playing Decurse, I don't think. Oh, I am. Never mind. Cool. It gets me. Foiled interfere. Incarn really soon. Want to shrink it? I don't know if cloning him low is normally worth it here. I just don't have any gear, so I don't do damage. So. Normally that's overthinking it to ever do that clone. I mean, we did 600k DPS. With a lot of greens and no tier set. Not bad. Best threes comps with the one for sub, probably just RMP. Maybe like you could choose like some sub Windwalker or something, but maybe sub Ellie. But mostly just RMP. Sub Frost, holy. Or Outlaw Frost, holy, either one. I competed last season, but stuff didn't line up this season. I was busier with IRL, doing other work and stuff and family stuff. I didn't even get to watch Cup 2, but I shouldn't have opened to this because he pre-Dark Packed Air. I should just wait out the Dark Pack, but I'm lazy. Yeah, maybe next season I'll play, but yeah. It lines up. Depends how MOP is for my career. If I can actually get out of debt and pay my bills and actually set aside money for taxes. If MOP like quadruples my stream or not. But I'm not gonna gamble on it. There are nothing? I mean, you say that, but even with all my expenses, my 28K was still like 2.2K taxes that I have on a payment plan. On top of my hospital debt on a payment plan. On top of balance transfer to balance transfer interest finally kicking in. I've just been on the back foot all year. Because everything is just so expensive now. You barely get any groceries and it's like $300 at Costco. Like my share of rent, internet, and everything is like $1,500 a month. So I'm just paycheck to paycheck. It's just dying. I can't get there though. Maybe I should have just stayed under it there. Mop's pretty popular, yeah. I mean, it depends on how entertaining you are, right? And how good you are, or a bunch of stuff. I would say, personality matters way more than gameplay. It doesn't really matter if it's popular, right? People will watch vanilla WoW. Like, it's better to be a Payo than even be a Waz. Like, why win the world championships and win every tournament for 10 years straight when you can just, you know, be funny with an accent and be loud and be like 1800? Or MacBook? Probably not, no. This is gonna be a little hard for my gear. I don't have a Battle Master finger that I could put on. I use Diminish for my self-DR, yeah. Not triggering this, it's not blades. Might regret it though because of how undergeared I am. Not informed to kick that. Feels bad. Got lay on hands. No skin for this. Kind of scary. I have wall for the next blades in 20. So we're chilling. Might have the wall now. I really don't want to though. Blinds me defensively? What? Into a gouge defensively? I didn't wall this. I might be dead. Now we're chilling. Shouldn't have been grind into that. You just go into diminish and there should be an option for party. So you go into diminish and it should be party right here. You just disable it. Which Thorns did? Sure. Mine did 3.8 million. Yours did... I don't even see yours. I think he died to Thorns, right? Yeah. Let me double check. Everything but chest, right? Yeah. I'm playing Innervate. Shit. Well, I don't have a keybind for that. Oh. You are lassoed. Hopefully we're not just dead. I'm not playing AoE rip either. Okay. I'm not using. I should not have imported this build before looking at what it was. I was just looking at the AWC builds real quick to make sure I still had the right talents. Evidently not, but feels so weird not having the AoE. Apparently I don't do enough damage to kill that. That sucks. This is my end grind. Let me just play the build I'm used to. I'll mess around with talents later, because I gotta fix my bars and stuff. I don't imagine the talents have changed that much since last season. It's on you now. Link your build. I just took the one from the AWC website on Flappers, but Yeah, fuck it. We'll try it without the AV. It's a BM hunter. I was gonna play Europe after, but it was like 2 a.m. when AWC ended. Actually, still just dead. We're both in full greens. Actually maimed into that. Feels bad. Oh yeah, I should be mass entangling the pets. I'm stupid. Forgot I even respec that. For some reason I thought I was still Ursul's. Double feared. Might just be dead here. Yeah. That's hard for our gear since we're not in placements anymore. Because he's under good too. Her stealth lasts a minute, so he comes out in at least 20. He melded off it. That's kind of annoying. Embark first global. Stock root him out of LOS. I'm not gonna make it there in time. Actually, maybe. 3, 2, 1. Oh, we get credit. Oh yeah. I'm using better Blizz plates. We love getting free 13 market research. We only need like 3,000 more, I think. Maybe 3,500 more. And then we get the trench coat. Really good clone on the trinket. Melted shockwave on accident. Alright, I faked that, but it still hit me anyway. I'm actually dead here, I think. No, we're fine. What are your trinkets? I'm dead here. The renewal skin. I may actually live. I'll precog again. I precogged my own reflect on clone. Tried to clone that, but I couldn't. Meld Stormbolt on accident. So I was just going for the restun. I'll take all the credit though, it was intentional. Blinded by HPL. I have skin in 3. I'm dead here, I think. I wall at 10, but... That's awkward. Gonna kill my rest of the Druid. Yeah. I knew that reflect was coming too. I had to just pray he didn't have it. Or I like that he was too slow. We're like both dead there. Because I let him line me on the... trying to fake the clone for no reason. I thought he was gonna turn on me, but... That's hard when we're both in full greens. Actually, he's got... No, he's not even... He's worse than full greens. Yeah, he's in Season 1 gear. That's me on Europe. Well, I'm almost geared on Europe now. Only took me a couple hours. No, it's on NA. After AWC, it was just too late in the day. I have 140 ping on Europe. Gonna do EU tomorrow probably, but... I'll change the title, I forgot. Those guys won't kick. I faked that and it still hit me. I need to just get a stop casting blind, I think. Like, moving is just too laggy for fakes. So I was like already running forward when the lockout hit me. I don't know why I just skinned there. I'm bad. Actually got ripped. It was bad. Quick kick out of the way. Very scared because I wasted skin. Incarn kind of soon. Try to dodge the double fear. Still hits me even though I'm like 20 yards away. Well, not 20, but like... I feel like I was like 12. Solo bubble with Windcarn. Clone his trinket. I feared on it instead. I'm just skipping this. I'm probably still gonna trinket anyway. Back up for the double fair. Probably shouldn't even bother kicking that. Shouldn't have knocked them because of the Ursals. I just wanted to root them again, but... Now the Ursal's on DR too. Getting double feared, can't avoid it or clone. Hopefully he doesn't die through skin, but he's under geared, so it's possible. Gets stunned by the priest. Got swap. Oh, I'm still just dead. That's crazy. I need to like just get a stop casting bind because I feel like half the times I fake, I still get kicked. Like half a second after I'm like done faking. My feral's really fun. I'm just super under geared and so is the rest of the druid. Like, we were so close to killing like 5 times even with no gear. Every incarn is like solo a bubble or dead, even with no gear. Feral's biggest weakness, it doesn't have one. I think it's the most well-rounded melee besides like outlaw. Eco precog, yeah. I guess he was immune to Typhoon because of Ursul's. Might be dead here. Yeah, that sucks. Yeah, that's just entirely gear. I think Foreset's not bad, but it's also like not noticeable. Like they're both literally identical. Like maybe it's like a 2% unmeasurable difference or something, but like I could go either one and I can't notice a difference. Depends who gets the opener and if there's dampening involved and if there's a pillar involved. If it's like open world, I think the Feral should win. I don't know. I think you're kidding yourself if you think you can notice a 1% damage reduction difference. Maybe not. Maybe 1.5. It's very placebo. If anything, you have more Versa playing Forset because you're wearing a high Versa helmet. You're just losing a couple percent mastery to have more rupture pad, more secret tech, more hero talent. No, there's not really PV in map. Outside of season 1, because there's no honor gear. Conquest gear. So like you suck at the beginning of the expansion, like waiting on your conquest gear. Unless they change it. I think that's part of like the Poike post, so maybe they'll listen and add honor gear, but or just whatever gear they have from leveling. I faked that and I still got kicked. That one I didn't fake at all, but I might just be dead here. I'm never waiting for clones on DPS. Don't have main per 5. They were both cloned, that's why I waited there. Or it was like bubble clone. Like they were both immune. If we're playing double druid. I don't know. That's just the same build I have. Which I was thinking of dropping this for this, but how you doing, Mr. J? I think we were like close a couple times, but I don't think he's played in a couple weeks. Jungle 3's character plan? I mean, maybe. You have a healer or something. Really should buy a Battle Master trinket. Well, I just tried to root into Cloak, not sure if I could. Not gotten to play my whole incarn. Might be dead because True Shot. Apparently I can't type him in there. I don't know, I like the AoE rupture a lot, depending on the matchup, but I'll try it though. I'm just used to it from last season. I just thought there was more bite procs when you like AoE a bunch of pets. I don't even think I'm playing bite procs right now, am I? No, I am. When you precog procs, you have like swirlies all around you. And you should have a buff. Yeah, you could just make a weak aura that like makes the buff more noticeable like this. But yeah. It's gonna be so weird not having it. That was the last time I played. It was before the rip nerfs. I don't even have the foresight yet. I'm still pretty under geared. I don't know, most of the AWC people weren't playing it. Well, that was a good opener too. Honestly, I don't even check anymore, keep it real. But if I get an email, because normally when the one DM I got from a spam bot, it emailed me when I got a DM, but kind of written it off. Thank you for the idea, though. Yeah, I'm missing a lot of mastery. I have a lot of last season greens. And I don't even have all my enchants right now. I think weapon and weapon enchant will be a huge deal also. Yep. I mean, I'm still doing like 600, 800k DPS. Yeah, 600, 1 million. I'm just doing the rotation. Get our 4-piece in a couple more games. I don't care if he reflects this. Nice, he didn't anyway. I'm dead through skin here. I tried to come out to maim him. If I didn't go bear, I think I would have lived, actually, because I would have had to not spend a global to get my maim off. Feral's just been better. It's been the new rogue for like a year now, maybe like even Dragonflight. It just does more damage than Outlaw. You have 20-second kidney still, and you're immune to disarms, immune to poly, and immune to roots. And you do more DPS. It has more quality of life. No, I'm not annoyed. I just think it's gear, but... Yeah, I'm not annoyed. Yeah, I'm not intending to like reroll Feral or anything. I only enjoy Sub Rogue. That's like my favorite. This is just for me to like have more low shuffle game content in between my viewer twos. No, you pre-Tiger's Fury in stealth the snapshot the first rake stun. I mean, I guess if you're overriding it anyway on the recheap shot, then I guess it kind of is more energy efficient, but I don't know. Most people I see kind of do the, or at least they used to. Yeah, most people like still snapshot it. Terrible arseholes, because I got the yard anyway by the Typhoon. No skin for this, kind of scared. I already pre-skinned earlier for the stunt. That was expiring. I have my wall still, but... Get stunned on that. Getting feared here, even though it's half. Actually, it's full. That's awkward. For some reason, I thought I got cloned, but I didn't. I'm hallucinating. They're gonna chat too much. In my head, I was just like, oh. I'm on clone DR, so I'll walk up and get feared half on purpose. And it's just full. I don't know. I Mandela effect manifested that I was cloned out of the stunts. Double DPS, free one. What do I drop for? Innovate, but not in this matchup, obviously. Drop Stamper for Innovate? Oh, okay. I feel like Stamper is good, though. I just wanted to grab Innovate. Not for this game, but... Come on, fair. I'm actually dead. I pressed wall too. Needed to press renewal, but I was still on global. So I was gonna bear before I renewed, but didn't think it was possible to lose the double DPS. But I skinned there. And walled. I guess the wall's at 12%. Guess I should just drink it instantly and then wall, because of this gear. I was high on the fact that skin should just make me immortal, but it doesn't. As long as we literally live more than like 5 seconds, we just automatically win the game. Oh, the chest despawned. You know, how do you drop Stamper without losing that? It doesn't seem right. It does, yeah. I bugged out my meld somehow. Probably just weak auras. I immune the blind to precog. Get the other kick out of the way. Kill really soon if I don't just die here. I think I'm dead. I'm not playing decurse, so yeah, I'm dead. Should have been messing around with my talents because I forgot I didn't have decurse. Usually I just always play decurse just so I don't forget to switch because I'm lazy, but at least for like learning. Yeah, gear diff is kind of a lot. It's not just one person, it's both of us. We're both like full greens. I mean, it's also just because the MMR started out at like 2K. And I'm playing pretty bad. I made a couple mistakes that game. I'm just testing new shit out. Like, I just let a hex go off and didn't have decurse for it. Forgot to go decurse again. I need to be able to remove corruption on CD. Well, curse, yeah. Not corruption. Curse of agony, I mean. We're gonna Typhoon that as an interrupt, didn't get it off though. Typhoon not as an interrupt. Can't Ursula his port now though, because he's on DR. I have a big incarn, no dark pack, no wall. Could just die here. Nah, Ironbark, he's fine. Try to Typhoon that. No meld for that? Oh, I did have meld actually. Don't tell me we're dead here. I timed that wrong. That's fine though. No. Got Incarn again, no wall. I think he has another Dark Pact for it though. Somehow I didn't get my rake stun with Incarn. Not sure what bugged that out. I think we still just kill here though, we're just spamming bite. Invalid link? It shouldn't be. Let me get you going. Discord. Yeah, it looks like it worked for me there. I put like an extra punctuation or something, but because it's set to never expire. See if that works. %73 damp. No problem, man. Guy's so salty he lost. Would have been more one-sided on damage too if I could just dispel agony over and over again. I should have stayed Thorns. Got karma because I'm bad and left the gap. Make this kick again. Getting figured on this probably. Dying through Trank. Trying to get fears me for no reason? Okay. Innervate macro doesn't work, even though I just made it. I was wondering why it wasn't on CD. I think I'm just dead here. Yeah. I just needed to reload, I think, for it to properly rewrite the macro, because I made it in the arena. Yeah, there we go. Blizzard fix what? Oh, Mortal Strike? What do you mean, like, latency? Yeah, the servers are pretty shit. You need to think of a stop casting bind. Paints up. Gets the ulti pen off. There's a line on it. Guy just doesn't reflect? Okay. Either way, it's on all of his cooldowns. So I'm okay with it. The DR clone on myself, it's fine. Missed the shockwave on that. He tried to jump the shockwave. I maimed into that, feels bad. Might just be dead here randomly. Karn in like 20. Take reflect. I'm Karn in the second to just kill this guy. Gonna wall aggro. Thought he was gonna heroic leap away, so. For the parry. Get that late. I guess I pre-skin. Kinda lining my healer, but. Gotta let him reflect this one. He doesn't do it. I'm okay with that. Actually, no, I'm not. I shouldn't have done that. I thought he was actually gonna go at me and I just wanted it as a free ice block. I was like, letting him reflect it. I should not have triggered though. Rooted discharge, he's pissed. He just trigger executes me for like. Yep. Honestly, I thought Incarn and Deep Dampening would kill him, but I guess not having weapon in tier set's a big deal. These the Qs are quick. 1,000 conquest from a weapon, and then we can actually like play the game. My Feral, I'm just gearing it so I can do shuffle on it. Oh yeah, I should have been Thorns too. Oops. It's the same with my Windwalker. Like, I'm not trying to, like, you know, compete on my ults or anything. Like, it's literally just for fun. It hits me, feels bad. Mercy points, doesn't want to block, I guess. The name of the bite proc. The Apex Predator Craving. I don't know if the buff name is the same as the talent name, so I gotta double check. Oh, it's okay. It's the name of the talent. Bashed off this, feels bad. I'm dead here, I think. Yeah, we're fine. Yeah, I forgot I can't root him because his freedom's a port for no reason. Thought I would melt coil there. I'm getting coiled now though, can't really avoid it. I have Incarn here, I just gotta move. Well, I'm gonna wait out the Dark Pact. Apparently I don't get my rakes done there. So this pet, I guess, stopped me on it. Would have liked multiple stuns right here, but... Blinding his healer with that port, love to see it. Bam and bite. Oh, I'm just gonna DR stun it, I don't care. Trank does so much healing. I was sad that I kicked the lock the same time he started the trank. I'm just dead here, I think. Now we're chilling. Another dark pack, we did it low HP. Kidney in 3. I think we're both dead. That sucks. We incarned him with no wall, no dark pact, anything in deep dampening, and he just tanked it. There's no weapon or tier. Really just need to find like a conquest box group or something. Or play with a more aggro healer that does like actual damage. Like if I just have a priest help me burst someone or a dragon. Then the healer could just like finish the 30-0 for me. Might finish capping it later though. I switched to Rogue just for a couple games. These healer shuffles, yeah. And that seems really low still now. Like 3 hours to get your weapon, that seems torture. Getting that, I guess. I'm actually dead without getting renewal off. Ooh, way too close. Still dead, actually. That's crazy. We're winning that literally the entire game. I just can't kill. Yeah. I'm gonna mix it up at GG's. I'm gonna go on my rook for a bit. Get people what they want. We're like halfway done gearing this character. We'll finish it later. It's not fun being undergeared. We go the other way. Play the orc. Thank you, Arrows, for the 18 months. How you doing, man? Honestly, I thought my Pharaoh was gonna be more rusty than that, though. I was farming some precogs and stuff for sure. But yeah, it's pretty brutal not being able to kill anything with like bad gear. Yeah, that's one shot some people. I don't know. Congrats, Scotty. I guess you fought 2 people in full greens. It was a good game though. The only reason they got cloned that much though is because of how many precogs I faked. And if I had gear, I think I would have just followed the monk on like the first or second incarn, but no tier set and no weapons, a big deal. You want viewer 2s? My bad, dude. Rival 2? Maybe. We'll see. I'll try. Go silhouette. Stop. Getting scattered first globe. Intimed first globe. Go a root. My turn to play the game. Cloak the fear. Turtle, so now we just swap healer. Big Abyss crit with 30 stack flag. Now we're gonna go back hunter. Pick that. Into a blind. Maybe sap that if we're lucky. Get the sap. Got Trinket Angel. After the hymn, we could just bomb. I'll just bomb now so he doesn't dispel that. Big Abyss crit, he's dead. Game on, get them one over to Mason. Hell yeah. It's been pretty fun to watch this season, yeah. I wish I had the time to have like played Subbrook, like a dream team, because like Sub was actually good right now. I'm hoping Sub just stays good though, and it doesn't just get gutted. I like Sub being allowed to do damage now that the cooldown reduction and duel and stuff is gone. And like the state of Gouge. I think they're gonna nerf Gouge though. That's like the only thing left they can take away. That has like the high skill cap. I'm trying, Niox. How you been doing, man? I mean, I haven't been streaming that long today. I've only been live for 6 hours. You must not have got a lot of sleep. I did not know the jetpack could go up and down like that. Funny that even if you don't even get bronze, you still complete the world quest. Oh, it did give me bronze. Yeah, I've been doing a bunch of side work as well. I'm not streaming 6 days a week anymore. Trying to stream like 3 or 4 days a week, but the weekend I'm like doing my other work, and then I'm also trying to just do a lot more coaching and stuff too. How you doing, Cast? I mean, we are chilling here. No, Subbrook's really good right now, yeah. It's not that balanced. Like, Druid and Holy Priest are by far the best healer. Mage and Edley are by far the best caster. And, like, Outlaw and Feral are really good. So is Windwalker. And if you're not that, you're probably going to suffer a little bit. I had a sap there. We didn't Nahj DR. I don't play flag that much. It's just like for smurfing around in twos. You get some clickbaity or bigger one-shots. But in like high-end real threes games, it's too telegraphed and too much counterplay. But if it's like a PV bracket like Shuffle, it can be good. Especially if you just play around Gouge with it and you just do like Gouge flag. A lot of times it won't break Gouge. It only does like 60k damage, unless it procs your embellishment or weapon enchant. I believe he actually lived there. That's nuts. I hate these stuns from the pally. Almost every Hodge he's done has been like a detriment. Instead of it just being like on Druid when they're split up to make my life easier. I guess they'll just solo this guy really soon. Gonna disarm him, see if he wastes backflip, then that means I don't have to gouge for pre. Okay, I can't move my character anyway. Who's out of combat, the sap. He gets back in combat. Are you waste backflip? We're chilling. I just lose my crit buff anyway. That's really annoying. %65 damp. Cloak the Ursel so I don't have to worry about it. Dodged appeal. Might be able to sap that. I get stunned, so I don't get the sap. Look at this crit though, you might just die, 'cause deep dampening. Nope, I just get peeled. Probably dead here. He has nothing. He has a wall, but... I'm allowed to do damage in like 30. No cloak for that. Feels bad. He nether walks air, so that's good. Means I can like kill him in 20. And we do a triple DR Hodge for no reason and reset that 20. When he was kind of close to being off DR. Might still be able to cross kill 1v2 this. Nah, you got flare up. I step Druid to keep running. Gouge this guy, kill him in a sec. JK just backflips. Yeah, this Pally. I'd rather him just not Hodge at all than the way he's using Hodge. He's just doing ones that get dispelled when there's like no cross, or he's just doing ones that are like not even full. Like just random DR Hodges when they're like almost off stun DR. Like it's only good if it's a full Hodge while the other guy is in my stun lock. And even then it's like a situation where I'm not swapping both of them. And he's like going for rep or something out of it. I think there's a language barrier, so I might... If he does it again, I'll just dip. My hero talent doesn't apply from Shadow Strike. Love the bug. This one's not the worst, because at least it's like fresh on the DR. Got Trinket. Yeah, I have that bug all the time. Or Shadow Strike just doesn't apply your stacks for no reason and fucks your opener. Even though it went off and gave you combo points and gave you fine weakness. Run a PR Hodge for no reason. I soloed this DH though in a sec. Lion's a sealer. I gets the swap off. Oh, he doesn't. Nice. No, I never get that with shields. I think that's just that you already have Darkest Night up. So it doesn't let you progress through the new stacks. So that you don't do double Darkest Night back to back like you used to be able to do. Just keeps you at 3 stacks. You have Darkest Night. And then you're just doing a finisher that isn't full, so you're not getting rid of your Darkest Night. Because you only could Darkest Night 7 combo points. Well, just whatever your full amount is. But Supercharge does count towards that. So if you do like a 4 or 5 combo point, but it's supercharged, it'll still like consume the Darkest Night. Which is kind of bad, but sometimes if you're just really global starved and energy starved, it's kind of the difference in like getting it off though. Gonna get a 5080. I can't afford it. I'm stuck on a 4070 Ti for a while. I got thousands of debt I gotta worry about. Maybe I can like try to get a 6080 in like a year or two when they come out. Hit the trap. Only 21 stacks flag. I shouldn't have eaten the trap. I let him CC my whole blades because of that. Don't think I could sap this. Yeah. Trying to fuck the DRs because I was just trying to get the holy ward off. Fuck the binding, I guess. Got swapped. I think I'm just dead here. Evasion in 5. You need the pet off me to make it to evasion. That's the real pet. Okay. The pre-crit immune's air. When I'm not even dancing and don't even have CC. Love to see it. Grimace. You guys have been pumping, man. How's the AWC bench been going? Thank you for the 8 month. Appreciate you. I have my one shot. I just have to live here. Ah, better. Feels BM Hunter, man. Sucks because I can kill right here, but you guys are really heavy for viewer twos. Don't be sacrificing rent, man. Honestly, most games are horribly optimized and like CPU bottlenecked anyway. Like a 4070 is fine. Or even then, I think the new 5060 that are coming out are like what, $300? What was the number on it? If you can find one that's MSRP and not scalped, which is impossible with graphics cards because they make like 10 of them for the whole country. And everyone's an asshole scalper these days, but like honestly, the 5060 the 5060 Ti or whatever is a really good deal. Unless you have like some 500 hertz, you know, 500 hertz monitor and you're like an actual tournament esports pro and you're actually being able to hit 500 FPS because you already have like the best CPU also. Like if your whole computer already is like 4 or 5 grand and you know, and you're just going super deep in the deep end on like a 500 hertz monitor, maybe, but we're just already halfway through the generation anyway. And the last multiple generations of graphics cards have like barely been an upgrade. Like the 5090 is like less than like it's like 13 to not even 20% better than the 4090. Because all they care about now is AI. And at the end of the day, like any like actual competitive gamer has zero care about DLSS or any kind of AI frame gen because it's just input lag city. Yeah, I mean, some of the AMD cards for like the low end budget end, like the $500 range, $600 range, it has more VRAM because they're super stingy with VRAM. Let's get someone new in. You can sign up barrels. They're not the hottest right now. Like the only casters you really see are Ellie and Fire, but or Fire, Ellie and Frost. Fire is one of the worst, but I'm just Brad. They're okay usually, but most seasons they're just worse than Warlock. Right now, them and Warlock are pretty mid. Especially with like how many warriors exist, because warrior is really good into SP. And warrior is very, very popular and broken. Guy just triggered a gouge, that's how we know we're in a placement. Bomb the land hands. Yeah, all you had to do was press bubble and they win that game. Look blind. Didn't do it. Oh, me, yeah, definitely. I mean, you got Comet Storm off. I have a lot of gear for not played at all. For being 0 CR. Not every, oh, I guess you did shuffle. Starting in shuffle with no gear instead of just starting at 2s and no gear. That's kind of ass backwards, because shuffle matters a little more than 2s. Shuffle's a meme bracket, but at least there are some rewards. Gotta join like a LFG conquest box group or something. I could try to help you with like UI stuff and like overall comp stuff. But I'm not like the most familiar with like disc rotation and stuff. Also, like Holy Priest is just better than disc, but I only really know Rogue Feral Windwalker stuff. In terms of like actual more complicated rotation stuff. But if it's just like setting up a UI, yeah. That for each enemy team. I mean, it's just go whatever target can actually take damage in land CC. Yeah, usually I'm narrating most of my games. Like if you go back like 30 minutes or whatever. I was narrating when I'm playing healer GPS. I mean, usually I'm shot calling mid game of just like, okay, I'm going this guy. Oh, he nice. He used the defensive for my one shot. Just land your CC. Look, the Infernal Stun. Big Eviscerate. Yeah, that was like a 3.7 mil. Pearl might still one-shot me though. I'm not playing Vanish Shield. Dying through eating food. Apparently I can't cheap shot this guy. You should die to Ray of Frost 7-0. 1-0. He actually like 40-0'd me through eating food. Well, you play Vanish Shield instead of the move speed, but game doesn't want me to load out. Oh, there we go. I mean, he can melt. Oh no, he's undead. This is kind of just a counter, but our copium is that the druid gets caught out of bear, no skin, no trinket somehow, and no crit immune from the hunter. And we get like a good 2-in-1 go going both of them. Or the druid like trinkets a blind and dies through skin or something in a swap. There's crit immune already. That's actually good for us. Look at that, I guess. Almost late. Drew can actually die. I'm not sure, honestly. I would say sub's definitely harder than Asa, but you do still run around and dot things and do the similar micro CC. And you're probably only going to play one Vanish. Yeah, I mean, some of the car customizations are really annoying to get. Like, having to get Exalted to change the color of the car is really stupid. I'm playing Supercharge and Subterfuge just for Rogue Mage 2s. 99% of the time I'm playing T and no Scepter. Scepter is maybe only good until like Dragon to get like Nullifying off. Looks we got a Veins proc. All the hunters and stuff. Got paints up. Looks like I blinded into that. Gets the sheep though, so we're chilling. He got death actually. Got a cloak trap. Got swap. Hopefully we don't die without blocking. He's gonna get the MD off. Feels bad. I think we're just dead here if we don't just kill. I am playing flag, yeah. If I was playing like Rogue Mage 2s with like Egg or something, no, I never would. I'm just doing viewer 2s. It's just like me just trying to hard carry more. I was just unlucky that I blinded into the fade because he was trying to fade Polly after he didn't get his death. So I was just blind swapping. It pulled out to nothing. Cool. Swap H-Bell now. I don't care that he got the sheep. Trying to get bubble. Would have liked to get bubble, but is what it is. Gets the CS. Can blind off that. Windwalker is actually like a top 2, top 3 melee. It's up there with Windwalker or it's up there with the Outlaw and Feral. It's being played a lot in AWC. Like Windwalker Mage and Windwalker Ellie are both really good. It's very tanky nowadays and it has decent uptime. And it does good DPS. Kind of the categories of what makes something good. Outlaw's a lot more button mashier and it's more sustained DPS, not really about burst. Now there's a few people in Europe that were playing it. In fact, Overloaded, the best team right now on Europe, most points, first place. They had to bring out Windwalker to beat Thunder. Because they lost his RMP and then they lost his FMP and then they switched to Windwalker to win. And then there's also F tier playing Windwalker as well. Nah, it's just easier to viewer choose carry with flag. Because it's like cheesier. And then Trill's also been playing it, and then Shine's been playing it, yeah. There's a lot of Windwalker representation, actually. Pretty good. It's pretty exclusively seen if it's not a Thundercleave game or an RMP game or an FMP game. especially with all the rest of the druids. Yep. All of the subs, you know. And then I just also just do Fear Curious for people for free too. Kind of first come, first served. Unless like people are actually typing in chat and saying, can I get next? Like it is more likely if you put like your Twitch name in the note or something and I recognize it, but at the end of the day also it has to be something I'm okay with playing. Like I'm not gonna just like forcibly play like Rogue Warrior, Rogue DH, Double Rogue, Rogue Hunter, it's just boring. But if it's like a wizard or a healer, like sometimes I'm not even in any double DPS mood. Healer DPS is just so much better, but dies through wall. Got life cocoon. Thought I was gonna go up to edge. Might actually lose this. Not really possible to kite this guy. Yeah. Yeah, if he has stacks, you can do like millions. You want PK out of the game? Nah. Should have just waited for 80% damp and not even tried to fight him. Healers are too OP otherwise. Pika's just a variety gamer PvE role player nowadays, man. Maybe he'll come back to retail eventually, but probably not. It's bad for his career. I don't know what happened to his viewership though. Like Elden Ring and stuff's only been like 5K. He's out of the 10 to 15K vanilla WoW, I guess. How long do you think they won't nerf Feral? I don't think they'll ever nerf Feral. Spears nowhere near. Oh, I got the NS tree off, but he was already dead. I was hoping to get the cheap shot before the tree, but how you doing, Jess? Ungodly long, 62 months. How's your IRL been going? This economy's been murdering me. I'm like not even streaming full time anymore. What? I don't know how the reach shot gapped there. I think I can catch up though. If the druid properly tree forms out of stealth to not get CC'd, have to just actually peel the warrior before we go with disarm or something. I don't know if you heard me earlier, just when you subbed. I was asking how the economy's been going for you. It's been brutal for me. It's been a hot minute. I'll see if I can find the druid anywhere, but the blade storm. Somehow we're kind of losing the 1v1. Not sure how that's possible. Guess I just opened them. We lose here, I think. Look the Ursals. Get the blind. Bomb this. Stun trinket. I'm not global. Pick the trank. Another big abyss. He's dead. Or not. Restun the convoke. Can't believe he lived. I guess the half ring or something. Normally I would never do that gouge because it wastes sheep DR, but I knew he wasn't going to go follow up. And it was a matter of the druid not stunning me first and cloning me. Because he was running at me to stun me. Surprised the warrior lived there though. I avist him like 4 times on like 20%. With like 30 stack flag. Kind of shows how like unviable double DPS is. Yeah, I don't know how he lost the 1v1, but you guys also stopped literally nothing, so like I should pretty much be able to 1v2 you. I don't know how like a blades like bomb flag 30 stack doesn't kill. It's kind of illegal. if I can find this guy. Probably not. Sniffing him out. There's out. Try to cloak fear. He didn't even have it. Bad cloak on my end. Now I can't cloak the next like trap. Can't stop MD because angel form. Best I can do is bomb the angel form. Do a cheap shot. Maybe blind his trinket. I get trapped. Into a fear. That's probably game. Yeah. Doesn't even fear me off of it. Meteor Paladin, I'm dead. Double DPS is not that viable. But I might be getting up soon. I'll do some IRL stuff. So I tried to start a little earlier today, so we're at least 7 hours for the day. And then maybe we'll have some threes later this weekend too. If I'm not doing search engine optimization stuff most of the weekend. Kind of behind for the week, so I might need to just work most of the weekend. I don't know yet. Depends what I get done tonight after some IRL errands and then stream. Or not stream, and then other work. IBF. Gonna go the healer since we got Trinket. Got a pain stop too. And a zone. Now we'll go back to DK. Can't stop the MD because I'm bad. Might still be able to 1v2 this. Get the sat. Base combat for no reason. Nah, I don't 1v2. Second pain step. Still has life swap too. Probably the game is too short for me to be able to kind of play that like healer DPS and be like, oh, I got IBF. Oh, I got pain sub and zone. Oh, I got, you know, like I can't really ping pong that hard because we have like a go and a half to win. I have to just hope I kill them through defensives. Cause yeah, he's just gonna angel form MD and I can't even stop it. And then we just die on hypo to random pets. Yeah, but if you were just brand new to another healer, it'd be very different. You could be completely lost on a healer and you wouldn't really get punished, and I would just 1v2. But being brand new to a double DPS is like even more torture than being a rank 1 at double DPS. Like a lot of matchups you shouldn't win unless like the enemy team's really bad. I mean, at a MMR I should 1v2 in the opener, but yeah, this might be my LG though. I gotta get some IRL stuff done. And then I'm down to play again another time or help your pally if you want, but we got you. Definitely been a minute. Gonna wait for a DB. That hits me like 40 yards away. That's insane. Times me first global. Figured off that. Hopefully we don't die without blocking, but I have to just make sure I stop the MD. Blind early so he doesn't angel form it. It actually does. That's annoying. Cloak the fear. I guess life swap off though. I was trying to pre-blind before angel form because I knew I wouldn't be able to counterplay angel form MD. And I didn't want him to even think about trying to MD, so I was trying to blind before he even blocked, but like the only counterplay I have. Getting feared off this, even though it's half. Yeah. That's unfortunate. I don't think he was going to try to death blind there at all either. I'm gonna take a break, go get some IRL stuff done. Got you another time, IRLs, but at least the MMR is lower, so we'll get quicker queues next time we stream. Get some insta queues till we like go 20 out of like 2-3 with a healer, but see you guys.